For 10 I can absolutely. Okay.
I think. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at this country. Are you?
I'm sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Will Toole. I represent Central, Coastal, and Interior Washington County, District 10.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Underwood from District 5, which is from the great county of Aroostook.
Good morning. I'm Kimberly Pomelo. I represent Standish, which is House 85.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning all. My name is Representative Randall Greenwood. I represent House District 56, which are the communities of Litchfield, Monmouth, and Wales in both Androscoggin and Kennebec counties.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 131, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach, and I'm also proud to be the Assistant House Majority Leader.
Good morning. My name is Sue Salisbury. I represent House District 128, which is part of Westbrook. I'm the House Chair of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Wayne Farron from Jefferson. I also represent Alna, Wiscasset, Whitefield, and all in District 47 in Lincoln County.
Good morning. I'm Representative Dave Rollins from House District 59, 59. And we are honored to host the State Capitol campus. So you're sitting right in my House District right now.
Welcome. My name is Representative Lynn Copeland, and I'm very proud to represent the fine folks in Saco, House District 130.
Thanks. And my name is Joseph Baldacci, a state senator from District 9, which is the city of Bangor and the town of Herman, and Senate chair of this committee. So the first item that we're going to go to is LD 1059 for a public hearing, an act to establish the process for the selection of delegates for a convention called under the United States Constitution, Article 5. And I believe Representative Greenwood is presenting.
Good morning. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and my esteemed colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee of State and Local Government. I am once again Randy Greenwood, proudly representing my friends and neighbors in Litchfield, Monmouth, and my hometown of Wales, both in Androscoggin and Kennebec counties. I thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of LD 1059 as amended. I'm here today to present the amendment, which was a concept draft, an act to establish the process for the selection of delegates for a convention called under the United States Constitution, Article 5. Article 5 reads, "The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which, in either case, shall be valid in all intents and purposes as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states, or by convention of 3/4 thereof, as the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress." This is not, and I repeat not, calling for an Article 5. But should one be called, this outlines a process for the selection of delegates for such a convention from Maine. Article 5 places the states at the center of constitutional change. It gives state legislatures, not Congress, not delegates acting independently, the responsibility to define the scope, limits, and accountability of any state representation at such a convention. LD 1059, as amended, prepares Maine to meet that responsibility. The amendment replaces the concept draft with a new chapter of statute that establishes in advance how Maine would participate in an Article 5 convention if one is called. In short, this amendment creates a comprehensive framework so that Maine enters an Article 5 convention with clarity, discipline, and accountability, rather than uncertainty or improvisation. The amendment ensures strong legislative controls and accountability. Commissioners are selected by the legislature, commissioned by resolution, bound by written instruction, and subject to recall at any time. The legislature retains authority before, during, and after the convention, including the ability to issue additional instructions as circumstances evolve. The amendment also includes firm guardrails against exceeding the scope of the convention. Commissioners are prohibited from acting beyond the subject matter that triggered the convention and from voting for amendments that would alter fundamental guarantees for individual liberty, including those protected by the Bill of Rights, as key constitutional amendments. A commissioner who exceeds their authority is subject to immediate removal and criminal penalties. In addition, the amendment establishes clear qualifications and ethical standards for commissioners. Commissioners from Maine must be Maine residents, registered voters, free from federal lobbying, federal employment, or federal office holders. They must swear a written oath acknowledging the limits of their authority. The amendment further creates a small legislative advisory committee to provide real-time oversight. This committee may advise commissioners, monitor the convention proceedings, suspend the commissioners who violate their authority, and fill vacancies when necessary. This structure ensures Maine's delegation speaks with discipline and accountability. Finally, this amendment is procedural. It's not ideological. It does not advocate for calling an Article 5, nor does it promote or oppose any particular amendment. It simply ensures that if a convention occurs, Maine participates responsibly, transparently, and in a manner consistent with the constitutional principles and the will of the legislature. For those reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to support LD 1059 as amended and would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Greenwood. Any questions for Representative Greenwood? Yes, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Greenwood, for bringing this forward. it looks like, and it does have like nice boundaries and so forth, so I agree with that, but the real-time oversight, there was no discussion about who that would be or how that would look.
Okay. All right, in the amendment, it provides for, let me find it exactly. Do you mean the advisors of the commissioners or the commissioners themselves? Because,
The small legislative advisory committee.
sure, okay. Bear with me a minute to find it.
Looks like it's on first page, number 1.
Yeah, that's the definition. We go to page 5, subsection 1023. I'm sorry, 1022 is the advisory committee established. The advisory committee shall consist of the following members: a state senator appointed by the president of the Senate, a state representative appointed by the Speaker of the House, and a member of the legislature nominated by joint action of the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House and approved by a majority of those present voting in each chamber. The advisory committee shall select one of its members to be the chair. So the advisory committee will be appointed strictly by the legislature. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Thank you.
And the legislature would retain the power to, just stop or block or modify or whatever with anything the delegates do. Correct?
Absolutely. And
I mean, that's where the final authority is.
yes, correct.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Greenwood, as you and I both have had a long history with conventions of the state, and you know that I generally don't support them. That being said, I'd be curious to see how delegates are selected in this bill, and if you are concerned that it might take a partisan tone.
So in this amended bill, they're selected by the legislature. But I've given that some more thought, because I've had questions about, if the Democrats are in control, the 5 commissioners could be all Democrats, or if the Republicans in control, they could be all Republicans. But if an Article 5 was to come forward, it has to be ratified by 38 states. So we want bipartisan buy-in. And I would be open to suggestions or even, ensuring that the delegates selected as commissioners for an Article 5 convention be, from the two parties that hold the largest number of seats. So maybe currently the 2 from the Republicans, 2 from the Democrats, and then 1 at large. And I would even consider maybe making it a 3/5 majority of approval rather than just a simple majority, so that, we're truly getting the best of the best delegates to represent Maine.
No, thank you for that. I think that addresses one of my bigger concerns.
Yeah, so I may have an amendment for the work session based on that question and some further thought. Thank you.
Yep, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Representative Greenwood. Can you give me an example of why an Article 5 would be called?
Sure. There have been applications that have indicated maybe a balanced budget amendment, maybe term limits. I think there was one for campaign finance reform that was recently passed in several states. I think those are the big items that are concerning. Again, any request for a convention would have to be, on a subject matter. So I really want to dispel what I believe is, the concern of a runaway convention. So.
Any other questions? Yep, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative, so if the intent is to be part of a group of 38 at least to get this going. So how do we know how other states are selecting the members of these committees?
Sure. So currently 14 states in our nation have what's called delegate limitation acts. And I can provide that for the work session.
Are they consistent?
Some are choosing delegates based on a majority of the legislature, some are appointed. So there is no one size fits all, but I was trying to come up with a model that would be inclusive to everyone, both sides of the aisle, because it takes 34 states to call a convention, but then whatever comes out of the convention, it takes 38 states to ratify. So we truly want buy-in from both sides. We have to work together.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Yeah, Representative Rollins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have testimony.
Microphone.
We have testimony in our folder from people, and there's comments that the state has no power to select or control delegates to an Article 5 convention. Could you comment on that?
I would disagree that if we had enacted legislation like this, that they would be bound by law to work towards this subject matter and proposing forward. That and I'm actually proposing that if somebody violates that oath and goes beyond their scope, that they could be charged with a Class C felony, which is in the bill, as amended.
So I just think we need clarity on that.
Well, that's what this does. This sets a framework. And
Okay,
once
that's fine.
it's passed, we would then join our other 14 states that would have a process for how an Article 5 would move forward, and would they be bound by a delegate limitation act like this?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Representative Gramlich?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Rep. Greenwood, for bringing this forward. I have a couple of questions, and the answer, I wasn't expecting to ask this one, but you piqued my interest in answering Rep. Rollins' question. So what you're suggesting in this amendment is that this bill would also define another level of crime relative to creating a felony. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
Yes. So that I wanted to make sure that we would dispel any myths of a runaway convention, that the legislature would be in charge of these delegates by selecting who they send, having the advisory committee to kind of keep them in check. And if they violate or go beyond that scope, that they would be held accountable. And that accountability, as presented here, would say that they can be recalled. And if found that they went beyond their scope, could be charged with a Class C crime.
Thank you for that. Additional question, Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, go
Thank
right
you.
ahead.
The other question I have, and again, you'll excuse me if I'm not completely conversant in this, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand how this works relative to what we currently have in the state of Maine in terms of our ability and capacity to amend our constitution. We already need to have a 2/3 vote. And then I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, then it goes out to citizen referendum. Can you help me understand how this would be different?
Yeah, I think you're referring to the Maine Constitution as opposed to the U.S. Constitution. This is strictly for the U.S. Constitution, for an Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution.
So there wouldn't be any implications relative to what may or may not happen in the state of Maine.
I don't see that as a concern because they're two different constitutions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, other questions? Representative Salisbury?
I don't have a question, but before we continue on, I'm going to ask our clerk, Liv, if she can go out in the hallway and remove any papers that are on the table that are not specifically sign-up sheets. And just to let the people here or in the overflow room waiting to testify, the only thing that should be on the table are sign-up sheets. If you have something else to add to the discussion, please add it when you testify. Thank you.
Thank you, Liv. Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any further questions. Thank you, Representative
All right, thank you.
Greenwood. I would just note parenthetically, I know that you had brought this up, but the legislature, I think your argument about against the runaway constitutional convention is that when they bring something back, the legislature retains the ultimate power to either accept it or deny it. And so it's not like they're taking power, no power is being taken away necessarily from the legislature. Legislature is still going to be in control of whether it wants to do this or not. Is that correct?
100%.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's understood, or that's what
That
that's
is what
your
my,
argument.
yes,
is.
sir.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this bill can come forward and sign in. And there's a 3-minute time limit.
Hello, committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Haley Shaw. I'm the Regional Director for Convention of States. I'm going to chime in to a lot of what Rep. Greenwood just said here, but if an Article 5 convention is called tomorrow, is Maine ready? How many delegates will you send? How will you decide who is a delegate? And are there consequences if a delegate exceeds his or her authority? Those are not hypothetical questions. They are practical governance questions, and today Maine does not have a clear answer to them. Yeah, absolutely. Representative Greenwood's amendment,
I think you could back away a little bit.
a little bit more.
Just
Every microphone is so
I
different.
know, it is. It is. That's good right there.
I've been to so many where it's like you had to be on top
Yeah,
of it.
right.
Okay.
There you go.
So this amendment fixes a lot of those questions. At its core, this amendment is something very simple and very important. It makes sure that if Maine ever participates in an Article 5 convention, your state's representatives are carefully chosen, clearly instructed, closely accountable, and legally bound within their authority. This bill does not call a convention. It does not advance any specific amendment. It simply creates guardrails, so Maine is never unprepared and never unprotected. This was a serious process put into building this. It is extensive work by Article 5 legal experts and grassroots experts. The process began with a team that compiled and reviewed existing legislation and model legislation from around the country. From that research, they drafted a proposal using the best components of what already exists. The draft was then reviewed and edited by multiple attorneys well-versed in Article 5 constitutional law. Finally, it was reviewed by state legislators whose practical feedback was incorporated into the final version. In short, this is a carefully vetted, legally informed, and legislatively tested. An Article 5 convention is constitutionally authorized, but it understandably raises serious concerns across the political spectrum. People worry about delegates exceeding their authority, the scope of expanding beyond what states intended, or Maine losing control of its own representation. This amendment directly addresses those concerns. What this amendment does, it sets strict qualifications for commissioners, no federal lobbyists, no recent federal officials, no conflicts of interest, requires clear written instructions. Commissioners may only act within the scope authorized by the Maine legislature in the application that triggered the convention. It binds them to a sworn oath. Violating that oath carries a real legal consequence. Creates real-time oversight. A legislative advisory committee can monitor the convention, advise commissioners, and immediately suspend or remove commissioners who exceed their authority. It enforces rules with real penalties. Exceeding authority or interfering with commissioners is a criminal offense. And it preserves Maine's sovereignty. Maine's delegation acts as a unit. Maine controls its vote. Maine sets its limits.
Ms. Shaw,
This-
if I can ask you to wrap up in a sentence or so?
You got it. This is not about whether you personally support or oppose an Article 5 convention. This is just about responsible governance.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Shaw, for being here. I have a couple of questions, and maybe Rep. Greenwood identified this, but I might have missed it. How many states currently have this legislation? Because I know we need a number of states to kind of make it move forward, but what's the current status?
Are you talking about for the commissioner selection part? or
if
for an
this-
application.
If this legislation were to pass,
Mhm.
Maine would be what number in?
There's currently about 14 states that have some sort of delegate selection and, rules kind of thing like that. So you would be 15.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. And then I wanted to just hone in a little bit about what I heard you say in your testimony of Maine losing control of its own representation. Could you elaborate on that and help us understand what that scenario would look like?
Sure. I mean, ultimately you're going to have delegates that will go to a convention and represent Maine. Perhaps they had a question on how, you wanted to proceed with an amendment on term limits. That group could, consult that advisory committee. And the idea of the advisory committee is just to make sure, rather than having to bring in the whole house or, the whole body, that would just be a representative body for you as a consultant if needed.
Yep, go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand and I'm happy to be corrected.
No.
What I thought I understood was that if we don't pass this legislation, that Maine would lose its control over its own representation. But if I'm understanding what you just described, folks would be present. So I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
I would say by passing this legislation, you have ultimate control of how all delegates will be needed, authorized, commissioned when they go to a convention. They'll know exactly what you want from them.
Yeah, Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the question I would have, and we did this with another bill, the time change bill is one that struck to mind, that before it went into effect, there was compliance, there were others had to follow suit and other states had to also pass similar legislation. Would you favor that being added into this bill, that if a convention is called, all states have to have a process in place before they can send delegates? Is that something you would be considering?
No, I don't think that's what I'd be considering at all. I think every state should be sovereign and they should act as they want. So no.
Yep, other questions? Yep, Representative Copeland and then Representative Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize, but I missed your name and your town. It's not on your.
Sure. My name is Haley Shaw. I live in New Hampshire, actually. I live in Allenstown, New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Representative Rollins.
So, I'm not clear on the whole situation, especially with testimony that we don't have the authority. Are we saying if we pass this and 14 other states join us, we're creating that authority? And if we don't, how are the delegates selected now?
Well, I would say by passing this, that answers a lot of your questions, right? If a convention is called tomorrow, who would you send?
So can I, do you mind if I say something? Is that all right? So, and I don't mean to be the interpreter, but this law just sets up, if the Constitution provides a safety valve that says that if the constitutional amendment, that there's an alternative way to present constitutional amendments, and that's through Article 5,
Yep.
which it can be called by a percentage of the states. I think
Yep,
it's
34.
3/4. Right. So all this bill, that bill doesn't, your bill doesn't change anything of that.
Nope.
It just says that if Maine participates,
Mhm.
these will be the procedures, correct?
Correct.
But the state, even if we pass this, doesn't mean we're going to participate.
Correct.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay,
your
I
call.
just think, I just think there's a lot of
Sure. Well, there's,
assumptions
Sure.
being built in. I just want to make sure everybody's clear of what you're asking and not asking, okay?
yeah. I'm not calling a convention. This is just the process to call delegates if you have a convention.
And the converse, if we don't pass it, how are we selecting delegates now?
They would have to be elected by the legislature. Legislature would have to come up with some system to elect delegates, or the leadership would appoint people. I mean,
Mhm.
so there's a vacuum right now, I think, of the
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, I think that's a question people always ask. And so this defines that for your state. And similar states have already passed things like this, so they have that answer already. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yep. Who else would like to come forward to speak in favor?
I'll get to see myself. Mr. Chair, committee, I'm Bevan Corbin. I'm from Acton, Maine. I am the state director for the Convention of States. And I don't have a written speech, but what you're getting handed out here is what we have for legislators to help you understand the process. First of all, 34 states is what it takes to get a convention going, 38 states to ratify. All states are invited, regardless of whether they elected to be part of the call for the convention. All 50 states attend the convention. Every state gets one vote on any amendment proposals. This bill here is an accumulation of best practices that our legal team spent a year and a half gathering from the 14 states that had already passed them. Every state's going to need something in place. So as leaders, my job in the military as a leader was to get out in front of the ball. That's all this is. This is a tool that we are offering you as a state to imply to be ready for a convention of states. If and when, and I say when, we get one called. Eventually it may be called, but this just gets you out in front of it. This is yours. This is nobody else's. This is the state of Maine. Every state's going to have to come up with something on how to pick their delegates. I like the idea that you have 5, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, 1 independent, maybe, something like that. But what you're going to find out is Representative Greenwood and I both know we have been to simulated conventions. Well, we found out once we get there, usually the Democrat-Republican designated drops. We're talking about the structure of the United States government. We're not talking about political sides. So technically it comes down to we as American people are trying to figure out a way to better run our federal government. And that's what this convention call is all about. Every state gets input. Every state gets their say. Your delegates, your commissioners, once they're there, they'll be relaying back to your committee what's going on at the convention. Because anybody and everybody can propose an amendment. The convention talks about it. They get down to every single word in that amendment to make sure it's exactly how the convention wants it to be. If 26 states vote yes on the proposed amendment, then it's sent out to the states. It takes 38 states to ratify it. But your communication with your commissioners while they're at the convention, like Haley was saying, you don't have to call in the whole legislature to discuss it. You have a committee that can work on behalf of Maine, but it's going to be a constant conversation back and forth as these amendments are proposed at the convention. So I hope that clears up a little bit of the process. And that's all I had to say about that.
Okay, Representative Salisbury, you have a question?
I do. Thank you for your testimony. On this document that you shared with us, it says once 34 state legislatures pass our Article 5 application, the states will choose and commission delegates to represent them at the convention to consider. So it sounds like there's already a plan. Now, Representative Greenwood said his bill was not to call or to call in Article 5, but it sounds like you're ready if Maine does.
That's my job,
Okay.
is to get that bill passed. We've
Which
tried
bill?
3 times. That is a whole separate issue. That would be the call for an Article 5 convention. This is simply for your this is a tool for your toolbox to get out in front of when this convention starts. Now, only 14 states have something in legislation. Our people looked at all 14 states. Every state's going to have to come up with something. We're just helping them by offering this tool that you can adjust according to your state laws to your any way you want. This has been modified from our original presentation we gave to Representative Greenwood to fit Maine. Every state gets the same example. It's nothing more than an offering from us to help you get ready for this convention, which is going to happen sooner or later.
Any questions? Yes, Representative Gramlich and then Representative Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Appreciate this little pamphlet is helpful. I appreciate that. I'm curious, just looking at some of the data points, if you could just give me an example, and it might be, I don't need anything exhaustive, but I'm just
Okay.
curious where your data point, 71% believe additional limits on federal power are needed to stop federal overreach and irresponsible federal spending. Can you elaborate on what that means, please?
What that means, that's the third article in our call for a convention of states. The first one is term limits. The second one is fiscal responsibility. The third is the size and scope of the federal government. All the agencies, the 400 agencies we have in the federal government, which you're seeing, a lot of them are not necessary. That is the size and scope of the federal government that we're concerned with there. And that data is a national poll. I don't know who they use to poll that, but
Yeah, go right ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Senator. So I'm sorry, did I hear you say there's 30? I forget the number of agencies that you said, but you think there's a certain number that are unnecessary. Did I get that right? I just want to make sure I heard you
there's over
correctly.
400 agencies.
400, I got
There's
the number
400
wrong.
agencies in the federal government.
And so
That they're going through, that is what we're talking about when we talk about size and scope.
appreciate that. So do you have
Yes.
an idea of what agencies you would propose keeping and
No.
not keeping?
We don't do it. Your legislators at this convention are the ones who propose the amendments. They would set the limitations, say term limits, for instance. One proposal that came up in our simulated convention was 3 terms in the House, 2 terms in the Senate. Can't hold office for another 4 years, kind of like Maine has, until you can run again. This all comes up at the convention. We are only trying to get the convention going. We have nothing to do. Once this convention gets going, it is under you, the legislators at that convention's control. So
Thank you.
whatever comes up for amendments and whatever you all figure out, it should be, because I have no idea how they would go about making an amendment to do that.
Sure, I appreciate that, but I guess what I'm curious about is you've done some simulations. So you talked about, you gave an example for term limits, for example. How have you simulated the federal limits on federal power overreach? Because
When
there's,
we had our simulated convention, we had all 50 states represented. We acted as legislators. From the floor comes your proposals for amendments. So I have an amendment on the size and scope of the federal government. I think this department or the size and scope of the federal government should be limited to no more than 200 programs. Maybe what the amendment is about. I can't really say what it would cover.
Just to
Size
be
and scope.
clear, okay, I think that these are mock events.
Yes.
That are, it's like having a mock trial. These aren't, you're not setting policy. You're just going through
No.
procedures
All we did,
and doing a mock event.
Right.
So that people can see maybe what it might look like, but
What
the
it-
policy itself is not being set by you.
we had 2 simulated conventions in which we invited legislators from all over the country to attend simulated conventions. We went through the entire process of how this convention would happen, and legislators sat there from the floor, from your committee. Actually, what some of you will be doing here in Maine is sitting here figuring out what amendments you might want to suggest at this convention. Because that comes from the states. That comes from anybody. So part of your advisory board would be there, okay, we want you to present this amendment that you've come up with your legislation here in Maine. What do you want to see for an amendment? Or if any, maybe not.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
just a follow-up, if I may, Senator.
Sure.
I do appreciate it.
Sure.
I'm just, I guess what I'm,
That's what I'm here for.
no, that's fine. So if I'm understanding correctly, you all as an entity don't have an opinion or view on what agencies you'd want to keep or not keep, but you want to make it smaller.
No, ma'am. Yeah. That's
Is that correct?
That would be one of the 3 articles that limits that convention to those 3 articles. There may be nothing that comes out of that convention to address that article.
Okay,
If nobody proposes an amendment, nothing gets done.
thank you.
So it's up to the convention. We just wanted to limit it to those 3 articles. That's the size and scope of the convention. Otherwise, it would be kind of crazy.
Okay, Representative Underwood?
Basically, how is the convention called? And, how are the, subject matter, I guess, determined? In other words, what would the, how is the subject matter determined?
It's determined by the call. The first state to make a call for a convention, you can look this up, this is how our US Constitution happened. The first state to call for a convention sets the precedents for that convention. In other words, whatever's in there for articles like ours, this call has got 3 articles. Every state that calls for this has to match those 3 articles. We've had over 400 calls for conventions, but nobody could agree on what the convention was about. So the 3 articles, they all have to be the same. 34 states have to be in agreement, and there's a long history about how size that bubble might be, that it's within the scope. You know, if somebody didn't word it exactly like ours. The reason we're doing it the way we're doing it is that every state will be exactly the same. Once 34 states submit that call for a convention, it is reviewed by the US Senate to make sure that every 34 states agree on what the convention is going to be about. At that point, once they agree, all they do is they set the time, the date, and the place, and they're out of it. And then it goes out to the states, get ready, we're calling a convention, this is where it's going to be, this is what time, and that. So that's how the process goes through, and that's why there's only 3 articles to this. It can't be any more, really can't be any less, but.
Okay. Representative Rollins, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I almost called point of order because we're down a rabbit hole about something that's not in this bill.
Correct.
And we've discussed something that's not here. And probably should have called a point of order, but I just want to make it clear. This bill here is not attached to any convention. It doesn't anticipate any convention. And we just promoted a hypothetical convention. For what reason, I'm not sure of. But this is to set up a procedure when and if, now or forever, there is a convention, Maine has a prescribed method of choosing their delegates. And I think we need to focus on that.
I
Oh, good
apologize
point.
for getting off the rails, but I was just answering
No,
questions.
no, that's all right. Any other questions? Representative Salisbury?
Just to be very clear, the information that was passed out proposes a convention with so I disagree with what you just said, because it very specifically says what 3 items would be that you would like to see at a convention.
Yes, because it's
So-
coming from us, yes, but.
But no, I'm just saying that's what you passed out.
But it was-
So this
yes.
is very clear, and it says specifically, the states will choose and commission delegates to represent them at the convention to consider amendment proposals on 3 topics, so very clearly.
And that also indicates why this is important, because if your commissioners start stepping out of line, they're going to be shot down on the floor of the convention anyway.
Well,
But I
thank you,
mean,
sir. Thank you. I think
I'm sorry.
that everybody has a good point. I understand that's in the stuff. And I'm trying to be the moderator here, but the actual legislation, I think I'm trying to be reduce the confusion, but maybe I'm adding to it. This is your information booklet, your advocate, this is your advocacy, correct? But the bill is this, and that is a separate document. This is just telling us what you folks believe in.
well, that addresses this
Okay,
bill, yeah.
Okay,
That's what that was for, is to help
okay,
explain
okay.
why this kind of thing needs to be in place
Okay.
for every state.
okay, maybe I will let it. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Any other people in favor wish to come forward? Any other, anyone on Zoom in favor? No? Anyone wishing to speak against? Come forward. One at a time and introduce yourself. Yes. What's that?
You doing?
Yes, and
I
we're. at a
wasn't
3-minute
expecting
clock.
to testify today, so
Yep.
how you all doing? My name is Matthew Rhodes. I live in the town of Unity, Maine,
We've got to stop.
and I'm here in opposition to
I
this
just want to
bill.
interrupt you for just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, sure.
Really, this is not testimony, and I'd like to speak to Senator about that, Jay. This is not testimony. These are handouts, and they really shouldn't be going out, if I'm not mistaken. This is
Okay.
not written testimony from somebody, so I'm concerned that we're
Okay.
starting a trend.
Sure.
That we need to talk
Yeah.
about. This is not testimony being provided by somebody. This is
Oh.
handout. So I don't believe that we should be accepting
Sure,
handouts.
sure.
I will defer to the House Chair on that. Thank you. Did you identify yourself and where you're
Yes,
from?
You
Matthew
certainly
Rhodes.
can make a note that you have that available. If someone does want it, they can certainly get that from you. But
Okay,
I
yeah, I
don't-
have some information over here that talks about the, the Article 5. It's called an Article 5 brief. It was put together by Joe Wolverton, who is an attorney with the John Birch Society. I want to make it clear that I'm not here representing the John Birch Society, nor am I acting as a spokesman. But I do want to say that I understand the intent of this bill, and I want to say that it's a bad precedent for creating a bill in the first place, because the delegates cannot be controlled by state legislators. That's unconstitutional. When delegates are, when a convention is called, and they go to Washington or wherever it is they go, in the very loosest sense of the word, they are reflecting the sovereign will of the people. They are acting as federal agents, and so the states can't bind Congress, the states can't bind, anybody, the Supreme Court. So the worst part about these faithful delegates bills is that it's another attempt at reassurance that there's not going to be a runaway convention. And the fact is we've had runaway conventions, and the precedent for that is the Convention of 1787. People were sent to do one thing, to rewrite, fix the Articles of Confederation, and they walked out with an entirely new constitution. So this bill is a bad precedent. So I want to say that one of the things is that again, the delegates are not exercising state power. They are exercising constituent power, the same power exercised by the framers themselves. And there is no historical precedent, not in 1787, not since, where delegates to a constitutional convention were legally bound by instructions. Many delegates in 1787 exceeded their original mandates. They basically took the entire Constitution and threw it out. That's what they did. They came back. My thing is that if the people with convention of states want to fix our government, then do it by amendment, the right process. But this is a way of
If I
really
can just ask you to wrap
in
up
my
in a
opinion,
sentence.
teaching people. Oh, I'm done, I guess. Sorry, I was doing all this stuff. I figured maybe I had a couple extra minutes. But anyway, so that's all I have to say. Bad precedent. Thank you very much for letting me talk. And you guys have a great day. And thank you for all your hard work for the people of Maine.
Can you just repeat your name for me? I'm sorry.
It's Matthew Rhodes,
Matthew Rhodes. Okay. Does
Yeah.
anybody have any question for Mr. Rhodes?
Rhodes. 2 T's. One of the T's is silent. No, I'm just kidding. That's
All right.
so anyway.
All right. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Is there anybody else here that would like to testify in opposition to this bill? Good morning, Representative Salisbury and members of State and Local Government Committee. I am Deputy Secretary of State Emily Cook, our Senior Policy Director with the department, today testifying on behalf of the department in opposition to LD 1059. One of the main duties of the Secretary of State is to manage the important official documents of the state government. Typically, the department generates the oath of office when an oath is going to be filed with the department. The language included in LD 1059 for the oath of office is not the language we have used in the past. Currently, oath language comes from Article 9 of the state constitution.
which states that every person elected or appointed to either of the places or offices provided in this Constitution, and every person elected, appointed, or commissioned to any judicial, executive, military, or other office under the state, shall, before entering on the discharge of the duties of that place or office, take and subscribe the following oath or affirmation. I, and then you state your name, do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state, so long as I shall continue a citizen thereof, so help me God. I, and again you state your name, do swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities the duties incumbent upon me as whatever office you're being sworn into, according to the Constitution and laws of this state, so help me God. Should the committee wish to move forward with this legislation, we would recommend that the committee align the oath language to comport with the state constitution. Furthermore, LD 1059 states that, quote, after a commissioner's executed oath is filed with the Secretary of State, the clerk of the House shall provide to the commissioner an official copy of the executed oath, unquote. Given that the clerk would not be in possession of the executed oath, we are confused about how the clerk would provide an official copy of that oath to the commissioner. Again, should the committee wish to move forward with this legislation, we would recommend that the committee consider how to reorder these steps to provide more logistical clarity. Additionally, the committee will want to consider if the advisory committee referenced in the bill will be a Title V commission, what the terms are for the members, whether members would need to take an oath as well, and how to address vacancies in the advisory committee. We would recommend, again, if you wish to move forward with this legislation, referring to Title V, Section 12004, Part I, to look for examples of other creations. And finally, overall, we oppose any movement toward calling for an Article 5 convention because of the threat such a convention would pose to the civil rights of Americans. Now, when Americans' rights to vote in a representative democracy are already under attack, is not the time to open up the Constitution to potential wholesale change. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Emily. Yes, Representative Powell.
Good morning. So if included in this bill, we included the oath, would your department support that?
I'd say that would allay our concerns about the confusion between the two different types of oaths, aligning it with the state constitution. That would fix that part for us.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Representative Tool.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to follow along with that, would you, and I can't speak for Representative Greenwood, but would you be amenable to working with him on an amendment to allay your first two concerns? I realize the third is a committee decision and a legislative decision, but for the first two, would you be amenable to working with him on those two concerns you raised?
Sure. I think overall we still oppose the bill, but if the committee did want to move forward with something, we would be happy to help make sure that it comports with the Constitution and the laws of the state.
Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cook, and this is helpful. Good to see you. Can you elaborate just a little bit on your second to last paragraph where you talk about Article 5 convention being posing a threat to the civil rights of Americans? Can you just elaborate on what that means, please?
Yes, were an Article 5 convention to be called, they could discuss any topic and propose amendments. So we could see potentially the post-Civil War amendments, those Reconstruction amendments be eliminated. And those are very important for ensuring that all Americans are able to vote in a representative democracy.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Cook? All right, great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else here in the room or on Zoom that wanted to testify regarding this bill, LD 1059? Okay, and that was all the people that we had that were signed up. All right. Yeah, I can choose neither for nor against. All right, is there anybody neither for nor against or anything? Yeah. So that will close our public hearing on this, but is there any requests from the committee for anything, information that you would like to see for our work session? If you do think of anything, please just reach out to Kristen, our analyst. Yes, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were a lot of questions asked, and I understand that Representative Greenwood is going to come back with some things. I just want to make sure that the Small Legislative Advisory Committee, which is assigned to have 5 members, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. What qualifies someone to be the 5th person? Like, are we talking about possibly 3 Republicans or 3 Democrats? Or is that an independent? Or what's the rule on that one, please? For the work session.
Okay, great. We will close the public hearing on LD 1059. The next bill that we will be working on is LD 2069, Representative Tool, an act designating July 21st as Maine Commercial Fishing Remembrance Day.
Good morning and thank you all fellow committee members. It's a pleasure to be here. Senator Baldacci appears to have stepped out, so Representative Salisbury, distinguished colleagues on the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Will Toole. I represent Central Washington County in the 132nd Legislature, and am here today to present LD 2069, an act designating July 21st as Maine Commercial Fishing Remembrance Day. I do so as a lifelong resident of Washington County who has watched scallopers, lobstermen, clam diggers, and other commercial fishermen lose their lives while earning a living at sea. Some lost their lives in the dead of winter, like we have today, navigating rough seas, sub-zero temperatures, howling winds, and driving rain and snow just to bring their catch or their boat safely to harbor. Some went out to dig clams on an early spring morning, never to return home to their loved ones. And others got caught up in their boat's rigging and went overboard on a placid summer day when their friends and neighbors were going to Little League games and cookouts or spending the weekend at camp. Such was the case July 21st, 2023, when Tyler Mishu of Stu Bend went overboard while hauling lobster traps in the Moosabec region. Tyler was 18, graduate of Sumner High School in the Hancock County town of Sullivan, who graduated weeks before and had plans of attending school at Maine Maritime. His aunt, Liz, is with us out on Zoom land today and is the driving force behind this bill. She can tell you her story better than I, but I can tell you that her family held an excruciating weeks-long search for Tyler's remains. They were joined by our Marine Patrol, including Liz's son Alex, who moved to Maine to become a Marine Patrol officer several years before, first responders across the state, and local fishermen who wanted closure. Liz's mother, the Honorable Joyce Maker of Calais, who served in the House 6 years and 2 years in the Senate, is a close personal friend of mine. One of those friends you make up here that you just stay in touch with whether you're in office or not. So I knew the anguish the family was going through and kept them in my prayers throughout the whole ordeal. Tyler's story is not unique, however. Several years before, a young man who married a girl from my neighborhood also went overboard in the middle of the summer. Last year, 4 commercial fishermen from Washington County lost their lives at sea. In all cases, the tight-knit communities of coastal Washington County came together, helped not just with their search, rescue, and ultimately recovery efforts, but donated tens of thousands of dollars to help the families with lost loved ones' expenses, and their expenses carry on. This is right and just, but it is not enough. Liz channeled her grief into action and formed a nonprofit to advocate for fishermen's safety early last year, known as Green and White Hope. Green and white were the colors of Tyler's buoys. Last spring, Liz reached out to the chief executive's office asking if Governor Mills would proclaim July 21st Lost Fishermen's Remembrance Day or something along those lines. The chief executive did so, making Maine the second state in the country to have done such a thing. As admirable as Governor Mills' action was, Liz or someone else would have to come back every year for the same proclamation. When asked to attend a ceremony remembering those lost at sea, Liz had organized for that day, July 21st, I responded that I would be honored to attend and that I would also be willing to sponsor a bill to make the designation permanent. Many of you likely read the controversy that ceremony generated at the time or saw it on TV. Not for anything that Liz had done, but because two fishermen's names who had lost their lives at sea were wrongfully left off a local monument in Lubec to honor all lost fishermen. Liz and many others in the greater fishing community rallied for the lost fishermen. Decisions were reversed, and the names of Chester and Aaron Barrett were added to the monument. Hundreds attended the ceremony in Lubec as a show of solidarity, but also to show support for all fishermen. They paid their respects for all who lost their lives at sea. I only bring this controversy up because it speaks to the importance of remembering our lost fishermen. If Liz had not approached the governor, July 21 would have come and gone like any other day, yet because of it, people were having difficult conversations about honoring those they had lost. Those conversations, while hard and sometimes sensitive or negative, brought to the surface emotions that many in our small coastal communities buried, some for decades, others for generations. The need for a day for Mainers to honor our lost fishermen was and is more critical than ever, if for no other reason than supporting our own mental health. It's more critical because we can't have conversations about safety, well-being, and awareness without remembering those who were lost. Saying to the community that it is okay to grieve, to strive for something better, and to ensure families that their loved one will always be remembered and missed. I'm not proposing to make July 21st a paid state holiday. Much like Senator Baldacci's pancreatic cancer designation bill we heard last session and others, this is an opportunity to educate, observe, advocate, and remember. I know Liz will have another ceremony this year, and maybe others up and down the coast will follow suit. Those ceremonies will help communities who grieve and are ravaged by loss and despair heal. They will help fishermen accept their own mortality and will help our state acknowledge that our billion-dollar seafood industry is not just about dollars, cents, catch limits, and quotas. It's about the people that live a way of life that mean a lot to our state. I thank you for the opportunity to present this bill here today, apologize for the length of this testimony, and ask for your unanimous support at work session, and would be happy to answer any questions, although Liz will have a lot more answers than I.
Okay, any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Representative Toole.
Thank you.
Those wishing to come forward to speak in favor can come right up and please sign in and state your name and your town.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Meredith Mendelson. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Marine Resources. I'm testifying on behalf of the department in support of LD 2069. In 2025, at the request of Green and White Hope Incorporated, a nonprofit organization, as you heard Representative Toole describe, that Liz Michaud started focusing on saving lives of commercial fishermen and bringing every fisherman home to their families and communities, Governor Mills issued a proclamation commemorating July 21st, 2025 as Commercial Fishing Remembrance Day. The selection of that particular date was deliberate, as it was 2 years to the day that the Michaud family lost Tyler Michaud, an 18-year-old lobsterman from Steuben. LD 2069 would make observance of this day an annual occurrence, ensuring that there is an ongoing opportunity to remember and reflect on those Maine fishermen who are lost at sea in pursuit of their livelihoods. In doing so, it will also ensure that there's an ongoing opportunity to recognize the dangers associated with commercial fishing and place renewed emphasis on efforts to mitigate those risks. The Department of Marine Resources strongly supports efforts to support a culture of safety for the commercial fishing industry. For over 20 years, DMR has administered a commercial fishing safety council, which is charged with advising the Commission on fishing safety issues. More recently, DMR supported legislation advanced by Representative Strout to create a department-administered fund that can accept donations to improve safety in the commercial fishing industry and improve the department's ability to conduct search and rescue and recovery operations. In the aftermath of loss that too many Maine families and communities have experienced, it's important to find ways to advance positive change. And for this reason, the department supports LD 2069. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Anyone else wish to come forward to speak in favor? Is there anyone on Zoom? You want to bring them in, please? Is this the person? Oh. Hello, this is Senator Baldacci, Senate Chair, along with Representative Salisbury, the House Chair, and the members of the State and Local Government Committee. If you could state your name and town, and then you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, honorable members of the Joint Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Liz Michaud, a proud native of Down East Maine, a part-time resident of Lubec, Maine, a University of Maine alumna, and someone deeply bonded to the commercial fishing community. I rise today in support of LD 2069. Representative Toole has already shared some of our family's story, so I'll keep that brief. I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Representative Toole for his unwavering support and dedication to this cause. Ironically, or maybe it's a sign, it was exactly 30 months ago today that my 18-year-old nephew tragically did not return from his day of lobster fishing. This devastating loss has left an indelible mark on our family, friends, and community. As Will mentioned, this tragedy inspired me to establish Green and White Hope, Inc. in April 2025. This Maine-based nonprofit is dedicated to enhancing commercial fishing safety through education, technology advancements, and improved rescue and recovery efforts. However, that's not today's focus. My focus today is to share why making July 21st an annual day for the state to honor and remember all of our lost commercial fishermen with Maine Commercial Fishing Remembrance Day is right, just, and earned. In 1880, the U.S. Fish Commission declared Maine enjoys many advantages not possessed by other states for the prosecution of the fisheries. Maine has been a leader in the seafood economy since the 1980s. Today, the Maine fishermen continue to be the backbone of the seafood economy, contributing over 80% of the U.S. domestic lobster market and employing over 33,000 marine living resource persons. This work is 40 times more fatal than the average U.S. profession. Commercial fishing accidents happen, And when they do, they generate significant publicity and calls to action, but that fades over time. This committee's support of Maine Commercial Fishing Remembrance Day and hopefully the ultimate passing of this bill will send a lasting message of appreciation, respect, and support to commercial fishermen, their families, and this heritage industry. Last year, at my request, Governor Mills declared July 21st, 2025 as the first Maine Commercial Fishing Remembrance Day. The request for this day was motivated for the need to honor the profound losses of 4 commercial Down East fishermen in early 2025, as well as many others who have perished across the state of Maine, including Tyler. So their sacrifice is not forgotten. It also was meant to serve as a powerful call to action, urging us to visibly renew our commitment to enhancing safety and recovery efforts, with the ultimate goal of ensuring that every fisherman returns home. The governor's declaration was honored on that day with a heartfelt ceremony at the Lost Fishermen's Memorial in Lubec, Maine. Nearly 200 attendees gathered, including families who had lost loved ones, legislators, dignitaries from the Department of Marine Resources, partner organizations in fishing safety, and members of the fishing community. For the first time, families.
Bishop, if I can ask you to just wrap it up here over time. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. So I guess I'll close with, as we look to the future, I envision many working waterfronts recognizing this day, creating a unified front to honor our lost fishermen with remembrance and hope. I respectfully ask for your support for LD 2069, and I will be open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Yes, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm mindful that this is a public hearing intended for questions, but I did want to extend first my appreciation, Ms. Michoud, for you being here, and to just extend how terribly sorry I am for your loss. As a parent, I can't imagine that kind of tragedy. So I'm going to make a question out of this. Would you envision your establishment of the Green and White Hope that you started in April 2025, an opportunity, if this bill were to pass, to do some more work around commemorating folks relative to these types of tragedies?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, as this moved forward, I've already snuck this in with Representative Toole. I would love to take this opportunity to move ceremonies like this across the state. And I have my eyes on Marshall Point. If things go well within the committee, I am reaching out to them to see if we can move it around there. But I'm really fortunate to have a great partner network across the state and everyone willing to support. So I definitely will continue to push that forward. I can't let go of this one.
Thank you. And again, I'm very terribly sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your time. And as Representative Gramlich said, that we send our condolences and I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wish to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Oh, we do have another one on Zoom? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Hi, good morning. This is State and Local Government Committee. You have 3 minutes to speak. And please just share with us your name and the town you are from.
Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and honorable members of the State and Local Government Committee. I'm Joyce Maker from Calais, Maine, and I'm in support of this bill. There are many reasons why I support this bill. The first reason is when I was a former senator, I was appointed to the Marine Resources Committee as chair. Although I'm from Washington County, I knew little about the industry. I grew to respect the industry and learned the hard work and hardships they go through. The personal losses they go through is hard to comprehend. Several local fishermen have been lost at sea. In early 2025, a father and son duo, Chester and Aaron Barnett of South Addison, died when their scalloping boat, Sudden Impact, sank. In April 2025, 26-year-old Jackson Marston of Addison died in a fishing accident off Massachusetts. And Alden Wallace, who was clamming in Millbridge in 2025. There's risky waters. Cobscook Bay is considered one of the most dangerous, with 15 deaths reported with surrounding Washington, Charlotte County area since 2004, and 7 within a recent 13-month period. These losses prompted the launch of a new nonprofit, Green and White Hope, which you've already heard about, spurred by the death of 18-year-old lobsterman Tyler Mishu. I also would like to extend my thanks to Representative Will Toole for his support and dedication. As a former colleague in Marine Resources, he knows more about this than many do. He served many years on that committee, more than I, and has natural knowledge. This leads me to the next reason I support this bill. Tyler Mishu was our daughter and son-in-law's nephew. He died doing what he loved. And you already heard about him, so I won't go further than that. Our daughter, Elizabeth Mishu, felt she needed to do something. She used an event in Lubec this summer to honor all fishermen that have died and presented new safety gear that might have saved Tyler. She also started the nonprofit called Green and White Hope, because every fisherman deserves to come home. This is a day of celebration, tears, education, to prevent another loss. It already started. Now is the time for the legislature to put it in legislation. Our fishermen and fisherwomen deserve this recognition because of what they give us. Every time you eat your favorite seafood, lobster, shrimp, clams, haddock, etc., think of them and your recognition of this hardship they go through to get this to you. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Joyce Maker. Any questions? Thank you very much for sharing that testimony. And we're also very sorry for your family's loss. And thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Anyone else on Zoom? Okay. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one approach, anyone wishing to speak neither for nor against? Seeing no one approach, then I would call this public hearing to a close. And we can move on to and back to LD 590. Senator Rachel Talbot Ross is here. Thank you, Senator. You just have to turn that mic on in the front.
I think she's coming. Wait. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
It's over here. That's okay.
The sign in.
It's okay. Yeah.
We'll sign in for you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent Senate District 28, which includes part of Portland, part of Casco Bay Islands, and includes the University of Southern Maine campus. I am here today to proudly present LD 590, which is an act regarding the inclusion of racial and other demographic data from state agencies in the legislative process. Back in 2021, during the first regular session of the 130th legislature, Maine took the historic step in addressing long-standing racial disparities that existed across all systems by enacting LD2. LD2 did several things. The first section defined a racial impact statement as an assessment of the potential impact that legislation could have on historically disadvantaged racial populations. The second portion of that bill created a study by the Legislative Council to determine the best method in which to establish and implement a system of using racial impact statements. And the third directed the Legislative Council to conduct a limited pilot project based on the findings of the study for the use of racial impact statements in the second regular session of the 130th legislature. I have a copy of the final report of that pilot for the committee to review at your convenience. So LD2, which is now Public Law Chapter 21, it defined a racial impact statement. It required its usage in the legislative process, and then it set out a process to determine the best methodology for its implementation. That is current law. Very quickly, just so that you remember, the process of this is upon request of a legislative committee, the commissioner of a department or director of an agency is directed to provide data, analysis, and other information necessary for lawmakers to determine whether pending legislation is likely to create or exacerbate existing racial disparities. So this happens before we pass a law. As this committee knows, and I want to thank you for your support, bipartisan support, I might add, in making sure that LD2 became law, Maine is not alone in the use of this important data-driven tool in the legislative process. At least 9 other states have also implemented mechanisms for the preparation and consideration of racial impact statements. Colorado, Connecticut, Florida, Iowa, Maryland, Minnesota, New Jersey, Oregon, and Virginia, as well as the District of Columbia and several municipalities across the country, including Seattle and New York City. So this tool is not new, and it is being used across the country. However, in Maine, the full implementation of LD2, again, Maine Public Law Chapter 21, has not been realized. And our goal to proactively prevent new laws from worsening existing racial disparities and to help undo effects of structural racism has not been met. I believe that LD 590 is one way to take a step forward in those efforts. This bill requires nonpartisan legislative staff to collect and assemble racial data from state agencies that is related to legislation before joint standing or select committees of the legislature. So it's data. It's quantitative data that they will supply. It also takes another historic step forward through the inclusion of other demographic data such as gender, age, socioeconomic status, geography, and disability. With the passage of LD 590, I believe it will encourage lawmakers to pursue more intentional and equitable policy solutions rather than relying on race-neutral or gender-neutral, age-neutral, geographical, socioeconomic class, mental or physical ability neutral approaches that can still produce disparate results. With the passage of LD 590, I believe that Maine will truly make the best possible decisions for our state now and for generations to follow. For these reasons, I urge the committee to support LD 590, and I want to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Senator.
I just wanted to call your attention. I have an attachment here. What it does is it lays out for you those 3 phases that I talked about in LD2, so that you can see there was a study phase, a pilot program, and then the full implementation is supposed to be ongoing, but we never funded it, so it's not ongoing. It's not being implemented. But there have been other key bills and initiatives that the legislature has moved forward, namely one, LD 274 was sponsored by then Representative Denise Tepler, and it deals with health data. I actually have a copy of what they produced also for the committee. Because they're collecting and analyzing their data, they're able to produce really specific health data based on race and ethnicity. So it does work. However, it's not being used in our legislative process like a fiscal impact statement would be used.
Questions? Yes, Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question, I'm trying to recall 590. I'm going to have to go back and.
Oh,
look at-
590 is the current bill.
Yeah. We talk about race neutral, gender, age, geographical, socioeconomic class, mental and physical ability neutral. I know we're talking about collecting the data, which was done in a previous bill, LD2, correct?
LD2 did not collect the data, but I appreciate the question, Representative Greenwood, because I sponsored another bill that's current law that established the state's data governance program. And now we are collecting the consistent data. We are trying to allow our data to be used across systems because just because you get data doesn't mean it's good data. So the data governance program that we passed allows for us to try to produce good data. We have over 2,500 data systems throughout the state of Maine's government, and not many of them don't talk to one another precisely because they don't use the same definitions and the same categories or fields of data.
Okay. I guess I'm wondering about another data point, and it may or may not be related to this, but should we be collecting data on things like citizenship? I think that's important. And I'm just wondering if that's something that could be included in this, should we be collecting that data?
I do not believe that it is included in this demographic data sets. I believe that the legislature, if it wants that kind of information, can seek it. The beauty about LD2 was that it's left up to the committee to request this information. So it's not a mandatory impact statement. We could go a whole 2 years and no committee asked for this information, but it is up to the committee. And you'll notice that in LD2, we didn't define that process. We didn't define the process for committee to then determine. That's up to the committee. We left that up to the committee. Is it a majority vote? Is it the chairs that ask? Is it one? That's up to the committee that wants this information. And so I believe you have quite a bit of room to be able to ask for other kinds of data, should that be appropriate for the piece of legislation that's being considered. Not all legislation being considered would capture that. The other piece I would add, Representative Greenwood, is throughout these other demographic categories, what they're able to show is a disparate result. I'm not sure by capturing citizenship, you're going to see a disparate result. So that's the other distinction. We're looking at disparities, eliminating disparities.
Thank you for your testimony.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for being here and bringing this important legislation forward. I'm curious, and again, it might be a little bit tricky in terms, I'm a data geek, so I love this kind of stuff, but I'm curious if there's an opportunity to, I'm not sure how to pose this question, so just bear with me for a moment. What I see happen often is we pass legislation and then committees of jurisdiction don't really have a keen understanding about where that now law would live or what it means, what the impact is. So wonder if there's an opportunity to do some kind of a report back because I think that data is important. I passed a bill a couple of years ago on firearm fatality data. Now there's an annual report that's issued, which is super helpful. Do you envision something like that? Because I would think it could be helpful moving forward if a particular committee requests, this becomes law and a particular committee may request it, like where's that data live and how might the public access it? Or how might the committee of jurisdiction have an ongoing conversation about it?
Thank you, Representative Gremlich. I'm so glad you're on this committee. That's that's a great question, a great suggestion. Of course, anytime that we can get more information back into lawmakers' hands, that's going to produce the best policy. So as long as that can be done within existing resources, I would absolutely welcome the opportunity for any committee of jurisdiction to get that information. Most definitely.
Thank you, Senator.
I will say that it becomes particularly important. Your point is really, really well taken because we have not been able to implement LD2. We have not been able to implement racial impact statements because we haven't funded a position in OPLA. And so any information back to lawmakers would be improved. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Senator Talbot Ross. I was wondering if for our work session, if we could get a copy of the reports that you mentioned.
I'm going to leave this with you.
Okay.
And I think your clerk can probably request from, the legislative information office
Yeah.
or OPLA would be able to give you, but I will leave this
Okay.
report with you.
All
And
right, thank
also
you.
just this graphic that shows the depth of information that Maine Health Data Organization is able to produce. Thank you, Liv.
I just had because I was on the committee when we passed, I think
That's
I
right.
shared it. But wasn't it the legislative councils? Weren't they supposed to develop a process for this? Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator. And as you'll see in the report, the Legislative Council did.
Okay.
And as I was saying, the reason why we're not currently using impact statements,
Because we haven't funded the position, correct?
we haven't funded the position in the 131st. It's not a full-time position. It would be a half-time position that would be created because the request for this quantitative data may not warrant a full-time position. So we thought we would gradually implement this piece. What's important?
Can I ask? a
Sure.
question? Is the bill that you're presenting today, does that include a funding piece?
It does not include the funding piece. However, I would love to see it as an
Yeah.
amendment by the committee. The reason for the halftime position, I'll be very, very clear. All of the data that you would get, even through the passage of 590 as it's originally drafted, would not get you the analysis. You need a position, a nonpartisan position. You need a position to do the analysis, to interpret what the data says. Without the interpretation of the data, basically you're getting like you're getting just the quantitative component of it. You would not be able to understand perhaps the disparate result of a proposed bill because you wouldn't have the analysis like we do for all committee bills and we are able to do for a fiscal impact statement.
So what I wanted to ask is if you could work with our people and give us a proposed amendment, because I would be happy to support it and introduce it, because, I mean, we can put all the nice statements we want to, but until it gets implemented, it doesn't have an effectiveness. So I think it's important that we include a funding piece. So I don't know if you if you could help us add that or give me some proposed language, I'd be appreciative.
I thank you very much for that, Senator Baldacci. We will not be able to implement any of this and you will just get numbers
Yeah.
if we do not fund
Right.
at least that halftime
Yep.
position.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Any other questions or comments?
Committee
Okay.
members, thank you for your time and
Thank you.
consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, somebody's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Looking at my watch, it looks like it's still morning. So
Yep.
good morning, Senator
Good morning.
Baldacci and Representative Salisbury and members of the committee. My name is Beth Allen. I am here today representing the Coalition on Racial Equity, also known as CORE, to testify in strong support for LD 590. The Coalition on Racial Equity actively pursues racial equity and justice by dismantling structural inequities and disparities. We aspire to a world where influential decision makers, such as yourselves, actively collaborate with affected people and communities, fostering a collective effort to dismantle oppressive laws, policies, and practices for a more equitable and just society. LD 590 builds on the work of the committee, as you heard from the senator, from the 130th legislature and 131st, establishing standards across the government for how we will collect data in a secure, stored public way, way that is also accessible to the public, which is really about providing you all as policymakers with a better understanding of our population here in Maine. Valid and informative data is essential to understand the scope of social, economic, and health inequities in our state. Careful examination of that data will help identify the factors contributing to them, and ongoing monitoring of the data is critical to ensure progress towards comprehensive long-term reductions in disparities. So LD 590, designating the OPLA to complete this kind of data analysis and hopefully analysis down the road, using existing resources. This data will help legislators and stakeholders to really gain some important insight into the impact of potential legislation on individuals across Maine. And I want to point out that in the 131st legislature, I believe it was LD 1948, it also, while racial equity was part of that original bill, the demographic data will also include, not limited to, gender, location, such as rural or non-rural, race, socioeconomic status, veteran status was a part of the discussion and work session added during the last legislative session. And will really provide a well-rounded data for you all when you are looking at potential legislation. Maine and the United States have an unfortunate and long history of enacting policies that disadvantage people of color and that have created generational and economic social disparities. LD 590 is a way for us to make sure that you all have the data and the information in a nonpartisan way to look and evaluate the policies that are before you. I urge you to support LD 590.
Thank you. Any
Thank you very
questions
much.
or comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Karen Luthi, and I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the Maine Center for Economic Policy. I'm here to testify in support of LD 590, an act regarding the inclusion of racial and other demographic data from state agencies in the legislative process, because MESEP knows that good data is the foundation of good policymaking. We all know how powerful legislation can be in impacting Mainers' lives. LD 590 would give legislators, advocates, and members of the public access to more information on exactly which people would be most affected by bills under consideration, especially vulnerable or disadvantaged groups. At MESEP, we believe that all Mainers deserve a fair chance at economic success. But right now, some Mainers face extra barriers to achieving prosperity. Some of these obstacles were created by prior policy decisions and can only be undone through conscious effort in the legislature. LD 590 allows the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis to look at a wide range of demographic data. And while Mainers of color face some of the biggest and longest standing hurdles in our economy, we know that other groups face their own burdens, which can be worsened or alleviated through policy choices. Women, older Mainers, Mainers living in rural areas, and Mainers with disabilities all deserve attention in the policymaking process. Finally, I want to note that LD 590 fills a need that can't be met elsewhere. While groups like MESEP can provide legislators with some data on the impacts of bills in particular groups, we're limited by what's available in public data sets. These don't always have the level of detail that we'd like. And when they are based on national surveys, they sometimes don't produce reliable estimates at the state level for small demographic groups. LD 590 will allow OPLA to request administrative data from state agencies, which can give us a more detailed and precise picture than the survey data. LD 590 will allow you to make more informed decisions and build an economy that works for all Mainers. I urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sam, come right forward. Nice to see you.
Right. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government, my name is Sam Zuckerman. I am the Policy Coordinator of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 590, an act regarding the inclusion of racial and other demographic data from state agencies in the legislative process. The Permanent Commission's role is to examine racial disparities across all systems and advise the Maine state government on ways to improve the status and outcome of historically disadvantaged racial, indigenous, and tribal populations. Data is essential to the work that we do because it helps us track disparities over time and to determine which policies are working. Data also helps us to understand why disparities exist and what other issues they intersect with. Data is essential to our ability to address the systemic nature of many of these inequalities. The Permanent Commission supports LD 590 because it advances Maine's ability to take an evidence-based approach to policymaking by ensuring that demographic data is brought before committees of the legislature. The Permanent Commission views accurate, consistent, and complete data as critical to understanding the needs and experiences of the diverse population that the Maine state government serves. Often, policies that appear to be race neutral at face value have disparate impacts on people of color. And these disparate impacts are not limited to any one policy area. Health, education, wealth, and incarceration are all examples of policy areas where laws may be broadly framed, but where disproportionate outcomes have been documented. In light of the known disparities, ensuring that demographic data is considered consistently in the legislative process is important for ensuring that systemic disparities are not perpetuated due to a lack of information. We urge you to pass this bill to ensure that future legislators have access to all the relevant data when making policy decisions. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to come forward to speak in favor?
My apologies, I did not sign in. Good morning, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Kathy Kilrain Del Rio. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Advocacy and Programs Director at Maine Equal Justice. We're a nonprofit civil legal aid organization working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. And I'm testifying today in support of this bill and the sponsor's proposed amendment. When legislators are making decisions about proposed changes to Maine law, it is essential they have data to determine how the policies they are considering will impact different populations in Maine. We know policies can have different impacts for different populations, whether that is intentional or not. Knowing about these impacts prior to deciding on your support for legislation can help legislators make better informed decisions about policies. Data tells us that there are significant socioeconomic disparities based on race, ethnicity, tribal status, and other demographics in Maine. We see this when we look at the data in systems like education, healthcare, housing, employment, income, wealth, criminal justice, and more. Since these systems all intersect and contribute to overall wealth, it's not surprising that we see some of the starkest of those disparities in poverty rates. For us at Maine Equal Justice, this is most notable when we look at poverty data. Census data illustrates disparities in poverty rates, and I apologize for the weird formatting. I was having many technology issues this morning. 10.4% of Mainers who identify as white, non-Hispanic are living in poverty. Mainers who identify as Hispanic, American Indian, or of two or more races all experience higher rates of poverty, with the highest rate, 26%, experienced by Black Mainers. The disparities we see in different areas are the result of a complex set of factors, including unfair laws and policies. As lawmakers, you have a significant role in not only working to undo the effects of structural racism in our laws, but to also prevent further harm as you consider new laws. Furthermore, you have the opportunity to be proactive with policies that intentionally work to reduce disparities. The stark racial disparities and poverty in our state won't begin to change until we craft laws that explicitly target those disparities. For example, in the 130th legislative session, when the HHS committee was considering legislation to expand eligibility to the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP, to 300% of the poverty level, data provided during the process showed that this would benefit a majority of Maine children, and it would also reduce disparities in healthcare coverage for Black, Indigenous, and children of color. And just to note, that was actually one of the pilot reports that came out of the pilot that the senator spoke of earlier. At the time, it was estimated that 43.7% of BIPOC children in the income range impacted by the bill were uninsured, while 23.5% of white children in the same income range lacked health insurance. By ultimately passing this law, legislators helped children of all races while also proactively addressing historical inequities for BIPOC children. And I appreciate your consideration and urge you to vote ought to pass on this bill, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak against? Is there anybody on Zoom? No. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeing no one approach, anyone wishing to speak neither for nor against? Seeing no one approach, I believe the public hearing is closed. Thank you. And the next matter is a work session for LD 1741.
We just need to give person a few minutes to switch the setup.
Okay, so we're gonna take a brief recess for about we'll take a brief recess for about 10 minutes. And, okay, and then get set up? Okay.
She just needs to switch it to. Yes. Thank you. Oh.
Mike's not on.
Kristen, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yes, and we have LD 1741.
That is correct. If you don't mind, I will just speak with Liv and just have this analysis passed.
Okay.
Thank you. So this is LD 1741, an act regarding county law enforcement administration and rural law enforcement. I will kindly note that an amendment was distributed to the committee that was prepared by Sheriff Brackett, and it is my understanding Sheriff Brackett as well as the sponsor are present with us today. If it may help the committee, I would be pleased to go through a bill analysis of the bill as printed, if that may provide assistance to the committee or if the committee would like to understand the amendment first, happy to proceed accordingly.
Why don't we understand the amendment first, since we're probably going to go to it directly anyway.
Certainly. So I would be happy to defer to Sheriff Brackett or the sponsor if they would like to speak to the amendment that they have prepared for the work session today.
Great, thank you. You want to come?
Refer to the sheriff, thank you. Great.
There you go. That's a professional move right there. Yeah.
I learned from you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, distinguished committee members. My name's Todd Brackett. I'm the sheriff in Lincoln County, beginning my 24th year as sheriff. What you have before you is originally was a bill to address what we think is aging parts of Title 30A as it relates to in our case, the relationship between the sheriff and the county commissioners and who plays what role. We had a great meeting thank you for tabling the bill. It allowed us more time to meet with the county commissioners. A group of sheriffs, group of commissioners met last week for several hours, went through the bill in detail, and came up with this proposed amendment. And also came up as a side note with the agreement that we'd really like to work together as county government to maybe come back at another time and try to address some other issues in Title 30A. But it's appropriate for us to set those aside, I think, at this time. So what you have before you is, from my perspective, or from the sheriff's perspective, and I think the county commissioners agree, is a relatively minor change to existing statute that clarifies the role of the chief deputy sheriff, who's appointed, essentially acts as the deputy police chief, if you will, within the sheriff's office, and explains more clearly what the role of the chief deputy sheriff would be in the event of a vacancy in the office of sheriff, and simply asks that as part of procedure, if when the nomination for reappointment by the governor to fill a vacancy, that acting sheriff just be considered in whatever names are put forward as a matter of process more than anything else.
Right. So this document, which has been given to us as the amendment, is this the entire bill now?
That's I don't know if that's up to me, but that's the entire.
No, so it's a full strike and replace. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I knew. Yep. Any questions of the sheriff? Yes, Representative Tool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I recall correctly, that this was carried over. There wasn't a public hearing at the time, and there does seem to be a lot of confusion. I'm looking at the original bill and I see a bunch of things to do with a rebuttable presumption and a succession plan for vacancies and such. And while I don't have a problem with working around with addressing what happens if a sheriff is not able to continue on in their capacity, I don't necessarily think that a rebuttable presumption and getting super deep into a county's relationship with a sheriff or vice versa, coming from a county where there's a lot of turbulence for any number of things, is probably such a good idea. But all that being said, I would feel more comfortable not voting on this today and maybe potentially having a full-blown public hearing, given that one wasn't had.
Well, I don't know what was there a public hearing? I thought there was.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Chair. So we did have a public hearing, but we received just two pieces of testimony at the public hearing. One was from the sponsor, that was a request to carry the bill over.
Yeah.
And then we also received one other piece of testimony at that time, which was for the bill as printed from the Maine County Commissioners Association.
Okay.
And that was on the bill as printed. If I may, rather than a strike and replace, it's my understanding that this amendment makes some changes to section 2 in the bill as printed and retains as printed section 3 and 4 of the bill.
Oh, okay.
If that may help. And I certainly, only if it assists the committee, I do have an analysis of the entire bill. Some of that will pertain to the provisions retained in the amendment today, and some are not. So certainly would be happy to proceed at the direction of the committee.
Okay, Representative Greenwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, this is not a strike and replace. This is what's here, but would also include the sections 3 and 4 are already on the sheet. So what else am I missing on the original bill that would still be retained? And then I have another question regarding the information in red.
Certainly. If I may.
Yeah, go right ahead.
It's my understanding, and Sheriff Brackett, I will also defer to you that the amendment that you have prepared for the committee today reflects what you would hope the complete bill would look like in the end. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the other provisions in the bill, which would mean sections 1, sections 5, and section 6, would be, for the purposes of the printed bill, struck or not included. And the remaining provisions, I should say, would perhaps be section 2 with the red language you've provided, and sections 3 and 4 in the bill as printed with no changes. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Sheriff Brackett.
Representative Greenwood.
Thank you. What would be the implication? Because currently it must come from the same political party. What would be the implication if the chief deputy is to be considered wasn't from the same party as the outgoing sheriff?
I think clearly under the rules that his or her name couldn't go forward. So that's a requirement, I think, of, I don't know if it's rule, I don't know if it's rules, Secretary of State rules, as far as the process for replacing a sheriff. Nominations are to be brought forward. I think there's a requirement, like with other county offices, that if it's a partisan office, then it has to be a member of that party's names that's brought forward until the next election. So all we're asking is that if, and that's why the word if is there, if the chief deputy sheriff is of the same party that's holding the office, and if a local county committee is asked to make nominations to the governor's office, then the acting sheriff who meets that criteria would just be included in those names.
All right. So as long as it's an if, I have
an if.
no concerns with
It's an
that
if,
whatsoever.
absolutely, yes.
And can we touch on section 3 as well with the section A, the decision and not? Can you just expand on really how that would play out?
Yeah, so honestly, that was when we drafted the bill, just the way it was worded originally, the language you see there, the failure of a sheriff to reappoint just didn't seem clear to us, so we're just trying to clarify. Our intent is to not change the intent of that section, but it's the decision of the sheriff not to reappoint. Is really what's happening or would be happening in that situation. We didn't see it as a failure.
Yes, go ahead.
So the sheriff can choose not to reappoint. And is this in regard to any deputy or the chief deputy? Because it doesn't specify chief, it just says any deputy.
Yeah, so that section really, I think practical matters refers to a disciplinary situation that the sheriff might be involved in with an employee. And there are a number of other areas in statute that govern that. What that simply says is that is that if the sheriff decides not to reappoint, then this is the, we have the subject to the standards and procedures that's found elsewhere in Title 38. So it was really just sincerely intended to just clarify that sentence.
And this,
Get rid of the
so
word failure.
in reading it further, it would be, except for the appointment after the end of a probationary period. So it would be, if they decide not to reappoint a sheriff, a deputy sheriff, but leaving out if it's related to, a probationary period. So it would be if,
That's right. And just to, and yes, and just to be clear, all those, we're not in, our intent is not to change the current requirements set forth elsewhere in statute. For example, if there's a 1-year probationary period defined by statute post graduation from the academy, that would apply. Any recommendation for dismissal has to be approved by the county commissioner. That's another part of Title 30A, for example. So this is just our attempt here. We may not have accomplished it, but our attempt here was just to clarify this sentence.
Representative Tool?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I'm following things correctly, it's your intention to do away with section 1, which is lines 1 through 13. That's the part that deals specifically with the rebuttable presumption, and your wish is to have that deleted from the bill, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that allays probably my biggest concern with it.
Other questions for Sheriff Brackett or about this bill and the amendment? Yes, go ahead.
What was the need under Chief Deputy's powers, line 39 of the original bill, and the new sheriff has qualified under law? What was the need to remove that? I mean, I think one would assume that the governor would appoint somebody that is qualified to fill the position, but whenever I see striking language, I'm like, what was the reason why it was needed, or some explanation thereof?
Again, the requirements for appointment to the office of sheriff are spelled out elsewhere in Title 38. They're very clear. You have to have a law enforcement certification. You have to have supervisory experience, et cetera, et cetera. And I think the drafter just thought that this was redundant. There's no problem to leave it there, I think, but nothing in this proposal changes those requirements that are already there in statute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just gonna take a 5-minute corner caucus. Nobody leave the room. Please. You guys all set to come with me in the office really quick? Thank you. Except you, Sheriff Brackett, you can do whatever you want. I'm just kidding. I'll just-
Thank you.
But not eligible.
Right. That never happens.
Kristen, was there any input from the Maine County Commissioners Association on this?
On the amendment, it is my understanding that was not distributed publicly, so it was only on the print.
And they testified in opposition to the original.
Oh, I would have that in my.
That's me all day.
Yeah, no, I think we're good with this.
That is correct.
Yeah, no, I see your point. The chief deputy might not be, the chief deputy could be on the jail side. Yeah, and maybe Chair.
All right.
I could touch on.
Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you for your patience. Just before we continue, we're going to have our analysts go over shared a technical consideration that we should discuss.
Thank you,
Go
Madam
ahead,
Chair.
Kristen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will say in the bill analysis that was distributed, certainly that was on the bill as printed, but it is my understanding the amendment presented for the committee's consideration today does still retain some provisions of the originally printed bill. So one technical consideration that remains that I had raised just if the committee wanted to consider was whether the use of the term acting sheriff would be constitutionally permissible. So if you're looking at the bill as printed, that appears in section 2, line 24, and in section 4, line 36. So lines are not included on the amended language, but that language is still retained. Where this technical consideration comes from, if you look at the bill analysis on page 2, you'll find that Article 9, Section 10 of the Constitution governs the selection, tenure, and removal of county sheriffs from office. That section has been reproduced there, where Section 10 reads tenure of sheriffs. Sheriffs shall be elected by the people of their respective counties by a plurality of the votes given in on the Tuesday following the first Monday in November, and shall hold their office for 4 years from the first date of January next after their election, unless sooner removed as in herein provided. There also is a provision in section 10 for the removal of sheriffs from office and replacement, which reads, whenever the governor upon complaint due notice and hearing.
Yes, Representative Rollins.
I'm sorry, but we don't really know where she is at. We're trying to find.
Oh, certainly. That's.
I did just want to say, if I'm reading it correctly, this bill, this amendment, this would be the only wording in the changes. So I don't see acting sheriff on here unless I'm missing it.
Oh, no problem. I think on this page, it reads acting sheriff. On section 2, it's the second line from the bottom in red text.
Oh, I see now. Okay.
And in section 4, it's also retained in the second line under chief deputy's powers, if that may help.
I see what you're saying. Okay, do you guys have this paper? This is okay. All right, sorry.
No, no problem. No,
Back and
that's what I'm
forth.
here to do.
All right.
To help find that. So if everyone found that, and also, Representative Rollins, to your question, page 2, if that may be helpful as well, where that provision is included for the removal of sheriffs. So, that provision reads that the governor may remove such sheriff from office and appoint another sheriff to serve for the remainder of the term for which such removed sheriff was elected. All vacancies in the office of sheriff, other than those caused by removal in the manner aforesaid, shall be filled, and there's a vacancy provision. Broadly, the possible concern for the committee's consideration is introduction of the term acting sheriff. Currently in law, it does provide for the provision of the chief deputy. And I just wanted to raise for the committee's consideration, there may be some constitutional considerations regarding kind of creating the title of acting sheriff, given that a sheriff in that position is established in the Constitution. There's a chief deputy established by law. Maybe something the committee wants to consider as technical language, and certainly happy to assist the committee as you may want to proceed.
So by keeping the definitions the same, changing it to deputy sheriff, or would that take care of that, or interim, or what would it be?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the concern more is the creation of the term acting sheriff rather than describing the duties that the deputy sheriff would be granted in the situation of a vacancy of a sheriff. That may alleviate the possible technical concern that may arise by creating a term acting sheriff. This may not rise to a challenge or a constitutional issue, but something to raise. The committee may determine that it is not. But there is the kind of tenure of sheriffs, and that terminology is included in the Constitution. There is a chief deputy that has been established. The committee just may want to consider whether creating the term acting sheriff, it's my understanding in statute, and certainly would defer to other experts in this space, but acting sheriff is not currently a term used in statute. We typically have described the chief deputy's powers in the situation where there's a vacancy in a sheriff. So creating that term acting sheriff may potentially be something the committee may want to consider, or the committee may not be concerned with that.
Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm in support of the bill. I do hear your concerns about the term acting sheriff. So I'm just wondering if we could, I guess one question I have would be for the Sheriff Brackett who's here, if he could clarify if a chief deputy could ever be in the position where they're not eligible to be sheriff. That would be question 1. Could the sheriff appoint a chief deputy that would not be eligible to be the sheriff?
Well, I don't think so. I think the chief deputy sheriff is a law enforcement officer. Law enforcement officers are defined and would have to meet the criteria of statute, which means they'd have to be, certified by the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. Laws changed though, right? And there was a time when the sheriff could just have a corrections certification, didn't necessarily have to have a law enforcement certification. So I'm not the expert, but I don't think so. I don't think there's any circumstance where they would either, I'm 99% sure they would have to have a law enforcement certification. There's no way that they could fill that position as a law enforcement officer, or be sworn as a law enforcement officer without meeting the academy licensing requirements set forth in statute and by the Board of Trustees at the academy.
Yeah, I think it was 2 sessions ago where it changed the qualifications of sheriff. Putting that aside, I think I'm in support of the bill as a strike and replace overall. And maybe during language review, we could just address the term acting to see whether or not it needs to be modified in any way, whether it be interim or revert back to chief deputy in the absence of the sheriff or something along those lines. But I'm willing to make a motion to. I'll defer.
Senator Martin, if you'd like to introduce yourself and then ask a question.
And Joseph Martin, Senate District 19, the central part of Oxford and Franklin County, north to the Canadian border, 28 towns that we don't need to sit here and listen to me spout off for the 10 minutes, and a whole bunch of townships. My question to you is, does this negate what's going on now as far as how a sheriff is picked to go to the governor? I don't see that in here anymore. And I see where it might put it away. Right now, the process is if a sheriff is fired, the nomination committee is the county committee for whatever party it is, whether it's the Democrats or the Republicans. If that sheriff's in there, they put together at least 3 nominees to send to the governor. That's the process right now. This seems to go around that, and I would want to see that. I would want to see that back in the language. It is there because I did it twice in Oxford County.
Senator, if
So, you could explain that to me.
Sure, that's not our intent. If you look at section 2, I don't know if you have the clean copy.
Yeah.
So in that, the third, the section in red there, seeks to solidify exactly what you're saying is that, and all we're asking is that if the committee submits names to the governor and if the chief deputy sheriff, which is, get rid of that acting sheriff thing. If the chief deputy sheriff is of the same political party, then the chief deputy's name should be included in those 3 is all we're asking.
I see.
Does that make sense to you?
It does. It takes a little bit of the power away from the committee that sends the nominations to the governor. And that was a really important part of some of the stuff that we did when we had to replace a sheriff or thought we were going to have to replace sheriffs in other times in different counties. So I'd want to, I don't see any of that language that I know is somewhere. I see this, but that replaces whole subsections of law that used to be there. Well, it does. I saw it. At one point when we were doing all that stuff in Oxford County, there was a whole long list of stuff that the
I think there are.
county attorneys showed us.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Senator. I think that there may be some rules that the Secretary of State has around elections and the election process and the nomination process. I don't find that anywhere in statute. So, and again, our intention is not to tie the hands of any nominating committee or any number of names that are put forward. All we're asking is that as sheriffs, is that if we have a person who's been acting in that capacity for a period of time that and meets the qualifications required to be nominated to begin with, including the qualifications to hold the office of sheriff, then that person's name should just be included with whatever other names the committee sends forward.
Okay, now I don't say this to be controversial.
No, I
I
understand.
just, and I'm late to the party here. This is the first time that I've been in the committee because 2 committees at the same time and I'm across the hall. That's where I've been most of the time. But when I saw this, I said, oh, I've been through this and I don't see that. So that's why I'm asking the questions. It makes me feel better to hear what you had to say and should make everybody else in the room feel better too, that somebody's looking at it from a little bit different way, but.
And if it helps you, this draft comes from a lot of work with the county commissioners, with the MCCA was at the table, helped us draft this language in the amendment to try to make sure that any concerns that the county commissioners may have in that situation were addressed as well. And we have consensus on that for if that's helpful to you.
That's helpful. And we talked with the county commissioners at the same time. There's a whole different story that doesn't need to be told here, but yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move a motion of ought to pass as amended, with this as a strike and replace. And just clarifying whether or not in language review, the term acting on the lines indicated in this bill would be appropriate or inappropriate, but can be modified. And I would look for a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Yes, Representative Copeland?
I would just ask if an amendment could be, specifying that we will not be using the word acting sheriff. Because I think that, like Kristen said, it's the first time it's in law and it's gonna, have unintended consequences. So if we can rule that out, that would be my input. Thank you.
I'm fine. I mean, I think in concept, I think we all know where we want to go. I would agree. I wouldn't want to add a new undefined word into statute, so that we look for the appropriate word to effectively, replace the word acting. And if it's interim, pro tem, et cetera, something along those lines. But, that we fit it so that it's statutorily appropriate and constitutionally prudent.
Any other discussion? Okay, Liv, I think we're ready for you to take the vote.
All right, in regards to LD 1741, the motion is ought to pass as amended. We'll start with Representative Tool.
Yes.
Representative Tool, yes. Representative Underwood.
Yes.
Representative Underwood, yes. Representative Adams, absent. Representative Pomelo.
Yes.
Representative Pomelo, yes. Representative Greenwood.
Yes.
Representative Greenwood, yes. Representative Gramlich, absent. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury, yes. Senator Baldacci, absent. Senator Martin. Senator Martin, yes. Senator BB Center, absent. Representative Copeland.
Yes.
Representative Copeland, yes. Representative Rollins.
Yay.
Representative Rollins, yay. Representative Farren.
Yay.
Representative Farren, yay. With 9 members present, the ought to pass as amended unanimous.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you. Representative Stover, Sheriff Brackett. Okay, we just need a quick minute to get back to public hearing status. All right, we're going to move back to public hearings and we'll move forward with LD 2009, which is presented by Senator Moore of Washington County. Thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it.
Thank you. No problem. You guys have a busy day.
Yeah, really. Good afternoon, Representative Salisbury and distinguished members of the state and local government. My name is Mary Ann Moore, and I proudly represent Senate District 6, which includes all of Washington County and 16 communities in eastern Hancock County as well. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce LD 2009, an act to allow a political subdivision to enter into federal bankruptcy proceedings. I have attached a proposed amendment to my testimony for your review that I'll mention a little bit later in my testimony, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'd like to start out explaining what started the conversation regarding this bill and its intent. This past fall, you might recall the media coverage of the financial situation Washington County found itself in, facing a shortfall of funds and the possibility of having to default on its tax anticipation note with Machias Savings Bank. To give you a little bit of background, it all started with a change in the accounting rules in 2019, whereby carryover amounts in a department's budget were being shown as revenue, not considering overspent line items. Add in the $6.1 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds in 2021, which were placed in a separate savings account to fund the new sheriff's building. Complicated when the previous finance administration began to use the funds to cover the cash flow shortage, transferring between the savings account and the general fund. Throw in the years without financial audits to further skew the actual funds available to run the county. Years of using this carried forward method artificially suppressed the amount of money needed to operate the county, making the impact lower on communities than it should have been to provide the services the county was mandated to provide, and depleting all cash resources the county had on hand. The result? When the 2021 audit was finally completed, it was estimated the county would be unable to repay its 2025 TAN of $7.6 million plus interest. When combined with years of overspending, nearly $1.4 million per year on an average since 2021, and this year's, the 2025's projected revenue shortfall, Washington County was estimated to be underwater by about $11 million, which led to the decision to ask the voters to approve a bond for $11 million. To meet the September ballot deadline, the referendum article was written and placed on the November ballot, ultimately failing. In the meantime, in an effort to help the county commissioners find a solution, my staff researched potential financial bailouts that I might be able to submit for consideration to meet the September cloture date, which resulted in the introduction of this bill as another tool in their bailout efforts. Our research discovered the U.S. Bankruptcy Code, Title 11, Chapter 9, governs municipality bankruptcy, allowing financially distressed cities, towns, and public agencies, but not states, to reorganize their departments with creditors through court-advised supervised proceedings, focusing on debt adjustment plans rather than liquidation, a process unique for public entities seeking financial relief while preserving the state's sovereignty. Research indicated that 30 states permit political subdivisions to file for Chapter 9 relief. Maine does not, and this bill seeks to change that. I will add, I did submit another bill requesting one-time funding from the state to help cover the TAN. However, it was not approved by the Legislative Council and it was not brought forward. I know a lot of financial institutes, including Machias Savings Bank, are concerned about the implications of this bill. I am reminded on a grander scale, any time a business defaults on installment interest or the principal of a bond or a loan, alarm bells go off with its creditors who could force it into bankruptcy. If it's a public company, much like what Maine experienced with the bankruptcy filing of MotiveCare, the company that provides non-emergency transportation services across the state, that could cause ripples in governments, stock markets, and even entire industries. But what if it's a municipal government? There have been examples over the years where political subdivisions such as cities or counties had to declare bankruptcy. Cities like Detroit, Michigan, Stockton, and San Bernardino in California, and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, all went through a Chapter 9 bankruptcy, the chapter that is applicable to the municipalities. While it is rare for counties, there have been a few, and the largest bankruptcy case ever by a county was that of Jefferson County in Alabama in 2011. Saddled with over $4 billion in debt, a series of events involving corruption, bribery, and fraud related to a failed sewer system project that led to the county's financial collapse, which is not the case in Washington County. So let me talk about the bill a little bit. As indicated by the title, this bill would allow political subdivisions to enter into a federal bankruptcy proceedings. A political subdivision is defined as a local, separate legal governmental entity created by a state to exercise specific governmental functions such as counties, cities, townships, school districts, or special districts like water or utility districts that are operating under state authority for local administration and services. These entities derive their powers from state law and manage powers like taxation or eminent domain at a local level. As we all know, filing for bankruptcy is a serious matter and is not something taken lightly. As I mentioned before, Title 11, Chapter 9 bankruptcy is not liquidation, but rather debt reorganization. To avoid frivolous filings, I attempted to put guardrails in place. The county, number one, the county and municipality has exhausted all reasonable alternatives to resolving its debt obligations, number one. Now, number two, I've added at the request of Maine PERS, and you see that on your amendment. It was brought to my attention of the liability that the counties and the municipalities that belong to it would have. So I added the guardrail number 2 to say, if the county or municipality is a participating local district in a plan under Title V, Part 20, that has an unfunded actual liability, the county municipality has satisfied its portion of that fund, the unfunded actual liability as determined by the Chief Executive Officer of the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. So as you see, I did add that to the amendment for your consideration to add that additional guardrail there. Now, the third one I have on there is the county or the municipality has been determined to be insolvent by the state auditor. And the last one, a majority of the county commissioners or municipal officers have voted to approve the filing of the petition. While Washington County is not out of the woods yet, they have taken major steps to correct the situation and to prevent this from happening again. However, we continue to receive reports from counties and municipalities that are struggling to make ends meet. Therefore, I have decided to move forward with my bill. Again, filing for Chapter 9 bankruptcy should not be taken lightly. I've attempted to put the guardrails in place to protect the financial institutions and the political subdivisions from going into total state receivership. I ask for your support in passing LD 2009, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Senator Moore. Questions, Representative Toole?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator, for what has undeniably been down east a very trying, stressful few months. So I want to get a timeline of how this bill came about and when it came about and such. You noted in your testimony that this was brought out and researched in early September. And at that point, did you reach out to the county commissioners at that point and receive feedback and go from there throughout the course of the next few months? Could you explain how that all worked? Did you submit this on behalf of the county commissioners with their consent?
Thank you for the question, Representative Toole. At that time, yes, I did have their support. What I was trying to do, we were all trying to find different ways. We were kicking rocks and trying to find things that would help us get out of the financial situation we were in. The county commissioners inherited this situation. We had a new county manager. We had a treasurer that was out on medical leave with her husband. So we were looking for everything and anything. And so one of the things, the bill I did mention about asking the state for one-time funding for the TAN was a suggestion by the county commissioners. When we did the research and found the ability to file Chapter 9 bankruptcy and do the debt reconciliation, the commissioners were behind me. In fact, they listed that on their long list of, I don't know, about 30 items of good faith efforts that they were taking when we were talking to the citizens of Washington County, trying to encourage them to pass the $11 million bond. And so at that time, we were trying everything and anything to be able to do that. While this is not their request, this is not what they are choosing to do, because we are doing other things and really feeling like bankruptcy is not the answer for Washington County. I did start out in a good faith effort to just try to help the county itself.
And I thank you for that. And so over the course of the next 4 months-ish, from the time the bill was allowed in, they reviewed the language, had an opportunity to review it. When it came out in December, co-sponsors sought, and it was scheduled for a public hearing. And that is correct, right?
That is correct, Representative.
So last week, they chose not to support the bill for reasons which they've explained. And here we are. Do you have any thoughts on why this bill, in light of that, is still necessary and important?
And I appreciate the question, Representative Toole. I was a little disappointed, I'll be honest with you, last week when I did find out that the Washington County Commissioners did not support my bill unanimously. What I understand is that the Maine County Commissioners Association was reaching out to all of the commissioners requesting their input as to how they wanted the association to support the bill or not support the bill. And that's where I think you'll be hearing testimony in opposition of the bill itself. The reason I felt like it was necessary to move forward with that, and I understand it may need some more work to it, and there may be some, and I'm open for whatever work it is, but I feel like it's a tool that we need to make available on a bigger scope, not just for Washington County. This was not just for Washington County. My intent was to help the counties and the municipalities, because in this day and age, we're finding all kinds of different financial situations. The property taxes are going up, our county taxes are going up, our expenses are going up, and it's making it more and more difficult for our citizens to be able to pay their property taxes. So I felt like this tool, instead of withdrawing the bill or requesting, it not have the public hearing scheduled, leave to withdraw, I chose to go forward with it because I feel like, regardless of what the situation is in Washington County, that we need to have this tool available in the state of Maine and go forward from that.
All right, Senator Baldacci.
Senator Moore, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I do have some questions, and then I don't know if you can answer them because they're really more directed towards the county commission and the county commissioners, but with the chair's indulgence, I have a couple of questions. So what is the annual budget of the county?
Oh,
you know?
you would ask that question, and I've got the folder in the break room.
Okay. Well, let me move on. I mean, the population of Washington County is about, what, 35,000?
It's 31,000.
31,000.
That's why I have
Okay.
16 communities in Eastern Hancock County now, so.
Yeah, yeah. And 11, what I want to know is, I know that there's been an audit, but the money went someplace. Do we have any ideas where the money went? Do we know how it got misspent? And what is Washington County doing to prevent that from happening again?
And thank you for the question, Senator Baldacci. I want to assure everyone, we have looked deep and hard into the possibilities of any fraud and any misuse of the funds. There is a question as to why the transferring of the ARPA funds from the savings account to the general fund and being used for the cash flow, whether or not that was the proper usage of the funds. So that has been referred to the Attorney General. We also looked at the treasurers are bonded, the county commissioners are bonded, and if this was truly a mistake, if it was was not intentional, it wasn't a mistake. Can we get the bond money, to help pay for this? What really happened is that, and I was sat on the Budget Advisory Council for a couple of years there. Every year, we thought we had more reserve money or surplus funds available, and in an effort to try to hold taxes down for our communities. That's what they would use. While the budget went up a little bit and we were covering all the mandated services that we needed to cover, we just were not passing that tax increase on to the county or to the municipalities. We were actually using our surplus funds. Unfortunately, without having a good audit to that, we didn't know how much we really had.
And who's been employed for the audit? Do you know?
I don't remember. I don't recall the
Okay.
name, Senator.
But
Ball.
I'm-
I can
I'm
get that
hoping-
for you.
I'm just hoping that there's an independent audit that occurs.
There isn't.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the 2021 audit was completed, as I mentioned, and that was presented in August. The 2022 has recently been submitted. The cash flow problem was identified in 2021, and then they quickly changed the policy in 24 so that going forward we would not have this problem. We have not experienced an excessive amount of shortfall or that we had experienced before. The county commissioners are pushing hard to get the 23 and 24 audits completed to the point where in this year's budget for 26, they set aside $50,000 additional to hire an additional audit firm to help out so that we can indeed be able to, so that when we do the budget for 2027, we know exactly how much money we have. We think we know it's close to what we have, but we wouldn't know for sure.
Because I have concerns about authorizing any kind of bankruptcy relief if we don't know yet where the money went. There's a lot of unanswered questions.
There is.
And I think that as legislators, we need to know exactly what happened in order to prevent it from happening again. Having said that, I'll put on another hat and say, I would love to see this be an opportunity, because many counties are facing financial struggles.
Right.
Okay, I would love to see this as an opportunity for some sort of bipartisan effort to address the county. Particularly, I get messages from our county commissioners, Andre Cushing and others. He's the chair of the county commission
correct.
in Penobscot County, about the county jail funding.
Right.
So I'm just giving you my perspective. I am concerned that we haven't done a full audit and we don't know exactly how we could prevent this from happening again. That's one concern. But it would be great to see this be a bipartisan effort to address the county funding, because it is a bipartisan problem in terms of the counties, and it affects property taxpayers around the state. I mean, Washington County is most severely hit, but Penobscoit County, and I feel that there are many others. So I would just offer that to you as a member of the party on the other side of the aisle, as something that I think that we should do on a bipartisan basis. I think that would help. I don't think that would resolve Washington County's problems, but it would certainly be helpful to Washington County and a number of counties in between. Right. So maybe we can talk about that. I would like to see something helping Washington County, but I'm just not sure this would be the right measure now.
And I understand, Senator Baldacci, and I agree with you totally. We all know that the jails in our county jails are the most expensive. That's besides the sheriffs. Yeah. That's the amount of money is being spent there. There's a lot of conversation that we've had, and of course, I put this bill in September, and so when we started looking at things, by statute, it says that we should have an annual audit. Well, our state auditor, in my opinion, should be checking on that. Maybe we need to be sending a copy of our audits to the state auditor's office. There's checks and balances, that needed to occur with that. When we went to the state auditor, when this all started being uncovered, and we asked for some assistance to help with the audit, and he did not have the staffing available to do that. Should we require a forensic audit? On a regular basis. Right now, I know a lot of our citizens in Washington County are asking for a forensic audit. Well, number one, the cost is we don't have the money right now. We're trying to cover a TAN. But the other thing, too, is to find someone to do it. We all know that we have a shortage of auditors within the state of Maine. And we obviously saw that. And at the beginning, when we first started getting behind on our audits, we had an audit firm that was scheduled to do the audit for 2018. And of course, the pandemic hit, and this person did not want to come into the county building because of the pandemic to pick up all the paperwork. So that started the delay in getting the audits being done on a regular basis. And then he didn't do the work, so we fired him. So then it took us several years to find a replacement auditor. And the commissioners, in doing their due diligence, have looked at that timeline, making sure that we didn't goof up, that we didn't omit doing something. Did we really try? And they found that they did. Administration tried to do this to keep it current.
Yeah.
Because I can't agree with you more. How can you even have a budget if you don't even know how much money you have?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to do that at home too, but my checks would bounce, for sure. So, but there is some accountability I think that needs to be done. And I think maybe the state needs to provide a little bit more help, or a little more assistance, especially in the auditing aspect of it.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Greenwood?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for being here today.
Sure.
Based on some of the questions that we heard from the good Senator from Penobscot, statutory requirements for submitting audits are there. And apparently they weren't done. If they were back to 2018, 2019, should we be looking more at accountability for those that haven't done their statutory due diligence? Should we tie state money to making sure that your audit's up to date?
Well,
in like revenue sharing, et cetera.
right. And that's a great question, Representative Greenwood. My only concern about that, and I agree with you, we need that accountability. And that's what our citizens are requesting. But I feel bad when you've got a county that was trying to get an audit. They would have loved nothing more than to have an audit. But we didn't have first of all, we had a poor auditor. And then when we fired that one and tried to get another one, RFPs went out. So I see what you're saying, but then are we penalizing a county who is trying? How do we judge the trying and not trying to hold them accountable for it? In my opinion.
Representative Toole?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm encouraged by the remarks of the senator from Bangor about audits and forensic audits. And Senator, would you be amenable that if the committee were so inclined to redirect this bill to set up a process whereby the state might consider forensically auditing each of Maine's 16 counties 2 a year on an 8-year schedule or something like that? It seems like this bill could be an opportunity to address some of the underlying issues facing all counties. Do you think?
Yes. Was that directed, which senator were we talking about?
Well, either one or more so Senator Moore.
I'll defer to Senator Moore.
Thank you, Representative Toole. Again, the committee will own this bill. Once I step away from the podium here, the committee owns the bill. And I think the idea that you bring up, Representative Toole, is an excellent idea. It would get us started, because like I said, we've uncovered this, and how many other counties are faced similar situations if we're not holding them accountable, if we're not actually making sure they're doing annual audits. I know when we were with the city of Calais, when I was the mayor of Calais, we were a couple years behind, and we had to change firms because we were not getting it on a timely basis. So maybe using this bill as a vehicle, because I put this in September. It was a tool to help out the counties and the municipalities, including Washington County. But if the committee feels like they could use it to a better over a not to pass, I'm more than welcome to support that.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Farrar?
Yes, thank you. My question is about the TAN, the tax anticipated notes itself. If this bill passed, this could change interest rates across the board to other municipalities, to other counties. Because if banks can't just say, hey, I'll give you a nice low 6% loan, and then, oh, geez, now we might not get our money. It might say, oh, well, we want 8% or 10%. It might hurt a lot of people. So I was just kind of curious, what was the interest rate on this loan? I guess if you know.
The interest rate on the loan was actually a 6%. 5%, I believe. Yeah. And you bring up a very good point, and that is a concern. It's a major concern. And that's why Machias Savings Bank was a little nervous, because they were concerned with my bill because of that exact reason. And so if you're remembering that we're a nonprofit under IRS rules, that if we start defaulting on loans, then you end up being into a profitable one, supposedly. So then you could see a 14%, whatever it might be for cash. That's why I tried to keep the guardrails in there to make sure that they've tried everything that they could. And they are working very closely, in our case, with the Machias Savings Bank. One of the other things that we've done to show their good efforts to that, because the bond did not pass, what we've done is what they have done is gone out to the municipalities and said, this would be your portion of what the TAN would be to pay it back. And quite a few of our communities had surplus funds enough that they have voluntarily provided their monies towards the TAN. So right now we're close to like $4 million of the $8 million that has been covered. So that's going to help us to convince Machias Savings Bank that we are trying, in our case, to make sure that we're not there. But I understand also, then you get into the nervous thing. And again, it's not a total liquidation. It's a debt reorganization. And so they're still going to get their money, but it would be maybe changing the maturity date, or maybe saying, okay, let's negotiate a little bit. We'll be willing to pay 7% if you'll let us go 6 more months, or something to that. But that would give you those conversations that you go in. But again, it's not something to take lightly as a Chapter 9.
Thank you. Other questions for Senator Moore? Thank you so much
Thank
for your time
you.
and your
Thanks.
patience. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to testify in favor of the bill? Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Is there anybody on Zoom? I don't think so. Okay. All right. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify in opposition to the bill? A couple people signed up. Rebecca? Huh?
So they're kind of.
I know, they're- Hi there, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Rebecca Lambert, and I'm testifying in opposition to LD 2009 on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association's elected 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. MMA is a nonpartisan, nonprofit member service organization and aims to help provide policy solutions that work for all residents of Maine. The LPC guides the advocacy efforts and establishes positions on bills of municipal interest. Entering bankruptcy proceedings is not a financial tool, but a last resort mechanism that carries serious and lasting consequences. Authorizing counties and municipalities to use it would signal financial instability, weaken confidence in Maine's local governments, and potentially raise borrowing costs statewide, which would affect even the most well-managed communities. From the LPC's point of view, bankruptcy would shift the cost of fiscal mismanagement onto residents through ways that include reduced services and delayed infrastructure investments. It also invites federal court involvement into decisions traditionally under local and state control. Rather than allowing political subdivisions to enter bankruptcy proceedings, the LPC would encourage the legislature to reinforce tools that would help counties and municipalities correct the course before circumstances reach a crisis level. From the municipal perspective, LD 2009 undermines the long-term stability of local government. Thank you for your time and for considering our perspective.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lambert. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify in opposition? Hi there, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Jim Cohen. I'm Legislative Counsel for the Maine County Commissioners Association, and we are appearing before you today to speak in respectful opposition to the bill that is before you. We certainly appreciate the very good efforts of the sponsor, Senator Moore, to try to find constructive solutions, but regretfully, we can't support the bill that's before you today because every county will be going out to borrow. And when they go out to borrow, one of the factors that lenders will consider is, what is the risk that this loan won't be repaid? Right now, counties and municipalities cannot go bankrupt. So that risk is not on the table. If this bill were to pass, it would certainly be the hope that no county or municipality goes bankrupt. But because there is a risk that it could happen, that means every single loan that gets issued from this point forward carries with it probably some amount of higher interest rate that will end up on the county tax bill and being sent out to county taxpayers. And so for that reason, we can't support the bill. We do have written testimony online, so I didn't bring copies of it here today, but hopefully you all have that. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Representative Toole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is sort of the same one I asked Senator Moore in regards to Senator Baldacci's observation about avenues to redirect this bill and maybe focus on accountability and transparency and some bipartisanship. And what would your thoughts be on the idea that I presented about the state managing forensic audit operations for all counties on an 8-year schedule or something like that to ensure there is accountability so that and reduce the risk of bankruptcy or default?
Yeah, under current law, counties are already required to perform annual audits, one, just for general county operations, and two, specifically for jails, which is the single largest cost center for counties. So that's already a requirement. I think the challenge that you've heard from others, auditors aren't available in the state. That creates a challenge. Apparently COVID in the case of Washington County was a challenge, but it is already a requirement that happen. So I guess, so the short answer is be happy to look at any kinds of proposals. Wanted to make sure the committee knew it was aware. I think secondly, Chair Baldacci mentioned jail funding. I think that also is one of the underlying challenges that every county faces, and some of the reasons why some of these debts grow ever larger. And we would certainly be very happy to partner with this committee and others on trying to help solve that.
And I thank you. My question was more along the lines of a forensic audit versus a general audit. And there's a call down east for a forensic audit. The county's objection has been the cost of doing so. There's a broader issue across the state of county finances and audits being so far behind for a lack of auditors and such. My thought was if the state auditor's office were to perform a forensic audit, two counties per year over the run of an 8-year span, we'd hit all 16 counties. And that's what I was referring to, not so much the general audit, which I realize is already in statute.
I guess I am not an audit expert to be able to know the difference between a forensic audit and other forms of audit, and I'd be happy to look further at that. To me, a forensic audit sounds like something that you would do when there was a problem, to try to figure out why there was the problem. But I think, and that should happen when there is a problem. Whether or not there should be a automatic requirement of that is something that I think we would have to take back and think about. I'd want to communicate with some of the county managers to better understand that requirement, how that would play out. But certainly open to hearing any positive solutions.
Thank you. Representative Underwood?
Could you, what is your name again?
It's Jim Cohen.
Jim Cohen. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Mr. Cohen?
Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else who would like to testify in opposition? Hi there, welcome. Please state your name and your affiliation.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Josh Stearman with the Maine Bankers Association. We're respectfully testifying in opposition to 2009. Maine Bankers Association is the trade group representing over 30 banks across the state, representing almost every community. The folks giving you mortgages, safe place for deposits, small business loans. I'll make my points brief, and it's really to underscore the previous speaker. We're concerned that 2009 would actually make financial challenges worse for towns and counties across the state. As you already heard, if there is an easier path to bankruptcy for municipalities, that makes these towns and counties a greater risk for lenders, and financial institutions will be more hesitant to provide services to towns and counties. So ultimately, if they have less access, that provides less opportunity and more financial hardship. So we're really concerned that it's going to worsen problems in the future. Second, I want to mention that there is a path towards municipal bankruptcy, but it's a more challenging path. The legislature, if it so chose, could authorize individual municipalities to enter Chapter 9. But what you have in front of you today is kind of an opening for any municipality at any time to file. So there is a path potentially, but it's a more challenging path. It's for one-offs, and I'd argue that perhaps is more appropriate, as bankruptcy should be something that's challenging and only contemplated in extremely rare circumstances. Finally, I'd want to make the point that because of the way tax anticipation notes and bonds are secured, banks almost certainly do not have any financial self-interest or risk in the bill in front of us today. We would likely be secured, but we have worked with towns and counties for generations, and so banks have a keen sense of what is required for these municipalities to have strong financial foundations, and thought it was imperative that we speak about the bill directly to you. I did submit brief written testimony online. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Did anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you for your
Thank
time
you.
and testimony. I appreciate it. Is there anybody else who would like to testify in opposition to the bill? Hello there, Mr. Brown. Welcome. When you're ready, you can tell us your name and your affiliation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Baldacci, Chair Salisbury, and the other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. I am Bill Brown, the Director of Actuarial and Legislative Affairs for the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, or Maine PERS. As written, Maine PERS is opposed to LD 2009, an act to allow political subdivisions to enter into federal bankruptcy proceedings. However, as we understand that the sponsor is considering an amendment, which I know she included as part of her testimony, that amendment would address our concerns and remove our objections. In any event, we are here to provide information and to offer any assistance that the committee might request regarding this bill. In addition to the state teacher, judicial, and legislative retirement plans, Maine PERS administers defined benefit retirement plans for participating local districts, or PLDs. These PLDs include the employees of counties and municipalities, like elected officials, law enforcement officers, office staff, librarians, and county corrections officers. Most are in the PLD consolidated plan, and a handful still have their own legacy plans. In federal bankruptcy proceedings, counties and municipalities can have their liabilities to pension plans discharged by the courts. Were that to happen involving a member of a PLD plan, the liabilities would be shifted to the other PLDs and to their employees. Such a shift could make the plan unaffordable and jeopardize benefits already earned by employees. To avoid this outcome, we propose that the bill be amended to include a provision requiring a county or municipality to satisfy its portion of any unfunded actuarial liability before being eligible to file for bankruptcy. Should the committee wish to move forward with this bill, we'd be happy to continue working with the sponsor. I'd like to thank you for consideration of this testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions and will, of course, be present for any work session.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Any questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank
and
you.
Testimony. We appreciate it. Is there anybody else here or on Zoom that wants to testify in opposition? Nope. Okay. Anybody here neither for nor against? Hi there, welcome. If you state your name and your affiliation.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Terry Hayes. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Municipal Bond Bank, the Maine Health and Higher Educational Institution Authority, and the Governmental Facilities Authority. Representative Salisbury and members of the State and Local Government Committee, it's a pleasure to be here before you again. I did bring the required treats. They're in a bowl. There are brownies in red that are gluten-free, and the regular brownies are in clear. And there are civility pins in case you can't find yours. If you're not going to wear it, don't take one. If you're going to wear it, help yourself. Okay? And I would like to correct, I am testifying both for and against. I'm here to speak in favor and support of Senator Moore, but in opposition to the bill. Okay? And I think that's an important distinction to make. And I think Representative Toole earlier in questioning asked and set up a timeline, and basically that's where I was focused. When I look at how this bill came to be and what its intentions were, I think Senator Moore has done exactly her job, which is to try to ferret out things that might be of assistance that will help deal with an emergency that has occurred in her constituency. And as I look over that timeline, it certainly educated me, because once the title of the bill was out, which happened at the time of the Ledge Council decision, there were no words for the bill. And so there was like this panic button that went on. So I had to learn about what Chapter 9 meant, what kinds of things might flow, and what do other states do. And Senator Moore moved those questions forward for all of us. And if it weren't for her efforts, we wouldn't be here. You might still be here today, but the rest of us wouldn't be here today. Okay. So I want to thank her for that, because we have learned a lot. But I also want you folks to understand that the language, whatever the language is for Chapter 9, at the federal level, you can only file Chapter 9 if you're a municipality, if your state gives you permission in the statute to do that. And once we do that, and this is, Josh testified this just minutes ago, that the risk goes up for any investors and bondholders, folks that have given us their money so we could build infrastructure, make Mainers' lives better, and then we pay it back over time. Well, this injects a level of risk in every one of those transactions, and it goes on forever. It's not like it stops. So when we looked at states that do have Chapter 9 language, here's what we know. It's very individualized and it's very detailed. Mr. Brown just testified to essentially a carve-out for the Maine PERS, the PLD situation. That's an example of a weedy detail that we wouldn't know about if we weren't asked this question. Well, think about all the other entities that use the municipal market for raising funds for infrastructure and so forth, and all the different impacts. Can we carve all those out? We can't do that on the time that's available for this bill right now, because this is the second session of this legislature, and we don't have time to ferret out those details. Washington County doesn't need it, and based on prior testimony, Washington County doesn't want it. And that's that we got there because Senator Moore put this in front of us. I would encourage you to vote ought not to pass. It should be submitted in the first year of another legislative session and give us the time to work on details. If you truly believe it's needed, the last thing I'm going to say before you tell me I'm done, is there is a crisis in the state of Maine, and it will not be solved by this bill, and it is the lack of financial auditors. Because folks whose audits are not done on time, and it's not because they're not paying them or they didn't like them or they didn't, it's because we don't have enough. So we need to find a way to grow our own and put them to work.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that. Any questions for Ms. Hayes? Thank you, and thank you for the treats. We appreciate it. Make sure you take your lovely bowl.
I'll take the bowl and any of the pins that are still left, but the brownies are staying here. Thank you.
Right, good. We're gonna need them. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to testify neither for nor against? And just really quickly, before we finish this up, does anybody have any requests that they can think of right off the bat for our work session? If not, please just reach out to Kristen and let her know. Yeah. Oh, yep. Yes, Representative Greenwood.
I guess for the work session, if we could ask the statutory requirements for audits. And, you know, I know they're housed as a repository in the auditor's office, but maybe just how that process all happens. So reach out to the state auditor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Greenwood. I did go online. And I saw all the, on the state website, and I saw all the audits that haven't been done. There's a lot out of like 490. There's a lot that haven't been done. So I agree that we need to have, that checked. And, we've spoken with the auditor about this before, and I don't believe he wants to, regulate this, but I think maybe sending out reminders, and if it comes to it and this comes back to us again, I think we should put a penalty out for the municipalities that don't do it, that don't have the audit. And at the same time, I think that we should somehow encourage our universities to have programming to get auditors, licensed or whatever they have to be. And I also, I don't know if it's appropriate, but I would like to ask Senator Moore another question. Okay. I just wanted to, I wanted to know how was the issue found? Was it a constituent? Was it, who found it?
There's probably a combination of it, Representative Copeland. Thank you for bringing that up. But I think what started it is we had a preliminary audit, and that's when we identified that we were in the hole, like $2.6 million. When prior to that, we were looking at in the positive margin of it. And that's what we were using and going by. So, and we were holding our breath, and that's when they started, and that was probably around March or April timeframe. And the auditor that we currently have is the one that rose up the flag. The Budget Advisory Council was looking at it. The commissioner was looking at it. It was kind of a combination of everybody going, holy cow. We're not in the good shape we thought we were.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Toole, was there something you wanted for the work session?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I wondered if we might invite the state auditor to attend to offer any feedback about any possibilities or amendments or what have you that come forward at that time.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, Representative Wood.
I'd like to have a good definition of what forensic auditing is. So we'll have a good idea as to maybe we could have an idea what to look for and how to follow it, et cetera, so forth. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, we will go ahead and close the public hearing on LD 2009. Thank you.
We're not taking a break. If you do need to go. This is gonna be a while. Yeah, we're gonna take an official break, but we have to close the meeting. I just want to put that up there.
Yeah. But I just don't want you to run out of time if you didn't bring food with you.
I'll go down and get it.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to the public hearing for LD 2042, an act to eliminate the requirement for municipalities to provide public notice in a newspaper. Okay, good, thank you. Yeah. All right, 2042.
Yeah. Okay, we're starting a public hearing on LD 2042, an act to eliminate the requirement for municipalities to provide public notice in a newspaper. Senator Black is approaching the podium or is at the podium. Good afternoon, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bellacci, Representative Salisbury, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Russell Black. I represent Senate District 5, which includes 44 towns in Franklin, Kennebec, and Somerset County. I am here today to present LD 2042, an act to eliminate the requirement for municipalities to provide public notice in a newspaper. I am introducing this bill on behalf of a constituent who is a town clerk, as well as several towns in my district and across the state of Maine. Local officials have raised concerns about the rising cost of mandatory newspaper notices and whether these notices are still the most effective way to reach the citizens. LD 2042 does not eliminate public notice requirements. It allows municipalities to meet existing notice requirements by posting them on a publicly accessible website, as long as all required information is included. Towns can still choose to use newspapers if they prefer to. LD 2042 would not reduce transparency, it would modernize it while saving our taxpayers real money. Most municipalities, sorry about that, already maintain websites that residents regularly use to find meeting notices and agendas and public information. The bill provides flexibility, reflects how people now access information, and offer towns a way to reduce unnecessary costs. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to support LD 2042. There are town officials, I hope, that were able to get here. They had some conflicts and maybe on Zoom that could answer further questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I insulted.
Sorry, I was flipping things around here. It looks like we received a couple of pieces of testimony, and I haven't had a chance to read all of them, from sewer districts or water districts. Does it, and I didn't read through all of it, but are they not included in that? Or is it, because it's listed as just a
I
municipality?
think it would be any municipal notice.
Is it,
Oh, it didn't come through that way.
because like, for example, this one, the York Sewer District says they're a quasi municipal entity. So it wouldn't be included in the scope of that.
All right.
And then, maybe the water district isn't, well, they're also quasi municipal. So I'm just wondering how you felt about that, if it's specified quasi municipal or,
I would have no problem supporting any reduction in cost to our towns.
okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think this begs for an amendment on that, though, because the water districts are different, separate, not part of the municipality.
Yeah,
If you intend to include them, we'd have to amend this.
right. A lot of water districts in rural Maine are nonprofits. I put this in for, town of Farmington, and I believe some of the other towns have jumped on board with it.
Anyone else wish to put forward to speak in favor? Yeah. Just state your name and then your family.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the committee. I am Anthony Wilson, and I'm the town manager in Winthrop, and I'm here to speak in support of LD 2042. I appreciate Senator Black for sponsoring this. He's 1,000% right. I think I can provide maybe a little bit of a unique perspective in that for the first 20 years of my working life, I was a newspaper journalist up until 2007. And there's a reason that I left the newspaper industry. Declining readership, shrinking newsrooms, corporate consolidation. All of those changes have only intensified in the 19 years since I left that business. And that's evidenced by the fact that the Kennebec Journal has a infinitely small staff. I don't know how they do their jobs. And they only publish 5 days a week. So the newspaper lobby is sure to oppose this legislation. But I would submit the question before you today is whether municipalities should be required to use taxpayer dollars to subsidize a private industry when, as Senator Black said, more effective, no-cost options are available for publishing public notices. Those options, as he said, are town websites and social media platforms, which again can reach people more quickly, more people, no cost. 1 week earlier this month, the town of Winthrop's website logged 5,200 user interactions. At the same time, our Facebook page logged 35,000 views from 13,000 people. Now, over the past 2.5 years, Winthrop has spent about $4,100 on publishing public notices in the newspaper. That's obviously not a budget buster, but nonetheless, it's a waste of taxpayer dollars. The newspaper production schedules also can be challenging in that when we're trying to contact them to publish a notice at a specific day, they may not be publishing on that day. They are publishing those notices on their websites, but my point is, why don't we just do that ourselves as municipalities? Lastly, as Senator Black noticed, this bill does not preclude a town from publishing their public notices in a newspaper if they think that is most appropriate for them. Nor does it preclude the long practice of posting hard copies of notices in town offices and other public places. We would continue doing that in the town of Winthrop. So for all these reasons, the town of Winthrop urges you to please support LD 2042.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Yes, Representative Greenwood.
Thank you. So the bill before us today doesn't allow like Facebook. It only allows for the municipal website. Do you think it should be expanded, or are you satisfied with an entity like that the municipality maintains? And should this be expanded to county as well?
I don't want to speak for the counties because I'm not terribly familiar with that form of government. I think that the bill as it stands is perfectly good. Now, if a town or municipality has any scintilla of savvy when it comes to marketing or publishing, what they do is they use their social media platform in order to complement what they've got on their website. And I only mention our Facebook numbers just to show the reach that we have compared to the, pretty tiny readership now that our newspaper of record has.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak in favor?
Good afternoon again, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Rebecca Lambert, and I'm testifying in support of LD 2049 on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association's elected 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. Transparency and public notice are essential to local government, and the LPC believes that the time has come to modernize practices that reflect how residents access information. The newspaper notice requirement places an unnecessary financial burden on local governments at a time when the stress on local budgets is mounting. Currently, there are more effective, accessible, and timely tools available, such as municipal websites, electronic postings, and direct digital notifications, which are already in widespread use. Continuing to require newspaper advertising prioritizes a single private medium over more cost-effective communication methods. Eliminating the requirement would not prohibit a community from advertising in the newspaper, but rather provide communities with an option. The passage of LD 2049 recognizes that some smaller communities don't have access to a local newspaper and rely on larger, more expensive options. This change is a positive step that respects local decision-making, saves taxpayer money at a time when every dollar matters, and modernizes public notice laws while still preserving the core goal of an open and accessible government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Okay, seeing no one approach, anyone wishing to speak in opposition, come forward and state your name and your town.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the State and Local Government Committee for giving me the opportunity today to speak in opposition of LD 2042. My name is Chris Crockett. I'm the publisher of the Ellsworth American, Mount Desert Islander, and a member of the Maine Press Association board. Public notices are a cornerstone of a transparent government. They exist so every resident, not just those who are digital savvy, can stay informed about the decisions that affect their property, their taxes, schools, utilities, and local governments. Removing the requirement that these notices appear in newspapers would significantly reduce the accessibility and weaken an important layer of public oversight. Newspapers remain one of the most accessible and equitable ways to reach the public. Printed newspapers are available in libraries, grocery stores, community centers, senior facilities. They don't require broadband. They don't require a login. No technical skills are required, not even electricity. Many Mainers, especially seniors, rural residents, low-income households, and people with disabilities still rely on print as their primary and most trusted source of information. Moving public notices primarily or exclusively online risks excluding the very people these notices are meant to serve. It is also important to note that Maine newspapers already provide a free, statewide digital access to public notices through mainnotices.com. Last year alone, that site was visited more than 70,000 times, with many of the users coming from construction bidding platforms. This expanded visibility actually saves municipalities money. By increasing competition in public projects, eliminating newspaper notices would make this centralized, newspaper-funded system irrelevant and could ultimately lead to fewer bidders and higher costs for taxpayers. Newspapers also provide independent oversight that government-hosted notices do not. As a neutral third party, newspapers operate under a fixed publication schedule and established standards. Once a notice is published, it cannot be quietly edited, moved, or removed. That independence matters. A buried notice on a hard-to-navigate municipal website does not offer the same transparency or accountability as one published on a widely circulated newspaper. And my newspapers are still widely circulated, just for clarification. In addition, newspapers create a permanent, verifiable public record. Print notices are archived and preserved over time. Websites change, links break, content disappears, but public notices should be stable and reliable, especially when legal rights and long-term decisions are involved. Finally, newspapers provide context. Public notices appear alongside local reporting that helps residents understand why the notice matters and how it fits into the broader community issue. That context strengthens civics engagement and public trust. In short, removing public notices from newspapers does not modernize transparency, it diminishes it. True accessibility means meeting people where they are, not assuming everybody has equal access to digital tools or a habit of checking multiple government websites. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to oppose LD 2042 and preserve the long-standing role newspapers have in ensuring open, accessible, and accountable government. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? It's widely circulated and widely read and appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Anyone else wishing to come forward to speak speaking in opposition?
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government, good afternoon. It said good morning, but it's now afternoon. My name is Stephanie Manning. I am the publisher of the Maine Trust for Local News, which employs 300 Mainers and publishes the Portland Press Herald, the Lewiston Sun Journal, the Kennebec Journal, the Morning Sentinel, the Times Record, and other weekly newspapers across Western Maine, including the Franklin Journal. In that capacity, and as a member of the board of the Maine Press Association, we oppose LD 2042. I want to start with a number, 22,400. That's how many times readers clicked from our newspaper websites to mainepublicnotices.com in 2025, not by accident, by design. We ran 4.8 million digital ad impressions promoting public notices, placed links in our navigation menus, and built tracking systems so we could measure engagement and be accountable for it. This is not just our newspaper group. The Bangor Daily News and other Maine papers are doing the same. LD 2042 would replace an established public-facing notice system with a fragmented approach that significantly reduces visibility. Right now, when a town posts a notice, it runs in print and is actively promoted through a coordinated digital network. Our websites alone generate 44 million visits last year. We don't just host these notices, we drive people to them. Municipal websites don't have that reach. And under this bill, 482 municipalities would each be responsible for managing notices on their own. It's important to recognize that managing public notices requires time, expertise, and consistency. Under LD 2042, municipalities would be expected to take on that responsibility individually with widely varying levels of capacity and support. There's also an equity issue. 15% of Maine households have no internet access, and the gap is not evenly distributed. 39% of households earning under $20,000 a year have no internet at all. Now, considering who public notices affect most, foreclosures, zoning changes, public assistance, hearings, tax liens, these disproportionately impact lower income residents, the same residents least likely to have reliable internet access. A system that relies solely on municipal websites assumes access that does not exist. There's another critical point, independence and accountability. Newspapers are independent of government. We verify compliance, provide affidavits, archive notices permanently. If a required notice doesn't run, we catch it. Under this bill, who's checking? If a notice is missed or posted incorrectly, who holds the government accountable? Transparency cuts both ways. I'll close this with this. We're not defending an outdated system. We're defending a working infrastructure with data to prove it. 4.8 million impressions, more than 22,000 engaged users online alone, in addition to the over 4.7 million copies of printed newspapers that we distributed with legal notices in 2025. LD 2042 would dismantle that infrastructure and replace it with nothing. It's our readers and your constituents that would be left in the dark. I urge you to vote ought not to pass. I'm available for any questions. I also just want to note, I put a brief with all of the data that I just provided attached to my testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any question? Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Gramlich and then Representative Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Manning, for being here.
Yes.
It's always nice to put a face with
Here I am.
the plethora of newspapers that fall under your tutelage.
Thank you.
Excuse me. My question is with regard to digital, whether, whether or not this law goes through, let's say this law gets, this bill gets passed into law. And there may be folks who, like Senator Black said, municipalities may choose to go ahead and put their notice in. I'm curious about how you would handle or what you would think of folks who do not subscribe to paper, to print, and subscribe to digital, who often, and I'm not, maybe with legal notices it's different, but I know that if I am not a subscriber, I can't open articles. And I know the subscription is like $20 a month, which for a lot of people that can be a real barrier. So how would you address that just overall for folks that don't have those kinds of resources and accessibility?
Sure. The public notices that we promote and point to online are not behind a paywall. the journalism that our 120 journalists across the state are publishing every day is the content that we consider for a paywall. Right now, a whole lot of the news that we're reporting is not behind a paywall. We recognize our role as a public service and really take into consideration what gets put behind the paywall as a result of that. So it's free and accessible.
Great. Thank you so much.
Representative Greenwood?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused by some of your testimony.
Sure.
You know, we talk about how the newspaper is the best way to advertise. And then we go against municipalities who put it on their website, you know, as a way that people don't have newspapers. But then you push to the end where you say, you know, we have so many clicks. We're all going back to the digital.
Yep.
So I'm confused. Should this be in a printed newspaper, or should this be in a newspaper-driven digital format?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think it's a really good one. The monies that are raised from advertising in print is what helps us subsidize what happens online. So if we want to talk about business model here, relative to the other testimony, the work that we're doing online to give that kind of audience to the public notices, recognizing that yes, print circulation is declining. The cost that the municipality is paying to us enables all of it. It's not just paying for that advertisement. If the print advertising revenue goes away, so does our ability to be able to have this digital infrastructure. So is there a compromise here? Perhaps, but I think we all have to recognize, depending on the newspaper, depending on the municipality, I think there is the option to be flexible in how we're thinking about it. But at the end of the day, there has to be revenue coming into the newspaper in order to support the infrastructure that we've built.
It's all part of a package. You can't have one without the other, basically.
I mean,
it's
the business model is
they're-
tough.
They're all integrated.
Yes.
And, yeah. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
your time. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition?
Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury, committee members, good afternoon. I am Mark Stouter, and I serve as chairman of the Community Advisory Board for the Maine Trust for Local News. In that volunteer role, I help connect communities to our newspapers, and I do this because I care deeply about the role local newspapers play in both their print and digital forms in keeping citizens informed and engaged in their communities. As you consider putting the responsibility for public notice solely on Maine towns and their websites, I wanted to remind the committee about an essential job local news providers have in the public notice process, and that is to make sure public notice actually happens. You know that newspapers, both in print and through their digital editions, deliver notices to the public in the context of other matters citizens care about and should know about. That means a notice is in a place where it can be noticed as you turn the newspaper page or click through a local news website. But you should also know that newspapers have for many decades taken their role as a provider of public notice extremely seriously. They have created and continuously improved systems to ensure that the notice of a hearing or a public meeting agenda is received from the local government staff, logged into their systems, proofread, and published when it's supposed to be published. Then they generate an affidavit proving that notice has been published as legally required. If they don't do this job correctly, the consequences can be severe. A controversial hearing might need to be rescheduled, an opening is created for a legal challenge, and even worse, doubt is generated among citizens about the motives and transparency of their local government. This is why governments have long relied on newspapers to get the job done right, time after time, with hundreds and hundreds of notices every year. Do we really want to dismantle this system that provides such certainty and reliability and replace it with town website posting? There's a lot of variation in what Maine towns post on their websites today. I'm concerned that if it's left to the towns to publish their own notices, reliability and proof that a notice has been published will fade away. An example of what we might see in the future can be found in how towns today handle the legal requirement that official records of public meetings be made open to public inspection within a reasonable period of time. Most towns do this today through their websites. And if you click around those sites, you'll see a lot of inconsistency in what is considered a reasonable period of time. Portland posts council meeting minutes for public review within a few days of a meeting. But Old Orchard Beach last posted select board minutes in October. Saco's most recent meeting minutes on their websites are from July of 2024. Oxford's are from August, Westbrook, October. Norway posts something they call minutes, but it's just a reposting of meeting agendas. Is how our towns handle this fundamental public record task a predictor of how they would deal with public notice? I don't know, but I hope not. What I do know is that Maine's local newspapers today ensure that public notice happens consistently, correctly, on time. It's a system citizens rely on, and it's one that we shouldn't dismantle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oops. Anyone else wish to come forward to speak in opposition?
Thank you, Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury. I'm Alex Seitzwald, the Deputy Editor of the Mid-Coast Villager, a weekly newspaper serving Knox and Waldo County that launched in 2024 through the merger of 4 historic newspapers serving that area. As a career political journalist, I am scrupulously careful to never speak about my personal political opinions to strangers or even close friends. So I've covered many hearings, but it's unusual for me to be testifying here in front of you. And it's because I think this issue is so important that I've decided to take this step. Public notices are a foundational element of transparent, responsive government, and I still believe, as somebody younger than many of the people in this room, that they provide the most effective and equitable way to ensure that public notices actually reach the public. One of the ways that we've tried to innovate on the local news business model is by opening a cafe in the same building as our newsroom so that the public, our readers, can have direct access to reporters and editors to share their concerns. Every Friday, I hold a meeting open to anyone with no agenda other than listening. And one of the things that I most consistently hear is also one of the most surprising. Many readers still rely almost entirely on the print newspaper. They do not go online, if at all, and they are not familiar with the often difficult to navigate municipal websites in their towns. Maine is, after all, the oldest state in the country. And for parents of young children like me, it's hard enough to stay informed as it is, let alone remembering that you have to check, I live in Lincolnville, the Lincolnville website every week to make sure we don't miss anything. Public notices are meant to inform all residents, not just those who are digitally fluent enough or organized enough to regularly check their town webpage. And online postings can be backdated, edited after publication, or disappeared entirely. Even the mere possibility that that could exist will inevitably invite speculation and conspiracy theorizing, even if towns do everything they're supposed to do. When published in independent newspapers, public notices are not subject to those same questions. They provide context with reporting, letters, opinion columns that explains what's at stake and how to participate. This concern is not hypothetical. In 2022, Florida became the first state in the country to eliminate its newspaper public notice requirement. A recent academic study of the impact found a decrease in citizen awareness and a decline in public meeting attendance. Researchers saw no meaningful increase in traffic on the county's public notice websites, suggesting that no one was really reading them there. The conclusion of the researchers was clear. Removing newspaper notices reduced citizen engagement. Before coming to the Mid-Coast Villager, I spent 15 years covering national politics in Washington, D.C., and traveling to more than 40 states on assignment for NBC News. Last year, I took a significant pay cut to work in local news because I believe this is where journalism is most vital, where trust in news can be rebuilt from the ground up, because we can and must be responsive, transparent, and accountable to our fellow citizens in a way that our national colleagues cannot. Public notices serve those same role for local governments. An informed populace is a prerequisite for a functioning democracy, and there's a substantial body of research that shows strong local journalism improves civic engagement, increases voter participation, and reduces corruption. Removing public notices from newspapers does not modernize transparency. It makes transparency easier to overlook and easier to evade. For those reasons, I respectfully ask you to oppose LD 2042 and preserve the role that newspapers have played in ensuring open, accessible, and accountable local government since before the American Revolution. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none? Okay. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to LD 2042? Okay, seeing no one approach. Anyone wishing to speak neither for nor against? Seeing no one approach, I would declare the public hearing on this item to be completed. And Madam Chair, is it time for a break?
It is.
Okay, we're going to take a break for how long would you guys like to, half an hour? Okay, because we've been going since 10 a.m. So we'll take a break for about a half an hour and there are two folks on Zoom. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
We will unbreak. And are they for or against? Okay, well, why don't you bring on the for and then we'll do the against. Sorry about that. I didn't see any notes on it, but. Yeah. Hi. Hi. So hi, Joe. I see you. Are they there? Okay, this is the State and Local Government Committee, and you have 3 minutes. We have a timer, and please state your name and the town you are from.
Thank you very much, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Erica LaCroix. I'm the town manager from Farmington, Maine. I just want to point out some issues with the newspaper, the requirements for newspapers. First of all, it is cost prohibitive. And while that may not always be evident to everyone, I can give you anecdotally that one legal ad cost me over $715 to run in the Morning Sentinel when I was the manager in Winslow. It blew my entire advertising budget for that year. We also had to run legal ads for the Chaffee Brook Pump Station public hearing, and those ones cost over $1,200. So we're not talking insignificant amounts of money. And for this money, they're largely ineffective. As we've noted in all the other testimony, the readership is down. Most people are getting their news from other sources, despite the 20,000 readership clicks that we're discussing. Primarily, those sources are online, and those remaining subscribers who are getting their news from the newspapers are often getting it from the online version. Furthermore, it is an unreliable medium. Many papers are limiting days of the week that they print or are going to a bi-weekly schedule. It's difficult for our staff to keep up with when the deadlines are to submit public notices, and we don't have enough time many times for emergent issues that require a public hearing. We're supposed to have either 7 or 14 days, depending on the issue. Our Franklin Journal here only prints every other week now. So for us to have an emergent issue, we have to put it off for a significant amount of time to meet the requirement to publish in a newspaper. So it's very problematic for issues that are time sensitive. Also, many of those papers are now delivered by mail, which means the delivery is haphazard, and that's not due to the newspapers, that's due to the mail service. I have been hearing from multiple people that their newspapers may come all at once when they've got a 5-day paper, or they may come 2 at a time, or they may get them all at the end of the week. So it's, even when we get them in on time, it's not necessarily a reliable medium. It's archaic. Municipalities have recognized that the majority of our residents do not read the paper, and that we reach very few people through that medium with these important notices. And I completely agree that these notices are important and they're foundational to our way of government. However, we're not getting the information where it needs to go. Most of us have been investing in other platforms such as digital signage, 311 public notifications. So it's not just the website, it's the tools that we're using on the websites to get them out there. Local public access TV channels and listservs, and we've been leveraging social media as an alternative to that. Note that some towns only have social media and they don't have websites due to the cost of those, but we are investing in those things. We recognize that these modernizations are needed to meet the needs of today's society. We have multiple options for outreach. And as far as policing goes, mostly we police ourselves. We're not sitting here trying to hide anything from anyone. But additionally, if we ever do not reach a citizen who felt strongly about an issue and felt that they should have been able to testify, they are very sure to contact us and contact their senators and any other agencies that may be able to help them with us inadvertently. I'm done. I'm just finishing my last sentence. So I guess that's all I have to say.
I was just gonna say, if you just wrap up your last sentence, thank you. Is there anything else that you wanted to say?
No, that literally was my last sentence. I
Okay.
was trying to get it in quickly, so.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Representative Greenwood.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. Some of the concerns that were brought up were the ability to archive. Would you have any suggestions to maybe overcome that if it was done on a municipal website? Do you have a way to archive so that it's not just on the website, but it's archived somewhere, so you can show that that it was properly noticed, timely, et cetera?
Well, actually, that's governed by our records retention laws. All of these things are are public documents. We are required by law to make sure that they are archived, whether that be through your contract with your website provider or by downloading and archiving data yourself and keeping those records in-house. But we're required to have archives of all of those. Additionally, many of these public notices, if they have anything to do with federal grants or projects that have federal money attached to them at all, we also have to provide the federal government with these archival documents so that they can keep them for their records as well. So those mechanisms are in place.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for your time and testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else online that wishing to testify? All right, thank you. Hi there, welcome. Thank you for your patience. If you can state your name and your affiliation.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Joe Oliva, and I work with the Maine Broadband Coalition. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LD 2042. For several years, the Maine Broadband Coalition has been advocating for ubiquitous broadband availability, affordability, and adoption in Maine, and the fact is we're simply not there yet. This legislation, if passed, will have a huge impact on citizens throughout the state. Even now, despite years of hard work from the Maine Connectivity Authority, the BEAD Act has yet to come to fruition, and cancellation of the Digital Equity Act funding to states has left a $35 million hole, basically, for fundable digital skills and workforce training, education, and affordability programs. This means that many thousands of Mainers do not have the option to pay for internet service that would be sufficient to engage in public and civic life, never mind the skill set necessary to access critical public information. We also see the digital divide play out in our local governments. In a 2024 study, which is linked in my testimony, but I'm happy to supply it to the committee after the facts, authors found that in Maine, rural municipalities often face unique challenges, including limited budgets, smaller population, and gaps in broadband infrastructure, which can hinder their ability to adopt and implement digital services effectively. Simply, these are places that need more support before they're able to engage with their constituents only over the internet. And we encourage the state to find ways to support local governments, especially in rural areas, to catch them up. Until such a time that everyone in the state has universal availability for adequate broadband connectivity, and municipalities and counties are able to maintain adequate websites and everybody knows how to navigate and engage with the internet. Removing the requirement to print municipal public notices in newspapers is taking away the right to know for tens of thousands of Maine citizens. So on behalf of the Maine Broadband Coalition and all the Mainers who cannot access reliable broadband for whatever reason, I ask that you vote ought not to pass on LD 2042. And thank you. I appreciate that this has been a little longer and that you all want to get a break.
No problem. Thank you. And sorry for our confusion about more people being wanting to testify. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time and testimony.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, officially official. Is there anybody else that wants to testify for, against, or another for or against LD 2042? No. Okay, now we officially are closing the public hearing on LD 2042. We are taking a half-an-hour break. We will be back at 2:45 and we will begin the public hearing on LD 1383. Thank you. My office will be open. If anybody needs- No, I know. I see this. Water. I know it's Representative Salzberg. Yes, ma'am.
So there are now.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Yes.
How do you want to sort of, like, are you, we're gonna do, planning to do it for, against, and
10 and 10. Yes, we're gonna do 10 for and 10 against.
10 for, 10
Welcome back to the State and Local Governments Committee. We've covered 3, 4, 5, 6 bills, and now we're going to cover one more, LD 1383. And it's being presented by Representative Macias. And before we get started, I think that there's a couple of things that my co-chair, Sue Salisbury, and I want to make clear. One is that there's a number of people wanting to testify. We are going to let everybody speak that wants to speak. Everybody is expected to act respectfully and to try to not to be repetitive, but because there's also the option of online testimony. We are going to allow each person 2 minutes, not 3, and it's going to be applied equally. And we are going to take, after Representative Macias speaks and any co-sponsors speak, we're going to have 10 proponents of the bill and 10 opponents and rotate there to make sure it's fair in that sense. But everybody is going to be allowed to speak. We are not leaving until everybody's had their 2 minutes beyond the sponsor who has unlimited time, but don't take that too literally, okay? And Representative Macias, you have the floor.
Well, before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Representative
Senator
Salisbury
Baldacci.
also. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Macias, for being patient, and everybody here that's come to testify. I really appreciate that. Because we're on a short session and we have a deadline of the end of the month for bills, we had to jam a lot into today. So I appreciate everybody's patience while we get to this really important bill, and I appreciate your patience. And just to reiterate, again, as we go through today, we have several hundred people that are here interested in testifying, and we want to make sure people have that opportunity. So, but just try to listen in if you feel like your testimony might be repetitive. If you can think about supplying online testimony, if you have already provided online testimony, maybe yield some time to someone else that maybe hasn't, because we want to make sure that we can hear from everybody and people have that opportunity. But we are committed to being here to hear as many people that want to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative.
His mic's not on.
You just have to press that button.
I turned it off earlier.
And members of the committee are in and out throughout the day. They have other committees to go to, so please don't take that in the wrong way. People are just coming in and out, hopping up and down, and
there's 3 committees I'm on that are all scheduled at the same time.
right,
so-
we're all scheduled at the same time. So
Yeah.
please, you keep that in mind that we have a lot of the testimony already, which has really been very helpful. But if you see people get up and down, that's what's happening. Thank you.
And without further ado.
Thank you. And first, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who has shown up to testify and filled up 3 overflow rooms. I think that's great and appreciated. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Rafael Macias, representing House District 51, most of Topsom. I'm the author and sponsor of LD 1383. Growing up, we were taught how Allied forces liberated Nazi concentration camps and extermination camps. We were taught their names: Treblinka, Auschwitz, Dachau. There were many. The world saw the photographs, starvation, piles of bodies, the full horror of what human beings can do to other human beings. Today, Holocaust denial is rightly considered a deplorable position given the overwhelming evidence of mass atrocities. And yet today, for several years now, we are witnessing through images, video, and live feeds the collective punishment of human beings. We are watching the use of cluster munitions, white phosphorus, and suicide drones against civilian populations in direct violation of international law and constituting crimes against humanity. A siege is underway against the Palestinian people, a blockade of food, water, fuel, and medical aid. This is what the rest of the world is witnessing. Despite the fact that more journalists have been killed during this siege in Gaza than all wars combined over the last century, million-dollar munitions are being used to target journalists and their families when they return home to them. We are paying for this. We may not be pulling the trigger, but we are literally funding the bullets. Fiduciary duty is mine, saith Maine, and every other state or country invested in arms manufacturers and corporations feeding the global war machine. Today, you will hear from hundreds of us who have seen the death and destruction being inflicted on humanity, not through our national media, but through TikTok, now being purchased and pressured to prevent this evidence from ever being seen. Now I'd like to state the financial case for divesting from corporations fueling a genocide anywhere in the world. Maine's Constitution requires that public pension assets be managed solely in the best financial interest of beneficiaries. Maine PERS itself has testified that fiduciary duty requires trustees to consider long-term, systemic, and uncertain risk, including environmental, social, and governance risk when those risks materially affect value. According to Maine PERS investment team, their goal is twofold: generating investment returns and minimizing investment risk. Corporations that manufacture weapons, surveillance systems, and military technology used in active war crimes and genocide present exactly those increased risks. Their profitability during times of war sure make for a perverse incentive to avoid peace. These companies face increasing exposure to international sanctions, litigation, export controls, reputational collapse, and mass divestment by large institutional investors. We are already seeing this happen. Sovereign wealth funds and public pension systems around the world are exiting these holdings because they have determined that the risk is unacceptable. When large funds move first, late moving investors are left holding depreciating assets, forced to divest at higher costs and worse prices. LD 1383 allows Maine to act prudently, deliberately, and early, rather than reacting late under pressure when the financial damage is already done. Divestment is not market timing, it's risk management. The moral case for Maine PERS divesting from genocide and war crimes is strong, too. Public money is not neutral. When we invest in corporations that provide weapons, surveillance, and infrastructure used to carry out war crimes and ethnic cleansing, we are not passive observers. We are participants. We as legislators, teachers, and public employees are funding the vengeful destruction of human beings. Even as we teach about the Holocaust and say never again, we do it some more. Maine has faced this issue before. We divested from apartheid South Africa and Northern Ireland. We divested from Sudan during the Darfur genocide. We did so not because it was easy, but because it was right. Today, credible international bodies are documenting mass civilian deaths, collective punishment, inhumane detention with numerous acts of torture, rape, and the systematic destruction of schools, hospitals, churches, mosques, and aid tents. History will not ask whether these investments were profitable in the short term. It will show whoever accepted in silence the mass destruction of a people on their ancestral land. Despite this specific testimony, LD 1383 does not single out any one nation. It applies a single neutral standard based on international law. It includes exemptions to protect humanitarian aid, national security, and the well-being of Maine people. This bill aligns our investments with our Constitution, our financial responsibility, and our humanity. We can protect retirement security without sacrificing our conscience. We can manage risk without funding atrocities. This committee can ensure that Maine is never left explaining why we chose profit over lives. The 13 of you have another week before your votes are recorded, and I politely request you use that time to do your own research, witness the evidence for yourself, because one day denying that just this genocide happened will be morally indefensible. Please pass LD 1383. It's the least we can do.
Thank you. Any questions, Representative Salisbury?
Thank you, Representative Macias. Just to confirm, you have a strike and replace amendment, is that right? And
Yes,
that's the one we
yes.
got today. Okay, I just
Yes.
wanted to make sure. I think there was another one in the folder. I just want to make sure this is the correct one. Distributed 113. And do you have a copy of your testimony?
I do. I submitted it online.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, that was given to everybody.
Do you want to briefly summarize what the amendment does versus the original bill?
It's very similar to LD 99, the divestiture from fossil fuels. It basically states that corporations that are found liable for funding, participating in, and providing weapons for genocide, ethnic cleansing, and human rights violations.
Okay.
And it's directing Maine PERS to not invest in them, to stop investing in them, and to not invest anymore.
Okay, so when I read the bill, I had some concerns, Representative, and one of them is who's making the determination about who's making this quote unquote credible determination? Who is, I mean, what entity is going to have that authority?
Well, there's plenty of organizations worldwide recognized, the United Nations, UNRWA, and Doctors Beyond Borders, a bunch of organizations that are credibly stating and with evidence and documentation that war crimes are being committed. We all remember back in 24 when exploding pagers happened.
Yeah.
That's a gross violation of war. That's a war crime. Plain and simple.
Okay, but the question is, this is the main, I'm giving you some concerns I have, okay?
Okay.
So this is a main investment fund. These decisions have to be made by main investment fund managers.
Mhm.
They're not the United Nations or any other entity. I mean, how do you expect these people to make those determinations without somebody seeing them as biased or tainted? I mean, because a number of these organizations that you're talking about, they may, I'm not going to speak about the credibility and lack of credibility, but the fact is that there's all kinds of sources of information that people could make this determination on. And so, but it's going to be left to main investment managers to make this determination. Is that how you see it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And are you saying that is there going to be a right? Will somebody be able to sue Maine PERS if they don't make these determinations?
No, that's not what this says. It's basically directing financial managers, the board of trustees, working with their investors to determine which corporations are funding this genocide and to divest from them. Now, these corporations have legal liability. They're all already being divested from countries all over the world. They're already so it's basically just paying attention and doing their due diligence in their investments to see that the long-term investment in these companies right now is the time to get out.
Okay.
And they can also get a TikTok because they can see the atrocities for themselves.
Okay. I mean, as you can see, there's a lot of questions for the committee to look at before we get to a
Sure.
final vote.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Have you seen any of the, burning aid tents? Have you seen any of the bullets in the skulls? Have you seen any of the?
Representative, first of all, I appreciate the question. We're the ones asking questions.
Okay.
I'm fully informed about what happens in the news. Okay. I am a grandson of Lebanese immigrants. I'm well aware of the Middle East and of the history of the Middle East. So I appreciate what you're trying to do, but that's not what we're here for. And I understand.
But you did ask me, how they determine.
Right. Yeah. But I'm not sitting here making any kind of credible determination as your statute provides. I'm sitting here asking questions so that we can have a work session so we can understand what the bill's going to do.
Understand.
Okay.
Understand.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Man and person, lady. Raf, you made a statement about in the past, divested from certain countries because stuff was going on without a law. What would change if, I think you cited in Maine, we have divested before, and you actually quoted the conflict. So what's the need for this law? If our fund managers have made that decision without the law.
Right, okay. That's a good question, considering that they already do their due diligence. They're already doing that for fossil fuels. We're asking, as the legislature, for them to do that towards companies that are committing or contributing to atrocities, war crimes, human rights violations around the world, not just Darfur or South Africa or Northern Ireland. We're asking them to now do it for all the companies that are currently participating in. And
I thought you made a statement that you said they've done that. And you talked about.
Those were country specific. This is not a country specific one. This is for anything that's happening now and in the future. So we don't have to come every time that there's a genocide being determined. The amendment doesn't include any particular state. It's talking about corporations.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Representative. Are there co-sponsors that wish to address this? Are there co-sponsors, Representative here?
No co-sponsors, but there are some financial experts
Okay, so
behind me.
what we were going to do is have you designate the first 10 people that are proponents.
Okay.
And then we're going to get 10 opponents and then go back and forth. But I wanted to leave it to you to make that determination as to the first 10, okay?
So,
Okay.
just to step in, Senator Baldacci,
Yeah.
online, we have Sonia Cowell. I hope I didn't mention her
Mhm.
name right, but she is on Zoom. She's one of the experts that you mentioned. If we can bring her on.
Yep.
KOWAL, is that right?
Yes.
I just want to make sure our clerk could find
Yep.
her online.
And then there's a legal expert, Bill Robichek, and financial expert, Nick Fuller.
And then
And-
they're here though, is that right?
Yes, they're in
Bill is
person.
right
Okay.
there.
All right, so we'll call them up after. All right, Ms. Cole, hi there. There you go. And I'll go ahead and start the clock. I don't know that, I don't know if people on Zoom can see the clock effectively, but.
I'll be
Whenever
in
you're
2
ready.
minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Kowal, and I'm the president of Zevin Asset Management. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1383. It's a critical piece of legislation that ensures Maine's public assets are not tied to corporations contributing to genocide and severe human rights abuses. Divestment's often framed as a moral choice, but for a pension fund, it can be first and foremost a prudent and defensive risk management strategy. Severe human rights violations constitute a material financial risk. When a company is suddenly sanctioned by the UN or sued in international courts, its stock value can collapse. By divesting before such actions occur, the fund is protected from these potential sudden large losses of value. A common concern is whether divestment harms financial returns. Because this is a targeted divestment focusing on specific high-risk companies, less than 1% of the Maine PERS portfolio rather than entire industries, the tracking error or the difference in performance compared to the market index remains statistically insignificant. Research suggests that targeted divestment does not materially harm long-term performance. The global market is vast enough to provide alternatives with similar growth profiles. In fact, because Maine PERS has an investment horizon that exists in perpetuity, replacing these volatile, high-risk assets with more stable alternatives can even improve the overall quality of the portfolio over time. Fiduciary duty requires Maine PERS to manage risk with care and skill. Continuing to hold assets in companies linked to genocide suggests an imprudent tolerance for unnecessary risk. Maine PERS is seeking currently to reduce its reliance on public equities, as I understand it. Aligning this shift with the removal of high-risk assets allows the fund
If you can
to-
just wrap up your comments, Ms. Cole, thank you.
Sure. Passing this bin is a win-win. It reduces Maine's exposure to toxic assets while aligning its investments with stability and peace that a healthy global economy requires. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Who would be representative? Why don't you indicate the first 10? So I think Mr. Robichek would be the second or third, or you want us to call? Okay. Yep, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. So Nick Fuller. Was Nick Fuller here? Is he on Zoom? Is Nick Fuller here or on Zoom? Okay. He's not on Zoom? Okay. Why don't we have Mr. Robichek go next and then we can come back to Nick? Go, just for purposes of keeping.
Oh, here comes Nick Fuller.
Why don't we just, yeah, Nick, you can speak after Mr. Robichek.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Robichek. I live in Brunswick. I have been an attorney in Maine for 47 years. 35 of those, I was a trial lawyer, Berman and Simmons, and did a lot of cases concerning breaches of fiduciary duty. Last 12 years, I have been a mediator trying to resolve disputes. There are probably a lot of people who are going to follow me who are going to talk about Israel and Palestine. I am not, because I don't see that as my role today. My role, as I see it, is to help you understand some legal aspects of 1383. Although I have an opinion about that dispute, that's really not why I'm here. In terms of the thrust of 1383, so that the state does not invest in or profit from genocide or human rights abuses, there may be a moral imperative to do that. I think maybe most of us could agree on that. But I believe that you'll find that it is legally required. Maine PERS has a fiduciary duty to its members. You have a letter when the fossil fuel bill to divest from fossil fuels was passed in 2021. You have a letter from the Attorney General's office that criticized the first version of that bill because it did not provide for Maine PERS to override the directive from the legislature if they thought that a prudent person, a prudent investor, would invest in fossil fuels. So the law was amended. And in the amendment, it specifically included language saying that Maine PERS has to follow the prudent person or prudent investor rule, even if that means investing in a fossil fuel company. I would submit to you that given in my memo that I provided to you, given what the U.S. Supreme Court has said about genocide, federal law about genocide, and human rights abuses, that
If you
in
could just
fact,
wrap up your comments in one sentence.
sure. There is legal risk to the state of Maine if it continues, if in fact it is at the current point, investing in companies that are providing material support to either genocide or human rights abuses. I would think the legislature, like under the fossil fuels law, would want to have an annual report from Maine PERS as to what the investments are that they have and what steps they've taken to distance themselves from those kinds of companies. I'll be glad to answer
thank you.
questions.
Miss, any questions? I had a couple of questions, Mr. Robichek. I supported and we passed the fossil fuel divestment bill. This bill, though, I mean, in terms of defining how is Maine PERS going to define who are violators? I mean, I'm having a problem because there are a whole range of international sources
Right.
of information. So does Maine PERS now have the authority as a fiduciary to determine, they have the authority now to determine whether or not to invest in certain companies, correct?
They certainly do. And so in response to your question, what I'd say is not only are there organizations such as those named in the amended bill, but ICE itself on its website, if you were to consult that, and look at the Magnitsky list, it has listed people and companies that are sanctioned by the United States for human rights abuses. So there are sources out there across the spectrum, whether you're talking about a human rights organization or you're talking about the United States government, that identify countries, individuals, and companies. For example, ICE has identified a person in Afghanistan who owns 21 German companies. Are we invested in any of those 21 German companies? The good thing is, under the Fossil Fuel Act, is that Maine PERS currently and has issued annual reports. It brings in experts to advise it as to how to make the investments, whether or not their fiduciary duty requires them to get out of a particular petroleum company or stay in it. Likewise, under this act or this proposed legislation, they would be using resources such as that to look at the whole spectrum, whether it's listed on the ICE website, whether it's United Nations, whether it's the American Friends organization, the Quakers, or whatever. They have the ability to look at that range and then make the judgment. The important thing here, however, for the state of Maine is that we require that they make a judgment, that they don't accidentally or otherwise think, oh, there's a profit to be made in investing in BNP. Well, BNP 3 months ago, that's a big French bank. BNP 3 months ago lost a $21 million verdict because it was supporting the government of Sudan as a bank. Now, that $21 million was only for 3 plaintiffs. Can you imagine if all the Sudanese who were the subject of human rights abuses lined up to sue BNP? Well, the stock went down 20% immediately after they lost that lawsuit. Their stock has rebounded because evidently some people think it's good business to invest in genocide. But that's the kind of risk that the expert on finance was talking about. In a moment's notice, you can lose a huge amount of money because something like that happens. And I think what you'll find is that the BNP lawsuit in New York City is now just the tip of the iceberg in terms of lawsuits that are coming down. I think the state of Maine wants to know where its money is invested with an annual report that this law provides.
Thank you. The only thing I would ask is maybe you could provide us, the McGinsky list is by the State Department or the Defense Department, put out by one of the U.S. government agencies, correct?
Yes, it's actually ICE's Human Rights Violators and War Crimes Center.
Okay. If you maybe share that link with the committee members, or
Sure.
you can email it to us, whatever.
Be glad to do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Fuller?
Right. Good afternoon. I'm Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, other esteemed members, State and Local Government Committee. My name's Nick Fuller-Guggens. I'm a 4th grade teacher down in Saco. Just came straight from school today. And I'm a proud trustee to our $22 billion pension, the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. So I stand before you today as a Maine educator, as a member of the Board of Trustees of Maine PERS, representing over 24,000 active teachers. And I stand before you as a Mainer, really proud of our state's independent streak. And in all these roles, speaking to you in strong, strong support of LD 1383 for 2 simple reasons. The first is that the bill has the overwhelming support of educators in our state. So when you say educators, these are teachers and support staff. We're the largest group of Maine PERS contributors and beneficiaries. And for the last 2 years at our state annual convention, 2024 and in 2025, we have voted as a democratic body for direct action in this very way, in our pension, to divest from companies implicated in genocide. But also, I'm standing before you as a member of the Board of Trustees, and I'm supporting LD 1383 because it's a financially sound bill. I think as we already heard from a previous speaker, but the bill would reallocate less than 1% of the total fund, with no negative effect on pension benefit payments. And let me just repeat that again, as a member of the board, not representing the board, but representing myself as the representative of the active teachers, that this would have no negative impact on the hard-earned retirement of my colleagues. I would never do anything to risk these hard-earned benefit payments. And LD 1383 does not pose that risk. Just the opposite. I see this bill as actually working hand in hand with this large-scale asset reallocation that we already have underway, and participating in some really important risk diversification goals that we have as part of my job. So I support it for those two reasons as a
can
board
just wrap up
member.
your
Sure, yeah.
comments.
And I would be happy to answer any questions as the representative of the active teachers or as one of the 8 main PERS board members. Is there any questions? Thank you.
very much. Any
Yeah.
questions? Yeah, Representative Rollins.
Yes, Representative.
Sir,
Yes.
main PERS, do you hire a fund manager or they're in-house fund managers?
I'm so glad you brought up this question, because one of the things that I get to see from behind the scenes, so I attend a monthly board meeting, and we meet with the investment team. And one thing that has just totally has really amazed me is the investment team in Maine PERS, which is in-house. They operate out of the Portland office, is incredible. These people we have a highly trained, well-staffed, well-compensated team of, I mean, they're financial wizards, the things that they do, incredible. And so when we're looking at reallocating less than 1% of the pension fund into something that would be less risky, we have the best people in the house that could do that. In fact, they're doing this all the time. As I mentioned, we are in the middle of this large-scale asset reallocation. So I've participated in conversations this fall, and we ended up voting to start to draw down just a little bit our public equities, which have a little bit of a higher risk, and we're reallocating those into less risky forms of investment, mostly in credit. This all, to answer your question, Representative, this all comes from advice from the in-house investment team. So compared to what they are doing, reallocating funds to aim for same or higher returns, but with less risk on the billions of dollars, what we're talking about with 1383 would be child's play for them. Very easy to do. And on top of that, the answer to your question is kind of both. We have this amazing in-house investment team, but we also hire some of the world's largest financial consulting firms. We hire Cambridge Associates, and we hire BlackRock, and they are at every board meeting. They're working hand in hand. This is their job, to work with institutional investors like us. So if there's something that we need done, Cambridge Associates and BlackRock is going to help us do that. And this kind of thing, if we were to ask, can we reallocate a few shares from a handful of companies to something less risky like credit, and we wanted their advice, like that's what they're there for, to help consult with us. Yeah. Sure, thanks.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
No. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief.
Sure.
First of all, I'm a soccer representative and I'm very glad you're here.
Thank you. Go Mustangs.
And so couldn't the trustees do this on their own, with all these advisors and, fancy people everywhere? Couldn't you just say, we don't want to support genocide? Why does it need to become a law?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are 8 board members. And I guess theoretically, if 5 board members decided on something, that could become policy. But from what I have seen, the board is not a political body. The board, we have, I took a vow, I took an oath, when I took this job to represent all these teachers, I took an oath to be a duty of loyalty, to make sure that these pension benefits are met and to minimize the amount of risk. And that is what I see. My colleagues on the board are 100% dedicated to this, and the investment team, and is very investment minded. And so the conversations are about asset reallocation, and very financial, and the political, any kind of political or what might be seen as judgment is not brought into the boardroom. The reason, again, that I am here representing myself, not the board, is because my constituents, the tens of thousands of teachers I represent, have been calling for this for 2 years in a row on their very own pension, and they are the largest contributors and beneficiaries from their pension. But then the other part of this, the other reason I'm here is because that oath I took in my fiduciary responsibility, a huge part of that is I need to do everything I can to minimize the risk. Like I think about, like, I teach at CK Burns School just behind the library. And I think about in my school, you know, there's a fifth grade teacher, Mrs. Cody, who's taught there for decades. And I hope she deserves retirement. I hope she retires soon. And I'm thinking about her retirement payment. And I'm also thinking about, you know, Miss Granado, who was just hired last year, straight out of college, and she might be retiring, you know, in 40 years. And so
Thank you.
Oh, all right. Well,
Yeah, we don't, yeah, that's.
okay.
that's
Well,
beyond the scope of this hearing.
I just take the risk, just to summarize, sorry to get off track, but I think about my colleagues working so hard and would never do anything to risk their pension benefit.
Okay.
And this would not do that.
Okay,
And so
thank you.
yeah, thank you.
We're just trying to move this.
Sure,
along.
sure. I
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you. Sorry, I got a little
Okay, the
excited.
next one is Jamelia Lavasor.
Thank you.
Yep. Lavasor. That's the, it's Lavasor.
Thanks so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
So I'm here in support of LD 1383, and I'm going to tell you about a terrified and distraught woman who arrived in New York City with 2 small children in tow, hardly a penny to her name and no home to go to. The year was 1939. She was fleeing a genocide. The woman was my grandmother. My grandmother did not want to leave her home in Czechoslovakia. She did not want to leave her elderly parents behind in Prague, but they told her, "Go while you still can. We'll follow as soon as possible." They were never able to follow. Instead, they were murdered in a gas chamber. My grandmother was able to come to the United States legally, purely because of luck, because someone had the right connections and stamped the appropriate documents. If that had not worked, she would have tried to find a way to get out to anywhere illegally. As a mother, she desperately wanted to protect her small children, including my 9-year-old father. She went from living a comfortable middle-class life in Czechoslovakia to barely making ends meet in a dingy apartment in the Bronx. She came so that her children might live. That's all any good parent wants. When I was a teenager, my grandmother attended rallies against the Vietnam War, against children being burned alive by napalm dropped from U.S. military planes. She never had a pension fund. But if she did, she would have protested against her money being invested in companies that made that napalm and that made Agent Orange. Today, our state has pension funds investments in Palantir, whose AI enables genocide in Gaza and ICE deportations at home, and in Boeing, which helps Israel incinerate Palestinian babies. My grandmother would be horrified. My grandmother did not have to worry that her foreign accent would get her swept up off the street by masked ICE agents. But today, Maine is investing in Signature Aviation, which transports our kidnapped neighbors to faraway detention centers where God knows what happens to them. My grandmother would have been the first to say, "No human being is illegal." I speak out today not just because of my grandmother, but because I'm human. I do not want my government funding human rights crimes anywhere, and I don't want my neighbors picked up by ICE agents. We can make a difference here in Maine. Please pass LD 1383.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Thank you. The next person on the list is Mary Dunn.
Good afternoon, members of the state and local committee. My name is Mary and I live outside Augusta. I am here to ask you to support LD 1383. I taught public school in Maine for 30 years and I received my pensions through Maine PERS. When I learned that part of my monthly pension comes from investments in companies that are complicit in domestic and international human rights abuses, I felt sick. There are no financial or moral benefits to investing in these companies. Over the years, I had students from different backgrounds, including immigrant families new to Maine. The thought that some of my pension could cause these families harm causes me great pain. This is so wrong. When I open my phone and watch children and families being harmed by ICE, as well as children and families abroad experiencing genocide, I question, who are we? I want to hold on to my deep belief that Maine is a great state, that we stand for what is right. I know you all work hard to do what is right. As you discuss and consider this bill, I ask you to follow something I used to ask my students to live by, and that is cause no harm. How hypocritical I feel because every month I receive my pension, I am causing harm. We should allow that guidance to lead us in our investments as well as our daily lives. Please cause no harm by supporting LD 1383 and divest from the companies that are causing such incredible violence in our name. Thank you for listening, and I urge you to support this important bill.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next person is Willow Cunningham.
Please forgive me, my light fell asleep. I've got this hand over. Geez, that's embarrassing. All right. Hello, honorable members of the committee. I'm Willow Cunningham, and I'm here to distribute to you a petition issued by the Maine Coalition for Peace and Human Rights. Right now, we're sitting at about 1,419 signatures and growing. Not everybody could make it to speak, so I'll read the petition out myself. We, the undersigned residents of Maine, call on our state government to take immediate and decisive action.
Just so you know, you have limited time. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm speaking quickly.
Okay.
To uphold human rights, protect our communities, and ensure our public resources are not used to fund or facilitate harm. Specifically, we demand the following. 1, a statewide ban on all collaboration between state agencies, including law enforcement, public institutions, and local governments, and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. ICE and DHS have been responsible.
Okay, this is out of order because that's not what this bill is about. So if you could just talk about, this is a public hearing about this bill, not just general. We've voted on ICE before, but this bill is just about the state investment part of it. Sorry.
Please forgive me, Senator Baldacci. This petition was signed with both of those bills in mind. And would you like me to skip the first half of it?
This is a public hearing on one bill. We have couple hundred people. So
may I use the rest of my time to finish the more relevant part of the petition?
That would be, yes, you can take some extra time too, but I just wanted to, we're not going to get into the ICE issue today because that's not this bill.
This bill is actually extremely related to ICE. We are requesting that Maine PERS and all public funds in the state divest from corporations collaborating with ICE and its unlawful detentions of our neighbors in this state. But skipping past the 1971, which passed, a ban on state investments in companies and countries complicit in war crimes, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, or systemic human rights abuses. This includes divesting from corporations that profit from military occupation, surveillance technologies used for repression, and detention facilities. It also includes ending any financial relationships with the regimes currently engaging in internationally condemned violations of human rights. Our public funds must not bankroll violence and oppression anywhere in the world. As residents, taxpayers, and state workers, we refuse to be complicit in systems of violence. Building on Governor Mills' resistance to Trump's policies, our state must lead with integrity, justice, and a commitment to protecting all people, regardless of national borders or country of origin. We urge our elected officials to enact legislation that affirms these demands and reflects our values. It's time to divest from oppression and invest in human dignity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see none, but thank you very much. Appreciate it. Erica Moody.
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Erica Moody. I live in Waldoboro, Maine, and I've owned and operated a small metal fabrication business here for over 10 years. I'm an employer, a teacher, and someone who depends on Maine's reputation for integrity and trust to sustain my livelihood. I'm also one of over 330 Maine business owners who have signed a letter in support of responsible investment, aligned with the principles of LD 1383, which the committee is being handed out right now, a copy of that letter, as well as my testimony. Maine's economy and brand, from tourism to the creative economy, are deeply tied to the reputation for integrity and fairness. In my work, reputation matters. People don't just buy objects from Maine, they buy trust. That trust has real economic value, and once it's damaged, it's hard to regain. As a small business owner, I make decisions every day that balances finances with values. I choose how I source materials, how I treat employees, and which projects I take on. Those choices are not separate from good business. They are good business. I believe the same standard should apply to the state of Maine. Public funds represent the collective work and trust of Maine people. LD 1383 asks that those funds not be invested in entities credibly identified as committing serious human right violations. From a business perspective, that is responsible stewardship, not ideology. Failing to invest responsibly carries financial, reputational, and market risk. What we invest in reflects what we value, and values have serious economic consequences. I respectfully urge you to support LD 1383. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you, Ms. Moody. Is there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person on this list is Joe Pearl.
Thank you, everyone, for letting me speak today. My name is Joe Pearl. I live in the town of Knox. I'm here to express my support for LD 1383. As a Jewish parent, a Jewish carpenter, and a Jewish community builder, I believe there's no greater threat to the future of our world than corporations who knowingly profit off of violence and destruction. Our world desperately needs investments in building houses, building infrastructure, building families, building supportive communities, and investments in anything that destroys the fabric of our civilization, be it here or abroad, should be completely out of the question. The idea that our state's hardworking public servants should enjoy a retirement funded by the misery of others is deeply unsettling to me as a person of faith. One of the most basic Jewish teachings is that all humans are created b'tselem Elohim, in the image of God. Every human life is a universe, an entire universe of equal value and importance to the Creator, and no one's life is disposable regardless of their faith, their politics, or where they were born. The most often repeated commandment in the Torah is to love the stranger. The Jewish people have lived in diaspora all over the world for thousands of years, enduring countless instances of forced migration, repression, and human rights abuses, culminating in the Holocaust. Loving the stranger is an act of radical empathy based on our own experiences as often unwanted guests in strange lands, and it means that we can never stay silent when others' basic human rights are being trampled. We cannot stand idly by while our neighbors are kidnapped and disappeared. We must engage in tikkun olam, acts of healing our broken world. With regards to repairing our broken world, we are taught that it is not our duty to complete the task, but neither may we desist from it. Each of us is commanded to do whatever is in our power to heal our collapsing, fracturing world, and supporting LD 1383 is one small but concrete step that will lead to a better future for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Snow.
I submitted my testimony online.
Yes, yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Snow.
Thank you for your time and for listening. My name is Linda Snow. I live in North Yarmouth. I'm here to register my strong support for LD 1383. Last weekend, I sang with 60 other voices in a concert titled, I Have a Voice. I'm here today testifying because I'm aware that I am privileged to have a voice. My state pension funds are supporting entities that are funding human rights abuses of people around the world. I earned my state pension as an audiologist at the Maine Educational Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I took that job to take part in an effort to improve the quality of life for deaf and hard of hearing children and their families in Maine. I'm proud of the work I did. I'm proud to be a resident of the state of Maine. I am not proud that my state pension is being invested in part in a way that supports the destruction of the quality of life for so many and takes the lives of many others. I'm here because I have a voice, speaking for those who do not have a voice. Please hear my voice today, asking the state of Maine to do the right thing by complying with international law and acting with human dignity in its investment practices. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Kareem.
Hello, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. It's been a long day for you as well, and I value that. I submitted my testimony also on the portal. My name is Sarah Karam. I live in North Yarmouth. I recently retired from the Lewiston schools as a school counselor. I believe in the inherent worth and dignity of every person and also the interconnectedness of all beings. I carried these beliefs into my school counseling practice, and I believe I was an effective counselor. So to learn that part of my retirement income comes from companies that practice human rights abuses leaves me feeling like a hypocrite or a fraud. I encourage this legislation that divests Maine state retirements from these companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you very much. Isa Muldoon. And then after Isa, then we'll have 10 people in opposition speak. Did Miss Karen have a testimony?
It was submitted.
Online, okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Isa Muldoon. I'm a resident of Portland, Maine, and I'm here to speak in support of LD 1383. Both of my parents work hard in the Portland School District to give their students and families high-quality education and care, and will receive Maine PERS benefits when they retire. I know that teachers and school employees do everything that they can to help students succeed, but ongoing genocides, ICE detainments, and fear of surveillance have made this virtually impossible, especially in cases where students don't feel safe coming to school. Investments in companies like Palantir, Signature Aviation, Boeing, and Caterpillar go against all of our values and corrupt their hard-earned pensions. In my mother's own words, she's been a public school teacher since 1998. She says, "I try to teach my students that the way that we treat others matters, that our actions make an impact on the world in which we live. I also work to make my students feel safe at school and free to be who they are. In the context of an increase in ICE activity in Portland, that sense of safety and freedom is under direct threat. Knowing that a single penny of my retirement helps the deportation infrastructure is unacceptable to me. I didn't start teaching to make profits from an unethical investment portfolio. I teach because I believe in public education as a foundation for our democracy, and it would be hypocritical of me to not support full divestment from the likes of Signature Aviation, Boeing, and Palantir. LD 1383 is an important bill because it does not target one form of human rights abuse. It is not focused on pulling funds out of one genocide while continuing to fund another, puts a system in place that would protect Maine taxpayer dollars from being invested in any company that profits off genocide, deportation, and human rights abuses now and forever. Maine has used divestment to stand up for human rights in the past. In 1985, it divested from 14 corporations that were complicit in apartheid in South Africa. When we do not know what the future holds, we have to look to the past. Maine has used divestment as a tool to stand up for what's right before, and it's time to do it again. Thank you. I strongly recommend it passes.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Thank you. Okay, the next 10 speakers will be those who are opposed. You come up one at a time.
I have a list there, but I'm gonna call it down.
Well, I think Ms. Stein, you wanted to go first. I mean, you wanted to go before it got dark, and so why don't you lead us off, okay?
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the committee. I'm going to be very brief. Other people will speak to the legal and the financial. I'm going to ask that as you consider LD 1383, that you give thought to the fiscal issues involved, the cost benefits of what this bill proposes. Hospital units are being closed in rural areas of the state, leaving people to die because they cannot get available care. Special education programs are cut so children do not get the learning they need to grow into productive adults. Families cannot get the food they need because they lack the money to spend on the dollars to spend, and the it's a supporting aid is gone. We are looking at a bill that creates a situation in which the state of Maine is likely to be sued, in which people will step aside from what their tasks are and what their earnings are to review matters which are currently reviewed and dealt with by the federal government. This year, our towns, our cities, our counties have rejected budgets that did not focus on immediate needs. We've all seen it. They've set their budgets back saying we've got to deal with things right now. The state needs to spend money where it best serves the people of Maine. So I ask, as you consider the costs and the benefits, are there other ways to achieve some of these things that would be more in keeping with what the people of the state of Maine have elected you to do
Thank you very
right
much.
now?
Thank you.
And I'm going to skip the rest and send it to you.
Thank
But
you. And
thank
is there any
you.
questions? Thank you very much. Who would like to come forward? Another opponent? Come forward. Thank you. And just state your name and the town you're from.
My name is Scott Davidson, and I'm from Reedfield, and I'm here to speak for my daughter, Anya Mae Davidson, also from Reedfield, and myself. She is a mother, I am a father, and as Jews and as public health professionals that have worked, she is now working in the school systems. We care deeply about human rights and the dignity of all people. This bill has been supported by an anti-Israel coalition, one that denies October 7th, with some members who even justify the massacre. The horrific war that happened after 10/7 and the devastating loss of life in Gaza is truly a tragedy. But you heard how the sponsor of this bill began his introduction and focused on Israel. Violence and hate does not begin with guns and bombs. Violence and hate begins with permission. Permission to dehumanize, to scapegoat, and to exclude. This bill provides the permission structure to dehumanize, scapegoat, and exclude not just Israel, but we've seen it happen to Jews everywhere. Boulder, Colorado, Washington, D.C., Manchester, England, Bondi Beach, Australia, Jackson, Mississippi, and yes, here in Maine, with swastikas appearing in Brunswick, Damariscotta, Litchfield, Portland, and along with many other microaggressions against Jews for being Jews. But now we carry all the lies and libels implicit and explicit in anti-Zionism. As a person working in the school system and in the healthcare system, I see that our children deal with on a day-to-day basis.
Just so you know, we have a 2-minute limit, so if
Yeah,
you could.
I've been looking
summarize.
there. No one touch
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm failing
So,
at my
I
time
apologize.
I thought she had.
You
so
can,
Sorry about
you
that.
can, I'll be it
No,
very.
don't
make it
worry.
quick.
We'll start it now.
Okay, well, I'll make it quicker.
You can
Well,
make it quick.
thankfully, it is not war that our children deal with. My daughter is a nurse in the public schools. It is food and housing insecurity, lack of health care, and so much more. We cannot expect children to learn when their basic needs aren't being met. We need to focus on local issues that are relevant to our Maine families because there is so much broken right here, right now. We are losing funding for public health in our schools, funding that is desperately needed to educate our children and help them grow up healthy and supported.
So
Please
we
do
would
not.
ask you to wrap up the comments then? Thank
Yes.
you.
Please do not be seduced by the high-sounding language of this bill. It's set up for bait and switch. Do not mistake intensity for truth, slogans for thoughtful compassion, blaming and shaming for moral clarity. This bill's intention and design is to promote the politicization of my pension fund that I live off now, that my daughter will when she retires. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Any questions? No, thank you very much.
Here is.
To
The next person I have on the list is Beth Katz.
Yep.
I'm gonna go by this list of
Okay.
people that signed up.
Cats. I will.
Hello. My name is Beth Katz. I'm from Portland, Maine. I'd like to testify in opposition to Bill LD 1383. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I oppose this bill for many reasons, but the one that I would like to talk about today is based on a painful personal experience and one that I'd like to share other people if I can. So the basis of this bill is that there are state and non-state actors that are so heinous, they should not be supported in any way by Maine pension funds, that they should be publicly identified, expressly boycotted, and divested from. Well, in 2024, the city of Portland decided that the state of Israel deserved this and unanimously passed the Israel divestment bill. Spoiler alert, this bill had no impact at all on the GDP of Israel. Instead, it harmed Jewish Mainers like my family. Because of our ties to Israel and because Portland, even though it's a city, is still a small town, we might have felt it more than others, with our children being bullied by kids, experiencing the odd joy of being able to bully someone else and still feel self-righteous about it at the same time. We saw graffiti, brutal anti-Semitic jokes, River to the Sea, Free Palestine just became a regular backdrop of my oldest daughter's high school experience. In this atmosphere, when I was growing up, this kind of treatment would have excited indignation in her peers and support from her teachers. But in this atmosphere at this time, teachers and kids were too afraid or too biased to speak out. I don't have much time left, but I do want to say that no Portlander in my town has escaped the impact of this bill, whether they supported it or opposed it. To this day, all 3 Portland synagogues need to have armed guards protecting their services. The Jewish Community Association checks ID at the door for their activities and functions. And the hate mail, the Nazi tropes, the anonymous trolling is a feature of life in the administration of a Jewish organization in a way that hasn't been seen in decades. I have one more sentence, just one, I promise. But I'm not here speaking on behalf of Jews or Israel. I'm here because this legislation creates a permanent, going forward, approval for the state of Maine to decide who it's okay to hate and who it is not. I don't want to see any Mainer have to go through this, whether they're Somali or Venezuelan or Iraqi or Lebanese or Italian or from any other extraction. I just want us all to be Mainers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much. Okay, so there are 7 more opponents who can be recognized. Then we'll go back to.
Marshall Tinkle.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition to LD 1383. I'm Marshall Tinkle of Portland, Maine. I'm a retired lawyer. Some of you may be familiar with my book on the Maine State Constitution. And after 40 years of practice, if there's one thing I've learned to do, it's tell whether a bill is constitutional or not. And this bill decidedly is not constitutional. It purports to be, it's labeled, an act to require the state to divest itself of assets invested in arms manufacturers that contribute to genocide, which superficially sounds appealing. But if you read the bill carefully, that's a far cry from what it actually says. The bill's definition of arms manufacturers that contribute to genocide is in the disjunctive. It can mean whatever falls into one of 3 categories. Category 1 is any company that derives more than 10% of its gross revenue from the manufacture or sale of weapons, weapon systems, ammunition, etc. That's it. No requirement that it contribute to genocide. So any store that has a substantial guns and ammo department, like maybe LL Bean, would fit into this category. Category number 2 is any company that provides not arms, but any direct material support, any goods or services at all to a government credibly accused, excuse me, whatever that means, of genocide, ethnic cleansing, or other gross violations of internationally recognized, that's a loaded phrase, recognized by whom? Human rights. Which countries have been accused of human rights violations? Well, practically all of them, including the United States. Number 3 is any company identified by a credible, again, credible, by whose standards, organization as contributing to such violations. A bill this vague and far-reaching leaves it to unelected officials to make decisions devoid of any meaningful statutory guidance. It's an unconstitutional delegation of legislative power. It's also unconstitutionally vague. It also violates the Constitution by interfering with U.S. foreign policy. Bill confers no benefit on Maine citizens. It's unconstitutional. It's disingenuous. I urge that it ought not pass. I'm happy to take questions.
Mr. Tinkle, thank you for being here. So going back to the question I had asked the sponsor, there's a requirement that somebody be found, or not somebody, but an entity or a state be found credibly, I can't remember how, you just mentioned the term, but.
Right, a finding by a credible organization that it has contributed to violations.
So does it say that? My concern is like, who is going to make this definition? Who's going to make this determination? Okay, because it has to be made by some entity that's connected to the state of Maine.
That's a very, I think it's a very significant concern. The bill does not provide guidance to people who, let's face it, are not experts on international affairs. They're basically wealth managers.
Right. And the other concern I had is that because it's vague, it could end up that these matters, and I know the sponsor doesn't agree, but that these matters could go to court, could be litigated as to what is credible and what is not credible, to force, if people think that they're not utilizing this law. I'm just saying, my concern also is that it could invite litigation that could go on for a while.
I think this bill, if it passed, would almost certainly lead to very protracted and expensive litigation.
Okay, and I wasn't looking necessarily for confirmation, but I know you from reputation, and we both practiced law for a long time, so I wanted to ask your opinion on those things.
Okay.
Any other questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person on the list is Amy Saltzman Tinkle.
Thank you. My name is Amy Seltzman Tinkle. I'm a longtime resident of Portland. I'm here to speak in opposition to this bill. As Beth said, we are experiencing deja vu in Portland because the same anti-Israel coalition behind LD 1383 rammed through a similar divestment measure through the Portland City Council. And many Portland Jews suddenly felt unwelcome in the city and developed a deep resentment against the councilors who voted for the resolution. To his credit, our mayor, when he realized the harm the resolution was causing, publicly apologized for signing it and acknowledged that it was a mistake. The key difference between that resolve and LD 1383 is that this bill doesn't specifically refer to Israel. Instead, it cherry picks organizations with a known anti-Israel bias like the UN and Amnesty International and ties divestment to their anti-Zionist critiques while ignoring the many experts who have concluded that Israel has acted appropriately in responding to a genocidal massacre by Hamas and thousands of other acts of terrorism. If it is passed, this bill, like the Portland measure, will alienate a substantial swath of Maine residents. It will be enormously divisive. It will inflame anti-Israel and anti-Jewish hatred, endangering the safety of the Jewish community, of which I am an active and public member. It may deter Jewish businesses and non-residents from moving or investing here. It will not benefit Maine people in any way. To the contrary, it will harm state employees, of which my daughter is one, by stripping their retirement portfolios of high-performing stocks in such companies as Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Alphabet, NVIDIA, General Electric, and dozens more that do business with Israel. And if the aim of the bill is to somehow put pressure on Israel, taking stocks out of the state's retirement fund isn't going to have any effect on Israeli policy. I urge the legislature to focus on the state's real problems and consign this bill to the ash heap where it belongs. I'm
Okay, any
happy to take questions.
No, seeing no, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's see, Dan Soley. Dan Soley? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Soley. I'm speaking here as a concerned Maine resident from Falmouth who cares deeply about our state's independence, our hard-earned tax dollars, and our principles we hold dear here in Maine: fairness, self-determination, and keeping control right here at home. I'm troubled by this bill still pending before us because it would force Maine to divest public funds and avoid contracts with any entities tied to so-called perpetrator states only accused by biased international bodies of human rights violations. On the surface, it sounds noble. Who wouldn't want to stand against actual atrocities? But dig deeper, and this bill feels like a dangerous overreach that threatens Maine's sovereignty in ways that hit close to home. The core problem is enforceability. The legislation relies on determinations from distant international organizations, bodies that aren't accountable here to Mainers who are swayed by international politics, selective focus, and outright biased intentions. We would be handing over decisions about our pension funds, our state investments, our procurement choices to these foreign entities instead of trusting our own Maine Department of Administrative and Financial Services, our treasurer, our elected officials who answer directly to us, not even our State Department. That's not right. Maine should decide Maine's investments based on our values and our laws, not outsourced to panels in far-off places with their own agendas. This isn't just abstract policy, it's personal. Our retirement savings, our public workers' futures, our small businesses relying on state contracts, all of these are put at risk by vague, externally driven labels that could shift unpredictably. We risk economic harm here in Maine for decisions we didn't even make and can't fully control or even appeal. I urge you, reject this bill, keep the power where it belongs with Mainers through our state processes, protect our own sovereignty, our wallets, and our ability to make fair, independent choices on our own. Thank you for considering. Reject the bill.
Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Josh Rosenberg.
I'll submit written online, so
Okay.
should be coming. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the committee. My name is Josh Rosenberg. I'm from Cape Elizabeth. Thanks for the opportunity to testify here in opposition to LD 1383. Ethnic cleansing, genocide, and gross violations of internationally recognized human rights are indeed terrible actions we should all be aware of, and we should strive to do what we can to prevent and address them. Let's be honest, though. LD 1383 is simply a thinly veiled attempt by those who support the boycott, divest, and sanction movement to target the country of Israel. And to be clear, the ultimate goal of BDS is not to modify Israeli policy, but rather it is the destruction of Israel as a Jewish state. BDS does not promote negotiated peace or constructive Israeli-Palestinian engagement. Its campaigns have frequently led to polarization, institutional conflict, and rising anti-Semitism here in the U.S., as others have already discussed. This bill would leave the decision of which companies to divest from to, quote, credible international organizations and human rights NGOs. These groups, including the UN, whose Human Rights Council has passed more resolutions against Israel than it has against all other countries in the world combined. And these groups are, in fact, not credible when it comes to Israel. The double standard to which NGOs, including Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, hold Israel has in fact been called out many times by their own former employees and NGO watchdog groups. Your obligation to oppose LD 1383, however, does not depend on whether or not you agree with the findings of these international organizations, or for that matter, where you stand on Israel. Under the Maine PERS governance rules, pension assets must be managed solely in the financial interest of beneficiaries, not to advance foreign policy objectives. Delegating effective authority over investment decisions to international bodies and advocacy organizations such as the UN and NGOs without requiring U.S. government determinations, federal sanctions, or judicial rulings also exposes Maine to greater legal and reputational risk. This bill would require the state to divest from companies and simultaneously depends on for economic stability, defense, and emergency readiness and jobs such as those at Bath Iron Works. This contradiction undermines Maine's workforce and economic interests. Finally, Maine faces urgent challenges here on healthcare, housing, education, and affordability. LD 1383 diverts legislative attention and taxpayer resources towards symbolic foreign policy disputes that do not meaningfully improve human rights outcomes abroad and do not address Maine's pressing needs at home. Maine can and should support human rights through constructive, lawful, and effective means.
I'll just ask you to wrap up your comments. real quick.
Understood. LD 1383 does not meet this standard, and I respectfully urge this committee to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Jody, I'm sorry, Augustat.
Augustat.
Thank you.
Augustat. Thank you so much, and I think someone with you. Thank you, Maine State Legislators, for all you do for our state and for the opportunity to speak to you today. There is one thing we all agree on in this room: genocide and human rights violations are a stain against humanity. This is we have in common. Where I disagree with the bill is the sources of information used to find incidences of genocide and human rights violations. These institutions, as mentioned, Amnesty International and UN, are far from reliable. In 2009, Amnesty International's management team offered to resign after an independent report by Conterra Group found what it called a toxic culture of workplace harassment, sexism, and racism. In July 2018, the head of Amnesty Gender Unit was suspended by the organization's leadership after she said AI suffered from ideological bankruptcy. Amnesty International has a great name, but it's been in decline and has been purchased by foreign adversaries. Last week, the United States House of Representatives passed a bipartisan bill defunding the International Court of Justice. UN employees actively participated in October 7th massacre, hid Israeli hostages in their homes in Gaza, and helped build 450 miles of terror tunnels in Gaza with cement bags stamped with the logo of the UN. Is the UN credible? No. So how can we improve this bill? Perhaps we should use the reports issued by the State Department of the United States, where I'm a taxpayer. If you want to consider input from unreliable foreign entities, at a minimum include the State Department in this equation and make unanimous all parties must agree on the decisions.
Otherwise, you have unintended bias and maybe intentional bias. And also, you are allowing, if you don't include the State Department, foreign bad actors to manipulate our economy and our sovereignty by simply accusing our strategic partners with genocide or human rights violations. It seems folly to me for Maine tax dollars to be spent figuring how to equitably determine unproven accusations of genocide and human rights.
I'll just ask you to wrap it up. You're over time.
Yes, thank you so much. Instead of voting for LD 13, Maine's elected officials should choose Maine, focus on consensus from different sides of the issue to resolve differences and create legislation that uses our tax dollars to directly benefit Mainers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, Sharon Chabreau.
Hi, Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for letting me testify. My name is Sharon Chabreau, and I'm a resident of Portland, Maine. LD 1383 is purportedly a human rights bill. I have championed human rights causes my entire adult life and continue to do so. So why am I up here opposing this bill? Why, as a Jew, am I frightened by this bill? The alarm bells reside in the heading about the requirement to divest. For years, the term divestiture has been used by entities that provoke and perpetuate hatred toward Jews. The result has been increased threats and attacks on the Jewish community. It has become the norm to have security guards at our synagogues because we no longer feel safe at our gatherings. There are many in our community who are not coming forward today because they are afraid of harassment or worse. Just the introduction of this legislation is an ominous sign for our community. While it does not name Israel, it uses as its sources international bodies with a well-documented bias against Israel. A recent article in The Atlantic, The Double Standard in the Human Rights World, speaks of this hateful bias that many of these organizations have. Furthermore, enactment of this legislation would help nobody. Our sparsely populated state with limited resources is ill-equipped to embark on foreign policy and would be ineffective in quashing global genocide. The obligation of our state legislature is to address and help solve the everyday problems of Mainers, not to use taxpayer dollars and state resources to comb through human rights reports from international bodies in order to subjectively determine which countries and companies to divest from. If the state of Maine decides to start making subjective decisions about which countries are uniquely evil, it will bring harm to the Mainers associated with that country. In short, enactment of LD 1383 would benefit nobody and hurt many people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you very much, Sharon. And the last opponent will be, until we go back, will be Nate Silver.
Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury, members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Nate Silver from Palermo, and I'm testifying in opposition to LD 1383. I want to ask if what the proponents said about this bill is true with regards to the financials. Why hasn't Maine Purse divested from the targeted companies if not doing so would be a breach of fiduciary duty? It seems that this law is entirely unnecessary based on what they've said themselves. Maine's Constitution establishes fiduciary duties to hold, invest, and disperse Maine Purse pension trust funds solely in the best financial interest of its members. This includes duty of loyalty, to follow the exclusive benefit rule in the Maine Constitution by acting solely in the interest of its members and not using the board's position of trust to advance personal interests or other causes. I question when a member who said he was a trustee of Maine Purse came up here and said, I'm here in my personal capacity, in my own personal interest, how he did not breach that duty of loyalty instead of going to the board to say, we're going to do this because our fiduciary duty obligates us to do so. Instead, he asks you to do what the board is supposed to be doing. To base investment decisions based on anything other than what is in the best financial interest of Maine Purse members is simply unconstitutional. Would not only harm Maine Purse members, but also open Maine Purse board members to personal liability for breach of fiduciary duty. Furthermore, in relation to a recent bill requiring divestiture from fossil fuel investments, Maine Purse recently reported that securing customized strategies to avoid fossil fuel investments would result in a tripling of management fees, costing millions of dollars. It follows that the same would apply to the divestiture requirements currently under consideration. Last year, contributions to Maine Purse fell short of payouts by nearly $500 million. Thus, in addition to constitutionally enshrined legal duties, Maine Purse simply cannot afford to make investment decisions based on anything other than what is in the best financial interest of its members. This is particularly true where this bill calls for investment decisions to be based on criteria from third-party foreign organizations, many of which are hostile to the United States. I see I'm out of time, so thank you. Any
Thank you,
questions?
Mr. Silva. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will go back to the proponents. And let's see. I just want to look at what we, is there a Sonia? Is there a Sonia? That's all she wrote for her name. Okay, how about Lisa Savage? Lisa Savage?
Did you read Sonia? All 10, because I think a lot of. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Already.
Okay, well, Lisa Savage, well, there was Sonia, Lisa Savage, Dimitri Blaines.
Savage is right here.
Yeah, Phoebe Dolan, Emery Harger, Betsy Armstrong, Lucas Bent. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Soria Fayada and Fatah Azay. Those would be the next 10.
I'm asking permission. Lisa Savage is a retiree and she had to leave because she can't see in the dark.
Okay,
can't
what's your
drive.
name?
Natasha Mayers from Whitefield, Maine.
Okay.
Is that a- Is
Yeah,
that right?
that's fine. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is
That-
Lisa Savage and I reside in Solon. As a retired educator, I participate in Maine PERS. To paraphrase Dr. Martin Luther King, an investment portfolio is a moral document. It's important to me that the investment portfolio divest itself from investments in companies that profit from creating products that harm children and their families around the world. I'll share just one of the investments that troubles my conscience. Palantir is a surveillance and data management corporation that's currently assisting ICE officers in Minneapolis to locate non-white residents to target with violent detentions. How does Palantir support this? It aggregates data like facial recognition technology and correlates it with addresses, phone numbers, places of worship, places of employment, and schools. This information is provided to ICE in order that they may kidnap parents dropping their kids off at school, people who are at work, or families at the places where they live. I imagine you have seen just how violent some of these arrests have been. And now we, as a state, are bracing for ICE to come and force to Maine. It would perhaps surprise you to know that Palantir technology is also being extensively used to target civilians for extrajudicial execution in Gaza. When we see news that a drone struck an apartment that housed a pharmacist, her husband, and their child, killing all of them, many of us wonder how bombs can be so precisely targeted. It's well known that the Israeli occupation targets certain health professional sectors of Palestinian society with a special emphasis on healthcare providers and healthcare facilities like cancer clinics. Israel doesn't need Palantir in order to find a hospital, but an individual and her family at home are a different matter. There are other investments in the portfolio that are equally troubling. As a retiree from public service in Maine, I would like to be able to feel proud of the investments that fund my pension. Instead, I am ashamed. Therefore, I urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. The next person was Dimitri. And if you could just state your full name and the town you're from.
Good afternoon. My name is Dimitri Blanis. I live in Bath. And I want to thank Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and honorable members of the committee for considering my testimony today. I am a member of Jewish Action Maine, and I'm here today to express my support for LD 1383 to prevent the state from investing in corporations committing grave human rights abuses. I am a physician and I work all over the state, including in Aroostook County. And over the last several weeks and months, I have cared for numerous patients who have been detained by ICE. These patients are mothers, fathers, students who have lived, worked, paid taxes, and attended church in Maine for years without so much as even a traffic ticket. Their families, communities, employers, and Maine businesses depend on them and have been devastated by their sudden disappearance. Imagine for a moment being dragged from your home in the middle of the night and thrown in the snow, and being torn from your family and community by a group of armed men, which is exactly what happened to one of my neighbors in Bath last week. A scene that is being repeated throughout Maine as we stand here today. I'm also Jewish, and I know that within living memory, German corporations such as BMW and Allianz happily greased the wheels of the Nazi genocide machine as they profited from military contracts or forced labor. Today, corporations such as Palantir and Signature Aviation are making handsome profits by facilitating the mass abduction of members of Maine communities, and companies like Boeing and again Palantir are profiting by selling bombs and technology that are being used to kill children and families and demolish schools, hospitals, and places of worship. And for the record, I am openly Jewish and an active member of the Jewish community, and I have not experienced any threats or harms after the divestment bill that passed in Portland. My wife is also a member of MPERS, and we are horrified that our retirement savings are invested in corporations that are spreading terror, suffering, and misery. The community of hundreds of Jews in Maine and the spiritual community Jewish Action Maine, of which I am a member, support 1383. The lessons of history and the decision before you could not be more clear. 1383 allows us to decide. Do we choose to profit from death, cruelty, and destruction, or do we choose life?
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. Phoebe Dolan. Is Phoebe Dolan here?
Okay, hi, I am Kalyani Grad Kaimal. I am a Portland resident, a Jewish.
Phoebe Dolan, who he was just calling. We just want to make sure you don't go in front of.
Please,
Phoebe
yeah.
Dolan.
Yep.
Is there?
Are you, yeah, if you could just state your name and the town you're from.
Kalyani Grad Kaimal from Portland.
Okay, I was asking for Phoebe Dolan.
Some people have left. So.
Okay.
We just need to keep going.
We're going in
We
order.
just need to go down the list of the people that
Right.
have signed
Okay,
up.
so I apologize. The
It's
next
okay.
person after that is Emery Harger.
Wait, sorry, we're just trying to make sure that.
We're trying to get down before bedtime back to Portland.
Babies, so.
Yeah, we got here at like 11.
Oh, yeah. I got here at 9.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
why don't you go ahead then?
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Obviously, I care a lot about this bill. I'm actually a fairly recent Mainer. We moved here this summer after my husband left active duty military in Japan. We thought a lot about where we wanted to be, and we chose Maine because we felt like it would be the best place that we could raise the two of them. There were actually only 5 months when we moved. That was also a whole thing. But we really wanted to find a place where they could be safe as Jews, and where we felt that they could be safe no matter who they grew into. And Maine felt like it could be that place. And we loved that Maine was an example for other states in so many ways. However, my husband is a public employee, and we learned that his pension is invested through the state of Maine in companies that profit from horrific human rights abuses. And it feels like we have made this decision, and now we're in a position where our future and our stability is wrapped up in the success of companies like Palantir and Lockheed Martin, and it makes me feel sick. As a Jewish person, I felt very vulnerable, but I've also felt the power of solidarity. And so I feel that I have an obligation to stand with other communities that are threatened with expulsion, with discrimination, and with violence. I see that in the community I've already found here. So I feel really lucky that this bill isn't asking us to risk our future, just, a couple naps, meals, and maybe bedtime. But it felt really worth it to come here and to be able to use my voice and hope that, we have a chance to affect these companies, to show that we disagree with what the federal government is doing to our communities, and show that as Mainers, we don't stand with genocide and with deportation. So I really hope that you support this bill, and thank you very much to all of you and to you guys for listening.
Thank you. Oh, there's a question. Representative Salisbury.
Just a quick question. You said your husband was active duty?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, something that's kind of bothering me in the back of my mind, is how do people feel about like the military in the United States and their sending of munitions and weapons and things over to Israel? How does that play into all of this?
This could be a much longer conversation.
Right,
I was
right.
actually a Jewish lay leader on our base, so I organized the full Jewish community and was often the only Jew that people knew. And we were on a joint Marine Corps and Navy base. It was an air base. And so we have a lot of friends that had moved from our base in Japan to Virginia, and some of them were or had spouses on the ships or on the planes that were going there. And people were really upset. I was honestly I went in thinking it would be a really conservative community. And in some ways it was. And in some ways it really wasn't. People were really upset by that. And I was surprised. But grateful.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So going down to Emery Harger. Then the next one after that is Betsy Armstrong, if she's here. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all being here today and listening to our community members. My name is Emery Bucco Harger. I'm a resident of Lincolnville in Waldo County, and I am a Maine taxpayer. Simple as that. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1383. I decided to make Maine my forever home because of our ethic of caring for our neighbors. I'm sure you've all experienced that in your own communities. I want my tax dollars and our state to align with our shared principles of caring for our neighbors' safety and well-being, not funding corporations like Signature Aviation, Palantir, and Boeing, who enable the constitutional violations and the human rights violations and illegal practices of immigration's customs and enforcement. When MainePERS invests retirement funds in these companies, the state of Maine is supporting ICE's proven track record of violating constitutional rights, illegally detaining and deporting legal immigrants and U.S. citizens, and supporting genocide in Gaza. Mainers, myself, are at legal risk by supporting these human rights abuses. According to the International Court of Justice, investors like MainePERS contribute liability for international crimes committed using funds we as Maine taxpayers provide. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1383 to align MainePERS investment practices with international law and stand up for Mainers' shared values of caring for and protecting the safety of all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I just have a question. I'm having a hard time connecting this bill with the ICE portion of it. And I guess I would ask that, we have LD 1383 in front of us, that the comments be directed to this bill.
Yeah, may I provide a comment?
It wasn't
on
a
that?
question to you, it was a question to the chair.
Okay, I so noted, and I have mentioned that before to a prior speaker, but I'm gonna, as long as they abide by the 2-minute rule, I will try to just keep.
I would just like to use a little bit left of the time that I have in that 2 minutes, just to say that ICE is a body in the United States that is committing human rights violations, and that language is included in the bill, whether it's domestic or international. So thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Betsy Armstrong.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, committee members, thank you. I believe in showing up, voting with my body, which is why I'm here. My first time was in 1968, marching for peace and justice for Vietnam. There have been many opportunities since, and living in New York City made it very convenient to show up for women's rights, for civil rights, for Palestine. But there were also marches protesting the conflicts in Kuwait, Iraq, Afghanistan, Grenada, Panama, and against apartheid in South Africa. My New York pension as a retired teacher comes from the UFT, the United Federation of Teachers, which is the largest teachers union in the country and probably in the world. I don't always agree with my union, but I am very proud to know that my pension does not come from the subjugated peoples of South Africa. My union followed the wishes of its members and divested from South African holdings years ago. And the union is in the process of divesting from Israeli investments now. Next, the voting members may target U.S. corporations that are complicit in those deeds. Personally, I hope to hear that Caterpillar gets cut. Caterpillar provided the bulldozer that killed American Rachel Corrie in the late 90s and now continues to aid in crushing villages and camps in the West Bank and Gaza. As a Maine taxpayer and resident, I would be proud to know that Maine has stuck a finger in the eye of a bully and war criminal. I'd bet many of Maine's union members would be proud too. Thank you. And I just want to say how blown away I am that of all the people that have been here sitting around all day, not all of us are retired old people like me. There have been so many young people. So this is clearly drawing a line for the next generation.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Armstrong? No? Thank you, Ms. Armstrong. Okay, Lucas Bent.
Hello, my name is Lucas Bent. I guess I'm one of the young people. I took 3 hours off to be here today. I'm here to speak in favor of LD 1383. I live in Berwick, Maine. I have my whole life, and I'm a software engineer working on software for public health. We do patient portals, contact tracing, test results, things like that. And most of our clients are states, which means that our software is state funded, and it enables states to improve their patient care. And I guess for me, I've always felt that it's a no-brainer that these are the sorts of funding and investments that our taxpayer dollars go to as Maine taxpayers. That it's the responsibility of the state to provide for its people, not just to make money, but to allow its people to live freely and safely within the state of Maine. Furthermore, it's the responsibility of the state to provide for its people like this without harming others that fall outside the state, whether right across the border in New Hampshire or in Gaza. I know that all those people are just people like me, trying to live freely and safely in their communities, like my family. I guess that's why it was so horrifying to me when I learned just how much of our taxpayer dollars my state of Maine has invested in corporations which violate both of those principles. For example, I learned that Maine has nearly $20 million invested into Palantir. And I know that that investment makes money. But as a taxpayer, knowing that, I strongly reject the investment anyways, and I will fight against it. Because I know that that investment is not an investment into the prosperity of us. It's not for the people living in nor outside of Maine. It's really an investment into AI-powered tools for genocide in Gaza and domestic surveillance and capturing of our immigrant neighbors in Lewiston, Portland, and all across the state. And that's also where ICE comes in, by the way. We're investing money into harming our neighbors, and that's something that none of us should accept.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
That's why when I read this bill for the first time, all I could think about was that it's a no-brainer for our state. Right now, more than ever, we need to see and treat our neighbors as human beings evidently, no matter what they look like, no matter where they come from. I know how lucky I am to have my basic needs met. People like me and people like you all, we have a moral obligation to do everything in our power to help those who are less fortunate than us. In the very near future, I hope to see my tax dollars reinvested into things which help me and my neighbors, rather than in spying on, deporting, or killing them. I urge you all in good conscience to vote for LD 1383. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, Dean Halim. If I mispronounced that, I apologize.
No, it's Dean Halim.
Okay.
It was actually borderline perfect.
Okay, borderline. Yeah.
The Lebanese isn't all the way there. It's all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's fine.
My name is Dean Halim. I'm from Gray. I operate a small business in Portland. I want to thank Representative Farron, Rollins, Copeland, Greenwood, Pomerleau, and of course, Senator Baldacci and Salisbury. I've altered my speech quite a bit. Just obviously, quite a few people have spoken, and I want to try and, maybe say things that are slightly different. I'll start by telling you I've spent a little over 20 years of my life managing pension funds. And I've spent from 1981 to 2024 in the military. I started out in the Marine Corps Reserves, transferred to the Army, and just retired a few years ago. I'm also of Palestinian descent, an American of Palestinian descent. So there's a lot of interests here going on. I'm uniquely qualified to speak about the issue. The thing that I found a lot of people being puzzled by is how do we figure out what are the companies? Because I have not heard anyone say we should put all our money in companies that are complicit in war crimes. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone wants to do that. And the question is, how do you identify them? If you look at the Norway Fund, $2 trillion, they figured it out. There is a way to do this. You can use human rights, Amnesty International. You can use the Special Rapporteur. You can use Beit Salam, an Israeli Jewish organization. There are many of them. And the process is typically as simple as someone puts together a list that the board that oversees empires can review that. It can be published, it can be scrutinized, and then it becomes official on some kind of frequency, annual, semi-annual. So I don't think it's that hard. It's been done with a $2 trillion fund. It can definitely be done in Maine. Putting the other hat on, and that is speaking to you as someone who's managed pension funds for quite some time. The key to managing any pension fund is identifying high reward with low risk. That's the key. Obviously, organizations that are complicit in war crimes are high risk. And if they are high profit, it's high profit typically for the short term, not the long term. Long term, the legal challenges, the reputation challenges, and all the other things that start kicking in will eventually make it a bad investment. So I'm giving you a bunch of reasons. They are bad investments. They really are. They're high risk and long term low reward. And there are many ways to identify the organizations that fit this bill. Thank you.
I would invite you to provide written comments too, because I know you don't have this written down, your speech.
I actually do.
Oh, you do?
I
Okay.
do. I updated it a few times. This still has the same stuff.
Well, maybe if you go online and if you.
I did go online and write some stuff, but this is.
Okay.
This is also my comments.
Okay. I don't know, is it typed out or written?
It is, it's typed out, sir.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you could go online, just.
I'll be happy to go online and
submit
put it on
it
there.
on the portal, so it's with all the other.
Absolutely.
testimony.
I'll be more than
That'd
happy to.
helpful. Okay, I appreciate it, sir.
Of course.
Any questions? Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Soria?
She's not here. Can I jump in?
Okay, well, just so you know, let me just, I have to go by this list. If she's not here, then I just move on to the next person, okay?
She's taken my wife's space that had somewhere to go before. So
She's
that's
maybe
why
with her
I
as well,
asked her to jump in for me, if you
I
don't
have to
mind,
go
sir.
with the babies.
Oh, okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Is
Okay.
that okay?
You win.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
accommodating
absolutely.
that. I really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Baldacci and Rep. Salisbury. I appreciate. Where is that person? You.
She's right
That's
here.
you. That's you.
She's
Okay.
right
Hi.
there.
Okay. My name is Eliana. I live in Portland. I'm a Jewish Mainer. And I'm the descendant of a Holocaust survivor, my grandmother Lisa. And I just want to kind of speak in opposition of what the folks who were in opposition were speaking about, because I am definitely in support of this bill. I want to advocate for the ways in which this bill is really important to my Jewish faith, which guides me to know that all lives are sacred and to invest in something that profits off of the death and suffering of children and adults here in the United States and abroad just feels unnecessary and immoral. I don't understand why. I think what you said is so important for us to recognize that it's really vital for us to invest in something that has long-term sustainability and something that's invested in the harm of other people is going to peter out very quickly, right? That's not going to be long-term sustainable. But I'm really proud to be able to speak on behalf of people who can't speak here today. There are a lot of young people who I work with as a social worker who really wanted to be here and who can't be here because they feel too afraid to raise their voices. And so I want to just acknowledge that this bill is, sorry, I'm feeling nervous and stressed and yeah.
Just relax. You're doing great.
Okay. I just think that we should be investing in things that are not in conflict with human rights violations. And I know that my Jewish Holocaust survivor grandmother would totally be in support of this. And I just want to continue the tradition of advocating for human rights in the way that I know that she did when she came out of the genocide that she experienced in Germany when she was a child. So that's really it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none? Okay, Fatah? Let's see.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatah Azam, and you can tell by my accent that I was a New Mainer in 1972. And I became a citizen of the US in Portland in 1978. So we're talking about 54 years of being in love with the state of Maine, where I've always felt safe and welcome. But today I'm afraid. I'm afraid that masked gunmen on the streets or at a routine traffic stop would whisk me off just because I look brown still. And I'll be off in a detention facility somewhere in Louisiana or somewhere and spend months trying to prove my citizenship. My wife, whose family is from Fort Kent, and my children are imploring me to be careful, not to go out alone, not live my normal life, which I refuse to do. This is not what living in Maine is about. My family is also worried about speaking in public, about me speaking in public as a Palestinian, because I'm of Palestinian origin. To speak about the pain that I have been feeling in the last 2.5 years at seeing genocide unfold in real time in my original homeland, and about the rage I feel knowing that my own tax dollars are funding the murder of friends and family back home. Here in Maine, we don't have the power to make political decisions to stop or not stop, to pay the tax or not to pay the tax to the federal government, to fund such genocide. But we do have the power to decide to cleanse our money of any investments that directly or indirectly fund or enable this or any other genocide anywhere in the world.
Thank you. If you have one more sentence or so, you can wrap up.
I would only add, partially in response to what was being said this afternoon, as a human rights professional in human rights law myself for 35 years, the complicity in human rights violations we're talking about documented by credible organizations. It's only in the last 3 years that you're beginning to hear in the US from certain quarters that somehow the United Nations is a biased organization, that somehow Amnesty International has been bought. All of the human rights reports in the United Nations are documented by anybody else, and you can find them. I would only lastly add that the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights has a database of, under the program they have called Business and Human Rights, of companies that have been complicit in human rights violations anywhere in the world, not relating to Israel. So the investment fund can consult with that.
I understand.
Thank
We've
you.
gone way over your time, but thank you. Alyssa Paquin. Alyssa Paquin? Are there people in another room or is everybody here?
No. There's people in.
Okay, I'm assuming they can hear me. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't really hear in there, because people go louder.
Alyssa Paquin, is she available?
How many more people?
That would be the last of the 10, and then we go to 10 that are opposed. Can you can you see if Alyssa Paquin's out there or if they're opponent? Alyssa Paquin? Yeah. No, that's all right. Go right ahead and just identify yourself and your town.
So I submitted my testimony online. So Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and the honorable members of the State and Local Government Committee. While I wear my title of educator as a badge of honor, I'm ashamed to learn that the work that is being done in my classroom to inspire, support, and care for my students is simultaneously being contradicted by my benefit in Maine PERS. Money is not apolitical. Dollars are being taken from public employees' pockets to give to corporations responsible for deporting our migrant neighbors and manufacturing weaponry to slaughter innocent people overseas. I owe it to my students, my neighbors, and friends to stand in favor of LD 1383. I live and teach in a culturally diverse community. What will I tell my migrant student when his mother cannot retrieve him from school because she's been detained based solely on the color of her skin? What will I tell the other children in my class when their friend is absent so that his father can fight for his family's innocence? How can a child learn while everything he has ever known is taken from him? What words or comfort could I possibly offer that will alleviate that hurt? I believe I speak for most educators when I say that I love my students as if they were my own. While my role as a teacher is valuable, the role of a parent is even more essential. A parent is a child's first and most important teacher. Children need their families. Parents need their children. I cannot bear the thought of my complicity harming the children that I love and care for. I have always been proud to be from Maine. We lead. We have integrity. We are resilient. On multiple occasions, some mentioned here today, we have set the standard for national performance in support of human rights. We have the opportunity today to continue to lead and to choose the moral option of divesting from Boeing, partners of Signature Aviation, and other big names that bring harm to our most vulnerable.
Okay, you're gonna have to wrap up. Thanks.
Okay, I stand in solidarity with those traumatized, injured, and murdered on behalf of the federal government. No more money for ICE. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Now we'll take the 10 opponents of the bill. I don't know if any are here in the room, but Carrie Whitman.
Like maybe about 2 names in advance.
Carrie Whitman, Shamil Lefkowitz, Bill Brown, Jeff Dubin, Bill Seamers. I can't read this one, and then Howard Trotsky. Naya Lazardog. I'll have to get help on that. Okay, go right ahead. Thank you.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the committee. My name is Carly Whitman and I live in Saco. I'm here today to urge you to oppose LD 1383. I am worried about my safety in Maine as a Jew, and this bill is one of the reasons why, as it will inflame anti-Israel and anti-Jew hatred. I also work in public health, and Americans are suffering on a daily basis. Older adults are experiencing rising levels of homelessness, and many are forced to choose between paying for food or housing, and that's not even mentioning healthcare or medication costs. I don't understand why we are focusing our valuable time and money on a bill that could be devastating to the Maine public employees' retirement system. This bill will use taxpayer dollars to comb through human rights reports from international bodies that have a documented history of bias towards Israel in order to subjectively determine which countries and companies to divest from with no due process or resource for appeal. There are real crises in the state that we need to address, like access to affordable housing, the rising cost of living, food insecurity, and access to quality, affordable healthcare. Instead of using limited resources to address those real crises, the state will squander resources on combing through human rights reports, making divisive declarations on foreign policy, and opening itself up to legal challenges for years, if not decades, to come. This bill could force us to divest from American, Chinese, and other companies like Apple, Cisco, Dell, General Electric, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and a plethora of others, thereby going against the Maine PERS investment program's obligation to invest funds with sound investment criteria consistent with fiduciary obligations.
Yeah.
I urge you to focus on real community needs instead of moving forward with a divisive, damaging, and fiscally irresponsible bill that will hurt communities instead of helping them thrive.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. The next person is, and I'm not sure of the first name, but Lefkowitz is the last name. Okay, how about Bill Brown? Thank you for being here.
My pleasure. And beast.
Okay.
Good evening, Bill Brown with Maine PERS. I'm going to skip through much of this testimony. Maine PERS takes very seriously the trust placed in it to invest the retirement funds of public employees. Article 9, Section 18 of the Maine Constitution establishes a fiduciary duty to hold, invest, and disperse Maine PERS pension trust funds solely in the best financial interests of the members as pension recipients. In fulfilling its fiduciary obligations, the Board of Trustees owes Maine PERS members, retirees, and beneficiaries a duty of loyalty and to follow the exclusive benefit rule established in the Maine Constitution by acting solely in the interests of members, retirees, and beneficiaries as recipients of retirement or of related benefits. This duty obligates the board to not use their position of trust to advance other causes. The exclusive benefit rule is also reflected in federal statutes and regulations that qualify Maine PERS retirement plans for federal tax deferment. Under federal law, qualified retirement assets must not be used for or diverted to purposes other than the exclusive benefit of the employees or their beneficiaries. The phrase "purposes other than the exclusive benefit of the employees or their beneficiaries" includes all objects or aims not solely designed for the proper satisfaction of all liabilities to employees or their beneficiaries covered by the trust. The amendment, LD 1383 as drafted is contrary to these constitutional and federal requirements because it would prohibit Maine PERS from holding a broad range of investments for another purpose. The amendment that was presented today adds a condition that investment restrictions apply only to the extent that they're consistent with sound investment criteria and with fiduciary obligations. So that really brings us, well, pardon me, one more moment. That may remove the direct constitutional conflict, however. The legislature and proponents of the bill should also understand that the amendment would result in Maine PERS continuing to make the investments pursuant to the exclusive benefit rule and not in a restricted manner. This would not be done to be obstructionist, but in fulfillment of our constitutional obligation. And I got one more piece here that's, I think, important if you'll permit me.
Sure, yeah.
Thank
Sure,
you.
Yeah.
When the fossil fuel divestment bill was before the 130th legislature, the Attorney General advised the Labor and Housing Committee that failing to include the fiduciary obligations condition that Representative CF's included in the amendment you have here today, that would be unconstitutional. The Attorney General continued with a warning that while adding the condition arguably avoids the constitutional conflict, doing so makes the investment restrictions essentially hollow. If the Maine PERS Board is already following its fiduciary duty in investment decisions, the new statute would not result in changes. Enclosed with this are copies of the Attorney General's letter to the Labor Committee and a follow-up letter that Maine PERS sought from the Attorney General's office. Because of these concerns, we do ask that you vote on to pass on this bill. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to take questions and would certainly be available for the work session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Any questions? Representative Gramlich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for being here. You may not know the answer to this, but since you referenced it, I'm going to ask. Do you know whether or not the Attorney General has weighed in on this particular bill relative to the amendment, as it looks like he had in the other two previous bills that had come before the legislature?
I will say in those instances, the Attorney General's office was asked.
Thought this was what?
Was asked.
Oh, okay.
So we have not yet heard any ruling, if you will, from the AG's office relative to this amendment.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Rollins?
Just a suggestion, we bring that forward to the workshop, maybe make the ask.
And we should probably have the prior, because the 2021 legal opinions, if you could send us copies. I mean, I know we had them 5 years ago, but
You have them attached
They're
to
attached?
this testimony.
oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Brown. Jeffrey Dubin. Sir Jeffrey Dubin. Did you go out there? Yeah.
Yeah, somebody was directed, some people.
Okay. And then Rabbi Bill Simers, is he still here? Liv, can you check out the hallway? Thanks.
Good.
Is anybody out there?
No.
Okay. And Howard Trotsky? No, I don't. Camille Davidson? Amanda Gallagher?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, great.
Hi.
Hi.
At this point, good evening, everyone. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the committee. My name is Amanda Gallagher. I live in Bryant Pond. I'm speaking today in opposition of this bill. While it's intentionally vague to obfuscate its bias, you only need to listen to the sponsor of the bill or those speaking in support of it today, or visit the website, which encouraged people to come testify in support, which states that dark Zionism is to blame for previous failures of iterations of this bill. Having been in the building since 10:30 this morning, the conversations we've heard from people here to give their support are shocking and frankly terrifying. Today in this building, we've heard scary conspiracy theories shared in conversations about not Israel and not Zionists, but Jews, including blood libel and the conspiracy that Jews control the world. These beliefs are dangerous and have infected a lot of common sense conversations that could happen about Israel, Gaza, and the details of this bill. But that's not what we're hearing. The root of bills like these is a growing vein of Jew hatred. There are many members of the Jewish community today here to oppose this bill, and for many reasons, and one of those is that we feel the need to sound the alarm. This type of hatred no longer starts with torches in the streets as it did thousands or hundreds of years ago. It starts with administrative permission from bills like these, which institutionalize bias and discrimination. It also explicitly states that a person associated with the perpetrator state may not enter into procurement contracts with the state. I don't think I said that right. The bill language says that individuals, not just organizations or entities, but individual people with an association to a perpetrator state will not be allowed to enter into procurement contracts. That language is concerning. I don't know that there's anyone who can objectively make claims about an individual and their association to a perpetrator state, whether that's in regards to Israel or anyone else. And where does that start and where does that stop? I hope this language is concerning to all of us. I see I'm out of time. I see I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
I do have a quick question for you. Earlier you mentioned there was the website. What is the website you mentioned?
I don't know the website
Oh,
off the
okay.
top of my head. It's been shared within the Jewish community, but I am happy to
Okay,
forward it
that's
on.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, are there any others? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any others in this room who wish to speak in opposition? Yep, okay, one at a time. This young lady, and then this gentleman over here.
Hi, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the committee. My name is Rotem Weissman. I live in Richmond. I'm here today to oppose LD 1383. I will be submitting my written testimony online. I'm here as a mother of Jewish children here in Maine. I'm also here as a descendant of Holocaust survivors and of just overall anti-Semitism that have driven my ancestors out of their countries to find a place where they could live safely. And I'm only saying this because that was a relevant topic for the people who are supporting this bill.
Yep.
I feel that I'm here to represent the rest of the people in my Jewish community who couldn't be here, who are also parents who are raising their kids here in Maine and are afraid that the language in this bill has the potential of alienating and threatening the Jewish minority here in Maine. We just have fear from our history and the past of our ancestors in other countries where bills like this have started off as, no, we're not signaling out Jews. And it was a chain of events that ended up in things like the Holocaust or pogroms, and then finding the state of Israel. And just overall with the human rights topic here, there's a lot that hasn't been said on Israel's defending itself against massacres that have happened in Israel to children who are the age of my children and many of the other parents here. So I urge you to dig into those organizations and do the research for yourself. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury and members of the committee. My name is Chris Myers-Ash. I'm from Hollowell. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today in strong opposition to LD 1383. I oppose this bill because it's deceptive, it's divisive, and it's distracting. Now, I know and respect many of the people who are sponsoring and support this bill. As someone who spent most of his adult life working to promote racial equality and help immigrants thrive in the state, I understand why some of you may feel sympathetic to the bill. I mean, who, after all, wants to be on the side of genocide? I don't. But that's not what this bill is about. The bill is deceptive. It's part of a well-funded, well-organized effort to delegitimize Israel and undermine its standing in the world. The bill aims to enlist the Maine legislature in a war against the world's only Jewish majority nation. Few of the bill's supporters want it to be used to divest from China or Sudan or US or any of the dozen other countries that have been credibly accused of genocide and other crimes. No, its target is Israel, and that's why the bill is so divisive. When political leaders single out foreign nations to demonize, whether by calling them garbage or genocidal, they sow division and anger, and they encourage discrimination against people connected to those countries. Somali Mainers know that well, and Jewish Mainers do too. After October 7th, my Facebook feed bloomed with activist friends celebrating, even before the bodies of the 1,200 dead were buried. We are all Hamas, they cheered during a protest at my alma mater. In the years since, Jews have been targeted from Australia to Augusta. Since October 7th, within a 1-mile radius of where we are standing today, Maine Jews have endured anti-Semitic graffiti at Coney, bomb threats that canceled our temple's Hebrew school, anti-Israel slogans chalked on the driveway outside our temple, and swastikas spray painted in a local park. After October 7th, I spoke up in defense of Israel and the hostages, and I received vile emails, hateful accusations, and calls to get me fired from my job. This kind of vitriol is part of why so many opponents of this bill don't want to come out publicly against it. This bill only stokes these divisions and does nothing for the people of Maine, and that's the biggest problem with the bill. It's distracting. The bill distracts us from our state representatives should be focusing on Maine and the needs of our people. This is a deceptive, distracting, and divisive bill. I urge you to reject it.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. And any questions? No? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else that wishes to, that's here, that wants to speak in opposition to the bill? Okay. Is anybody down there wish to speak in opposition to the bill? If they do, thank you, Liv. If they do, we'll recognize when they come in. Now, going back to those in favor of the bill. Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you.
So,
Say it again.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So Lou Hosher.
What were you gonna say? Online. Oh, online, yeah, for
Oh,
in person right now.
Yeah, we're gonna do
All the way through. Huh?
how many are on? Oh, I'll have
You
to
have
ask
the list
Liv.
right there.
The online?
Yep.
This one right here?
Yep.
Okay, those are all,
Is there any opposition? I think there's like a falter on the top.
okay. Okay, Liv, there's 3 people I've got that are against, or 4 people against that are online. Why don't you bring all 4? Can you bring them all in at the same time or? Okay, and then one can go at a time. I'm just trying to move this along.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, if you could state your name and the town you're from.
Absolutely. My name is Alex Fram of Wyndham. Thank you for hearing my opposition to LD 1383 today. I've heard others express fear about speaking up either for or against this legislation. My own parents agree with my stance on this legislation, and they warned me not to speak out publicly against this. It pains me that so many of us for or against are living in fear, and I worry about the decisions that we will make out of that fear. Today's world is complex, and I don't believe anyone here wants to feel complicit in violence or injustice. I've read many of the testimonies in support of LD 1383, and I acknowledge that many supporters appear to be acting in good faith with sincere moral concern. My concern is not with the intent behind this bill, but with its design and its consequences. Maine's public investments, particularly those managed by Maine PERS, exist to provide a stable, long-term foundation for retirees, including people who rely on these benefits because of age or disability. As written, LD 1383 assumes divestment can be implemented without materially reducing long-term returns or increasing administrative risk, yet it does not clearly specify safeguards for beneficiaries if those assumptions prove incorrect. Ethical investing is not cost-free. When the state restricts the universe of permissible investments, it assumes risk. And if that risk materializes, it is borne by the public employees and retirees who depend on those funds for basic security. I've provided additional detail in my written testimony, but I urge the committee to consider whether LD 1383, as currently written, meaningfully advances justice without shifting the practical consequences of moral decisions onto pensioners and public servants. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much. So our clerk is checking a couple of the rooms, so we'll see what happens, but the next speaker will be Lou Hosher. I have down. Is there a Lou Hosher?
I'm thinking about
Okay, how about a Chris Eichler?
it.
Okay. Would she? Just state your name and the town you're from.
Yes. Good evening. I am Chris Eichler. I live in Bath. And I love living in Maine with my family, but this week I'm confronted with a new worry. That is that my wife and or son could be harassed or even kidnapped by federal agents if they speak
Okay,
Spanish in
I'm
public.
gonna, as chair, this bill is about divestment. And if we've had ICE bills and we
Yeah.
voted for them, to limit ICE, and at least I did. But this bill is about divestment, so.
Yeah.
And I've got probably 100 people that want to say something, so if we could, and you have 2 minutes, so I'm just letting you know, we'd rather focus on the divestment issue.
Yeah, my statement is very brief, and I know this is related to the divestment from, human rights abuses generally, but sorry, I'll just go to the last 2 paragraphs of my brief statement, but I do think that it's important that we don't direct pension monies of Mainers to companies and forces that terrorize us or terrorize anyone else. I believe that the systems of investment that make normal working people, investors and firms that contribute to such violence and inexorably make their households complicit in it are structures that we can begin to disassemble. We can remove this brick from the foundations of state-backed violence. Thank you for your support for LD 1383.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? No? Thank you. Yeah, is this Ivan Most? You're on mute, sir. You have to unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Okay, there you go. Mr. Most? If you could state your name and your town you're from, and then you have 2 minutes, sir.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the committee. My name is Ivan G. Most, and I live in Old Orchard Beach. I am a member of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Southern Maine, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Bill LD 1383. I think some of what I'm saying is going to be repetitive, so I'll try not to do that. But in section 1B3 of the bill, the word credible is used to describe organizations that can be a source of information on countries and organizations that are human rights violators. And so you have to think about, what does a word credible source mean? Well, the organizations mentioned in the text of the bill are the United Nations and Amnesty International, as well as Human Rights Watch. And if you are using the dictionary definition of credible, that's some source that can be believed, then you want to think about those organizations and their membership and what they really have done in the future, in the past. The UN Secretary General admitted in 2025 that the Israel suffers from UN bias, even discrimination. And Amnesty International, the Amnesty International executive director was widely condemned for anti-Semitism after claiming that Israel should not exist as a Jewish state. And in Human Rights Watch, according to Danielle Haas, former senior editor of Human Rights Watch, the group's work frequently violates basic editorial standards related to rigor, balance, and collegiality when it comes to Israel. And I might further add, if you can, see or get on YouTube Chuck Schumer, Senator Chuck Schumer's speech after October 7th, 2023, about the double standard that Jews live under. It's worthwhile listening to that speech. It's very, very educational. While the bill you are considering does not name any company or country, It involves the state of Maine in issues that are not the province of the state government, using methods that are.
Mr. Most, if you could wrap up.
Yeah, using methods that are not directed to a particular specific result. You can get any result you want in an investigation as long as the process is rigged. Using sources that are not credible rigs the result. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next speaker, in terms of these lists, I would go by.
Opposition.
Is there any more online that are opposition? I think those were the two that were still there. So Sahia Mutra, and I apologize if I obviously mispronounced that. You can correct me.
Thank you all for waiting it out. My name is Salhia Matari, and I live in the Brunswick area. Migrants and Mainers of color are scared, and regardless of our skin color, political or religious identities, we all must speak out against the erosion of law and the abuse of humans in and out of our state. And especially since our money is profiting off of these abuses. The state currently has $19 million invested in Palantir, a corporation that guides bombs into hospital maternity wards where mothers are currently in labor. The state is invested in a $140 million fund with Signature Aviation, a corporation that maintains and fuels a majority of ICE flights in America, including flights leaving from Hanscom Airport in Massachusetts, where our neighbors are sent. We all have heard this. We all have seen this. All we have to do is choose other funds or not re-sign contracts from funds that cause harm. I took time away from my family and work to be here today because I want my children to live in a better world, a world where their kindergarten and preschool norms apply to all adults. No one should be rewarded for harming people. My 3- and 5-year-old know that. It makes sense that so many mothers are outraged and here today, and we are happy to remind our state leaders that we should not be rewarding harmful behavior. Corporations that profit from the harm of human beings need accountability, not Maine's approval through our monetary support. With your help, we can reduce our financial and legal risk and take a stance that Mainers do not support human rights. Actually, though, when you think about it, divestment is not taking a stance. It's about maintaining neutrality. Currently, Maine has taken a stance that it supports human rights abuses through the companies it is invested in. My grandfathers fled Palestine after Israel began its ethnic cleansing of my people, and my heart aches still. As a Palestinian, I'm here to say LD 1383 is not about Palestine. There will always be a struggle like the Palestinian struggle if we do not pass laws that prevent us from profiting off of harm. LD 1383 is Maine's way of saying, hey, corporate world, partnering with human rights violators is not profitable for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Could I wrap up with one line like others
I have
did?
to really enforce, I have 7 pages of people.
It's okay. I appreciate that, yeah. Oh,
Okay,
sure.
go
Yeah,
right
yeah,
ahead.
Would you mind repeating the last line of your testimony?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
We know it has been a long night.
It's going,
yes.
we're still going to be here another 4 or 5 hours, so.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. So go ahead.
I appreciate that. Sending that message is the least we can do, and it will not harm our profits. Will divestment happen tomorrow? Maybe, maybe not. All good things take time, and there is a process involved. Just help us start the process of change and vote ought to pass for 1383. Thank you so much, and yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No.
Okay,
I'm good.
thank you. Allison Palm? Okay. Representative.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your patience. My name is Allison Chow Palm. I live and vote and pay taxes in Belfast, Maine. I'm an emergency nurse and the child of an immigrant. I believe that my roles as both a nurse and a member of the Maine community require me to protect the marginalized and advocate for my neighbors. As an ER nurse, I spend my days caring for those who have been harmed, sometimes by the violent actions of others, drunk drivers, domestic violence, bar fights. More often, though, by societal neglect through lack of access to food, education, and preventative health care. Whether through direct action or neglect, the damage can harm lives and communities. As the child of an immigrant, I am now less and less reassured that my father carrying his United States passport with him will keep him safe. Under the current growing danger for people who are not white and who speak with an accent, I'm embarrassed that the question of investing in companies that make money off of deportation flights or bombs is one that my fellow Mainers would even consider. I believe that we are better and stronger than the temptation to take dividends from the pain of our neighbors, whether they are next door or in another country. I believe that we have more compassion and, frankly, more imagination than to use our state's decision-making power to cause harm. Please support LD 1383. Thank you for your time and work for the people of Maine.
Okay, Bree Dostie.
Hello, I've submitted my testimony online. My name is Bree Dostie. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm in support of LD 1383. Divesting from corporations that fuel genocide is of deep importance to me, as my voice as an individual has been muted in so many ways by this administration, but also by the state of Maine. I didn't know where my retirement dollars were going. You've heard the company names. They don't hold a vision of safety and my own future as a priority. If my money speaks, it says free Palestine, no kings, love is love, stop funding genocide, unlawful, inhumane, and violent deportations. I want to know that my money supports the community that I love and I'm honored to be a part of. Many of my neighbors are queer like me. Many of them have found themselves here from Rwanda and Somalia and beyond for safety and for survival. They've built meaningful lives here and have become my family, escaping war crimes that we are still funding as a state. My neighbors are also the descendants of Irish and Scottish immigrants, French and Acadian, all coming to this place we love and hoping that tomorrow will be better and brighter than yesterday. I'm also privileged to know where most of my food comes from. In Maine, seasonal migrant workers put food on all of our tables. And now, because of your spending, all of these community members do not have a tomorrow that is brighter than yesterday. Many don't even have a today due to the violence that is funded. How dare you use our hard-earned money against us? And what is happening in Palestine is a mirror. And in Sudan, and in the Congo. This isn't new. Maine has perpetuated genocide with the people of the Dawnland. It has harmed our relationships with one another, with ourselves, and with the woods and waters we call home. The places I attempt to catch brook trout and also bring other people as a Maine guide, or just try to improve my emotional well-being, have histories and stories that have been forcibly removed and replaced with borrowed names from across the pond. This is a human rights violation normalized to force a narrative of white supremacy. This kind of cultural erasure and fear kept me a stranger to myself as I grew up in rural Maine. I figured out I was queer when I was 30, and I still don't know the names of most of my ancestors. Through hard work and healing, I expect tomorrow to be better than yesterday. I expect tomorrow to be better for my trans family, who statistically will not be alive if nothing changes. I need to know that they will be there. I need my nieces and nephews to thrive in their lifetimes, ideally with no more trauma of stolen family. We as a state have so much work to do to right the wrongs of the past and ensure this place we love loves its people back equitably, justly, and as we each determine. We've worked hard for a future that you are allocating away from us and killing our family with. Here in front of us,
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
this is my last statement. Thank you so much. Here in front of us is a way to make tomorrow better for more of us instead of actively putting ourselves and our neighbors and our families at risk. As we stand in a building built by immigrants on stolen land, you must hear and honor the needs of all diverse Mainers, new and ancestral. I urge you to pass this bill as a covenant of equitable support. Thank you.
Okay, Ilana Cohen.
Excuse me, we have a speaker with a heart condition who needs to leave as soon as possible. So
Yeah, where is that person?
Lauren.
Okay, come up here. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't realize I was going to be here this late.
No, that's all right. And if there are
My
other,
bad.
if there are other people with medical conditions or have other similar issues, please let us know. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Johnston. I live in Scarborough, Maine. I'm a recipient of Maine State Retirement. I'm here today to support LD 1383. 81 years ago, this month, my mother's sister, my two cousins were dug out of a collapsed building by my uncle with his bare hands. Aunt Renee was dead. Milou, my cousin, my 13-year-old cousin, suffered for 2 weeks before she died. The SS officer who designed that rocket and oversaw its production later became an American citizen and was instrumental in developing rockets for NASA. My mother was arrested and briefly forced to work in a data center with punch card machines leased to the German government by IBM, which I heard mentioned as an appropriate investment earlier today. The Gestapo used their machines to compile lists of Jews who had been registered to put together their deportation trains to the gas chambers in the East. IBM denied responsibility for anything that occurred with their machines, ironically agreeing to deposit $3 million in the Holocaust Victims Fund if lawsuits against them were dropped. $3 million for 3 million people who were gassed in the gas chambers. My mother served as a Red Cross nurse at Bergen-Belsen, a concentration camp when it was liberated in 1945. The company that produced Zyklon B, which was used in the gas chambers in all camps, never paid reparations. For the past years, I saw the images of children put out of collapsed buildings in Syria and Ukraine, and of children murdered by Hamas. Still, I could distance myself because we were not supporting the people doing the killing. That changed for me when a 5-year-old girl who with her 6 family members was killed by tank fire and an American-made missile when attempting to flee from the shelling and bombing of their neighborhood in Gaza. U.S. manufacturers have supplied over 90,000 120 millimeter shells, tank rounds, and mortar shells that were used against civilian neighborhoods. We may not be able to stop the violence, but as a recipient of Maine State Retirement, I would like to receive that check and not feel there's blood on that check every month. And I'd appreciate, even if it's not perfectly crafted, some kind of movement by the state of Maine to alleviate me from that continual trauma that I experience every month. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. There's a young man here. Does he wish to speak? Okay. Do you mind speaking now? I thought, I didn't know if you have to leave or okay. You his mother? Did you wish to speak too? Okay.
Good morning, sorry,
It was good morning, but it's now good evening.
good evening, members of the Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Asaman Bolinder. I'm 10 years old and I live in Portland. I would like you to vote yes on LD 1383 because I believe everyone is welcome in this beautiful country of ours. I think we should not support tearing children like me away from their parents, which is what companies that we are supporting help do. I have a lot of friends who have the proper documents to be in this country, but who are still in danger, and I'm worried about them. I'm afraid I might lose them. If you imagine yourself in the shoes of their parents, I think of how hard their life is not being able to leave the house because they're scared, trying to keep their children safe, but not being sure if they can do it. That is really wrong. Also, I think that what we are doing to support Israel is terrifying. We all have a chance to stop this injustice, and I hope we all take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another person with also
I have a
Hold on.
question.
Hold on. Representative Gramlich wants to say something.
Question for the young man.
Yep, do you mind coming up?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you very much for being here today
Mhm.
and for sharing your testimony. And I have two questions.
Yes.
One, have you been here all day?
Yeah.
And did you write this testimony on your own?
Yes.
You didn't,
Well, a
you
little
you got a
help.
little help?
Yeah, a
Yeah.
little help.
Well, thank you for doing that. And I am sorry that you and kids your age and others have to live with this kind of fear in the environment that we have created in this world. We older gray-haired people have created. So you are our future, and I am very glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mom doesn't want to say anything? You all set? Okay. Yes.
This person is lacking their bilingual system.
Yeah, where are they? Okay, we'll come right up. Yeah, no problem. And like I said, if there are other people with medical conditions, we need to know so that they can be accommodated.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'll keep this concise as possible.
Sure.
My name is Meredith McEachern. I'm a resident of Brunswick. Though I grew up in Maine, I have a global community of friends and family, many of whom have been fighting the corporations and systems addressed by this bill for years, and likewise have strong ties to this state. I'm speaking in part today for them and against the narrative of state isolationism touted by some of the opponents. These are people who faced beatings by armed police for fighting against apartheid South Africa and saw decades in which institutions refused to make divestments that seem obvious now. People who witnessed the militarization of Puerto Rico and the carcinogens from weapons of war forced on Vieques, and see now the American military in force again, even as poverty and power outages plague the island. People who lost their homes to forced relocation by Danish and American forces in Kalaalleq Nunaat, or Greenland, and watch as the climate crisis ravages the Arctic and colonizers warmonger over their land. These communities and many like them have been sounding the alarm for centuries about what happens when war and profit shape the actions of a powerful empire. The lesson from them I want to emphasize today is the need not just for action, but for swift action. We have lost millions of people, each one a universe, to these genocidal tactics and weapons in Gaza and Sudan, as well as against local migrants, against Haitians and indigenous communities alike. It is true that these divestment processes are long and complex, and that is only more of a reason to begin now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so are there people in overflow rooms? Okay, so I'll just keep going by this list then. Kian Lavi.
Hello, members of the committee. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
My name is Kian Lavi. I'm a Persian Jewish resident living in Portland, Maine, and supporting LD 1383 feels very personal for me. I'm actively watching my Persian community be massacred in Iran by their own government on a daily basis. Since October 2023, I've watched the Israeli state commit what a plurality of countries has recognized as a genocide in Gaza, all in the name of my self-defense as a Jew. I'm watching ICE agents scuttle and disappear my neighbors in the name of my own safety and border defense. War crimes and human rights violations are not a boogeyman to be thrown around loosely. We're witnessing them happening in front of us in real time every day. From Minneapolis to Tehran, we are similarly watching corporations profit from our discord. I appeal to you on simple economic terms. There are simply more sound ways to invest the state of Maine's funds than in propping up institutions that profit off of war, terror, genocide, or ethnic cleansing. Thanks to LD 99, we've already chosen to align our public investments with our values, divesting from fossil fuels and for-profit prisons. I'm not asking the state to do something it has not already considered. Why should we invest in weapons and weapons manufacturers or the development of detention centers? We know intuitively that these institutions only bring about more economic destabilization, just societal disruption and destruction. 1 to 2% of our pension funds currently invest in companies like Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and Palantir. Surely we could reallocate that 1 to 2% in other industries and still make sound investments for our pension funds. In response to South Africa's apartheid, we divested in complicit corporations. In response to genocide in Darfur, we divested from Sudan in 2010. We are not asking the state to do something it is not already considered. I'm sure you have your own issues and changes you want to make. I've heard you talk about things like credible organizations that could determine what is a genocide or a human rights violation. Those are details that you can figure out, that we entrust in you as our representatives to figure out. Please help us start this process by divesting in these corporations and make this difference known.
Thank you.
We're just going to avoid clapping because it just makes people uncomfortable that maybe don't have your same feelings. So we'll just, I appreciate the fashion and all of that, but we'll just avoid doing that if that's okay. Thanks.
Okay, so the next one on these lists would be Kalyani GK. Oh, she did. Okay, yeah. So Lisa Bart. Oh, I can't pronounce the last name. Lisa Bart something. Okay, I'm just gonna keep going on until somebody says something. David Sievers. I would note that most of the people that we did mention, even though they didn't come to the podium, have indicated they provided written testimony as well, so. Okay, you have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and committee members, thank you for your time. I'm David Sievers. I live in Portland and my partner is enrolled in MPERS, and I'm here to support LD 1383. Autocrats do not carry out war crimes alone. They need help. Somewhere today, a bomb maker, flight logistics operator, and surveillance technologists are sending out invoices for the goods and services necessary to enact these crimes. And right now, MPERS beneficiaries are at risk from investing in them. It's a tragic irony that some of these same companies, as has been noted, are part of the supply chain that today, while we were in this building, detained and removed people from our communities. It seems self-evident to me that Maine public employees should not have their retirement staked on genocide and human rights abuses. If we don't stand for that, what do we stand for? Regarding the fiduciary concern, I think that the fossil fuel divestment bill is actually a helpful reminder that this is a non-issue because just last week, I believe MPERS showed that because they have a fiduciary responsibility, that they were not able to meet some of the targets and timelines. And so the concerns that this would somehow impoverish our people on pensions, I think is unwarranted. A previous speaker already invoked the Jewish teaching that I first heard in Hebrew school and that I still carry with me, and I'm closing now. It is not your duty to finish the work, but neither are you at liberty to neglect it. No, it is not in the Maine legislators' power to end genocide, but we should do what we can do. And with this bill, you, our elected officials, can help mend the world in one important way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Read a bunch of names.
Yeah, sure. Katie Lieberman, and then after Katie will be Lillian Perlman and John Devlin. What's that?
You read like the rest of the list and they can start it further down.
Oh, okay. Then after John Devlin is Rayler Zericki, Carolyn Bancroft, Mary McHugh, Sharon Lapp, and Erica Moody.
Hi, I'm not Katie. Katie already had to leave for medical reasons, so I would like to read her testimony, please.
Okay, is your name on one of these lists?
I have testimony to share later. Josie Kressler.
Okay, we're gonna give you one opportunity. I mean,
Okay, can I go get mine from the other room then and let someone else go before me?
sure. Yeah, that's
Great,
fine.
thank you.
Okay, so the next one is Lillian Perlman.
Hi, good evening. My name's Lily Perlman, and thank you so much for your time. You are decision makers during a highly critical and challenging time in the history of our world. I'm not exaggerating, and I'm grateful for the care and wisdom you all do bring into your work. LD 1383 is an incredible opportunity. It does what we wish we didn't have to do, which is take our power and our money back from companies and corporations that make their wealth off of human suffering. As I wrote this, I expected that some other Jewish community members would show up in opposition to this bill. And while I can feel sad that my people with my shared history of genocide could oppose such a broad sweeping anti-violence legislation, I understand that our community is holding an immense tension and conflict internally right now. Some will argue that because Israel gets support for its confirmed human rights abuses from these corporations, that the bill is anti-Semitic in effect. We disagree profoundly on this point. As my family member who doesn't even agree with me on Israel said, if we want Israel off this list, then they should stop committing human rights abuses. I urge you not to let an internal disagreement in our Jewish community stop you from making a choice that is best for all people. As someone who has survived anti-Semitic violence in a shooting myself, I take anti-Semitism very, very seriously. And I understand that stopping violence from being profitable is not only not rooted in anti-Semitism, but it is crucial for building a world that is safe for Jews and everybody else. Growing up as a young Jewish girl in Maine, I learned about genocides and atrocities done by and to people all over the world, including by and to my people. And I wondered how people could act so violently and how it was possible that no one could stop it. And then I learned that in so many of these cases, there was a bottom line. Someone benefited from this violence, and so those with power didn't stop it. You may not have access to a nuclear button, but you certainly do hold the wheel of a vehicle for significant change. And that is a powerful in every sense of the word. We, the people, depend on you to choose carefully and with humanity in this painful time. And I really believe and hope that with all of your decision-making tools and your good hearts that you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is Katie Lieberman back?
Hi, thank you. Just to clarify, do I have 2 minutes for each testimony?
Just reading
Um,
your testimony. We have a copy of hers.
Yes,
we
and
have a
can I
copy.
give?
You have 2 minutes for your testimony.
Okay, and then also for Katie's?
No, I mean, she's
Okay.
written testimony, so, and she's not here, so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak. My name is Josie Kressler, and I live in Portland. I am Jewish and deeply involved in the Portland Jewish community. I'm here to express my support for LD 1383. Exile and forced migration have been an integral part of Jewish history and identity for literally thousands of years. My great-grandmother, Lillian, was 10 when her family had to leave what is now Ukraine and immigrate to the United States. I never met her, but apparently she claimed to live to 97 because she smoked a pack a day. I guess something's got to keep you going when you've experienced a trauma like that. I keep thinking about how her family left because of conditions so similar to the ones created now here by ICE. Disappearances, extra-legal violence, and debilitating fear. I see my immigrant neighbors forced to leave their countries and look here for safety, just like her, only to find the same violences that she and they tried to flee. As a Jew, I am called by my ancestors to support this bill to disempower companies that allow for this violence here in the United States and human rights violations all over the world. When these conditions of violence are allowed, truly none of us are safe. Please vote in support of LD 1383. And I have some extra time, so I'm going to read Katie's. Good morning. My name is Katie Lieberman from Owl's Head, Maine. I am a scientist, educator, and a queer disabled Jew. I am testifying in favor of passing LD 1383 in solidarity with my Latino and immigrant friends and neighbors. My Latina friend, who is an American citizen and state employee, hasn't left the house for groceries in more than a week. She hadn't eaten much of anything in days when I finally heard from her. She was too afraid of ICE to leave the house to eat. My Singaporean neighbor is leaving the country after her seasonal job ends, but does not plan to return next season out of fear of ICE detention. I'm going to skip a paragraph. In Judaism, we have a duty of tikkun olam, repairing the world, and supporting LD 1383 is a first step in doing so in Maine. Our state must not invest in companies that profit from ICE detentions and war crimes. Please vote for LD 1383. Thank you.
Okay, John Devlin. John Devlin, I think he's right here, right?
Hi, John Devlin's a doctor and I'm a nurse. And so he had to leave because of a medical condition. He asked
Oh.
me, as you may know about doctors and nurses, he asked me to fill in for him. Is that okay? He has- he has
But it'd be
testimony
the
here.
same rule. I mean, you'll have 2 minutes, so you don't also get to read your own. You either do one or the other, okay?
Okay, well, I
You
have my
2
own,
minutes.
so I'm gonna just hand John's to the secretary.
Yeah.
They'll pass that along.
Yeah.
And then I'll come back when I'm called.
Okay, fair enough. Right, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it, Rafer or Rafer, Rahfer, Zuricki. Okay, I don't, well, you can come,
Say it again.
Rafer Zuricki, Rahfer is the first name. Okay, we can, if the person shows up, we can come back to them. Carolyn Bancroft. Carolyn Bancroft.
So, same thing. I'm not Carolyn Bancroft. I have her statement.
Yeah,
And my
you-
statement. And together our statements are about a minute and a half.
Well, that's 1 minute longer than
A minute.
we're, yes, I understand, but we have to apply it equally to all the people.
In total, it's a minute and a half. Personally.
A minute and a half total?
I'll do them both in a minute and a half.
Okay, well, come, let's do it.
I'll
Let's
do
get
my-
it done.
And then I'll do.
We'll hold you, you want us to hold you to the minute and a half? Go.
I literally.
You gotta go in front of the podium, man.
This way?
Yeah,
Okay.
you gotta go behind the podium, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
you ready?
I am ready. Okay.
Go.
Thank you, Senator Balducci, Representative
Baldacci,
Salisbury, and
yeah.
honorable members of the committee for allowing me to speak. My name is Marcia Lifshitz Haynes, and I live in Biddeford, Maine. I'm here to speak in favor of LD 1383. This bill feels very personal. I am Jewish and have a small extended family because so many of my relatives were killed in the Holocaust. My parents and grandparents believed that these horrors should never happen again. They taught me that never again means everyone. This bill gives us a chance to decrease our state investments in corporations that are complicit in human rights abuses. Please support LD 1383. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Well, I'll skip the thank yous. Okay. My name is
idea.
Carolyn Bancroft, and I'm a resident of Bath. I'm testifying today in support of LD 1383. I'm a state employee, a member of the State Employees Union, and a member of Maine PERS. I'm also a parent of 2 young children and a proud graduate of Portland Public Schools. As a state employee, I contribute hundreds of dollars from every paycheck to Maine PERS, which translates into tens of thousands of dollars over my 6 years working for the state. I don't want any of my earnings to be invested in companies that consistently, knowingly, and directly enable or facilitate unlawful detentions, genocide, and other war crimes against humanity. I want to build a world for my children, my community, and our state that is safer, more just, and peaceful than the one we are living in today. Bills like 1383 aim to take a small step in that direction. I urge you to vote to pass LD 1383. Thank you for your time.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, so Sharon Latt. Oh, I'm sorry, is there a Mary McKean? McCone? Okay. Are you her or you're reading someone else's?
I am.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in support of LD 1383. I am a retired art teacher and ceramic artist in Georgetown, Maine. I am also the mother of 2 children and 3 grandchildren who celebrate their Palestinian heritage given to them by their father. In my years teaching in Palestine, Egypt, and Lebanon, I became painfully aware of what it means to live under military occupation, of children fearing military raids, on their homes, soldiers snatching their parents, siblings, or classmates. I have lived in fear of my own children falling victim to shelling, gunfire, and tear gas. I never imagined that I might one day experience the same fear here in Maine. I fear for my own family members and for my neighbors and their children. As I watch people being kidnapped from their cars, their homes, their workplaces, as I hear about security being used to invoke and defend these crimes. These scenes are all too painfully familiar. I am enraged that my tax dollars would be invested in the companies that are not only assisting in these crimes, but intentionally profiting from them. Why would we invest in those who profit from our own persecution? We can and must do better. Please support the enactment of LD 1383. Thank you.
Okay, Sharon Lapp.
I just want to make a quick request if I can. If you've already testified, if you can leave the room so that the people in the overflow rooms can come down, and if we can get the people, if you can hear me, overflow room people, if you can come up here. But if you've already testified, if you can leave the room so those people can come in. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your stamina. I'm Sharon Lapp. I'm from Georgetown, Maine. I'm here because I support LD 1383. I'm here because for months now, I've been waiting anxiously every night to hear my sister, a doctor who serves New Mainers, whether she's heard any more about what's happened to a missing patient or a family member held by ICE. Every evening, I squeeze out the necessary question. Did all your patients show up today? I'm here because for over 2 years now, every morning, I wake up with dread as I again reach for my phone. This time, uncertain what messages will tell me about former students and colleagues in Gaza and the West Bank. Are you still alive? Have you been displaced again? Did you see your house? Is anything left? I'm here because the corporations providing ICE with technology to persecute my sister's patients are the same ones facilitating the bombing and displacement of my friends, their parents, their children, and their grandchildren across the ocean in places where I've lived and worked. And I'm deeply disturbed to know that my home state is investing public funds in some of those same corporations. I'm here because as a teacher, I encouraged my students to follow the money when they wanted to understand what seemed to them inexplicably inhumane or irrational behavior. And because as someone who has worked in human rights internationally for decades, I've seen firsthand how a web of corporations that perpetuate war for profit are thriving on really incomprehensible levels of repression of everyday people in country after country, relentlessly ripping apart our shared humanity. And now I see this destructive web tightening our necks, around our necks here at home. Honorable committee members, LD 1383 is not a radical idea. We have the right to say how our tax dollars are used, including how they're invested. It's common sense to make sure our state does not invest in crime. Please do the sensible thing and enact LD 1383. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Erica Moody. Okay. So the next person is Sally Bowden. Yeah, I'll read a bunch of, and then after her is George Rizkala, Faisal Khan, Aaron Dodge, Joe Pearl, and Robin Brooks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Sally Bowden-Scheipel, and I'm from Portland, Maine, and I've grown up in Maine. This is my home state. I also am speaking in support of LD 1383. I'm going to focus on what I know best, and that is Israel-Palestine. I have been to the region many times. I have friends that are Israeli Jews. I have friends who are Israeli Palestinians. I have friends who live in the West Bank and in Gaza. For the last 2 years, I've been in almost daily contact with my young physician friend from Gaza. It is a genocide. whatever anyone else may debate this, it is a genocide. There is apartheid. There is ethnic cleansing. I've seen it. Yeah. So I want to read a message from my young friend just this past week, and this is not even the most graphic of his statements. In Gaza, we have moved past anger. Rage has been buried under grief, exhaustion, and endless loss. Now all we fight for is the right to live, not with ease, but with dignity. After all the death and destruction this war has brought, we no longer scream, we endure, with shattered hands and broken hearts. We are tired of rebuilding tents, carrying mattresses and blankets for those who have nothing, only to watch the wind tear it all down and the rain wash away every bit of our effort. We do not want revenge. We want rest. We want safety. We want a life where we do not have to rebuild from zero every single day. Is that too much to ask? Maine's continued investment in corporations that materially support these violations of human rights make our states complicit in this suffering. LD 1383 is a necessary and moral step toward aligning our public funds with human rights and international law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is George Riscala. And George, you can correct me on the pronunciation of your time.
Riscala.
Riscala, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is George Riscala. I live in Yarmouth, Maine, and I'm here to basically support LD 1383. And thank you very much for taking or listening to us. We are gathered here today because Maine must take a principled stand for human rights, both here at home and across the world. Our state has a responsibility to ensure that not a single public dollar contributes to violence, oppression, or the suffering of innocent people. That means divesting from companies that manufacture or supply weapons used against civilians and from corporations that profit from surveillance, deportation, and other practices that enable state-sponsored harm. At a moment when communities around the globe, especially Palestinians, are facing unimaginable devastation, Maine cannot remain complicit through this investment or its silence. This commitment to justice must also extend to our own backyard. Maine should never be a place where ICE operates freely or where families live in fear of detention, separation, or deportation. Preventing ICE from establishing or expanding operation in our state is not only a matter of protection or protecting immigrant communities, it's a matter of upholding the dignity and the safety of every person who call Maine home. We have the opportunity to model a human, community-centered approach that rejects intimidation and embrace compassion. As LD 1383 moves forward, we have critical opportunity to demand that our state align in action with its value, divesting from companies complicit in violence, rejecting ICE presence, the standing firm for the right and the dignity of all people, especially Palestinians, Somalis, Latinos, and other community facing
Just
oppression
need you to
are
wrap up.
essential.
I'm sorry.
Less than 2 seconds, are essential step towards more justice future. By showing up, speaking up, and insisting on accountability, we can ensure that Maine is not a bystander to injustice, but a leader in defending human rights at home and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Faisal Khan.
Good evening. Why does state of Maine have to divest from companies that are complicit and profiting from the genocide? Because International Court of Justice, ICJ, the highest judicial body of the United Nations, in January of 2024, the ICJ ruled that there are plausible grounds that Israel is committing acts prohibited under the Genocide Convention in Gaza and ordered measures to prevent genocidal acts and allow humanitarian aid. The United States is a party to the United Nations Charter and is signatory to Genocide Convention, which gives ICJ authority over genocide-related obligation. That's determination, and that's also credible evidence being established. Amnesty International, one of the world's largest and most respected human rights organizations, after the extensive investigation, Amnesty International concluded that Israel is committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza under the 1948 Genocide Convention. United States is a signatory to the Genocide Convention that Amnesty applies to its legal analysis. Human Rights Watch, a leading international human rights organization, HRW, has documented deliberate deprivation of food, water, and medical care in Gaza and concluded that these acts amount to genocide conduct and extermination under international law. The United States is a party of the Genocide Convention and the Geneva Convention cited in HRW's findings. Bel Taslim, Israeli organization, Israel's leading human rights organization, has concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza and operating an apartheid regime while documenting unlawful annexation, forced displacement, and settler violence in the West Bank. These findings rely on international law frameworks that the United States has ratified, including the Geneva Convention, Genocide Conventions. It has also concluded with credible evidence and documentation there's been rape and torture under Israeli detention centers. Palestine has existed for centuries, where Jews, Christians, and Muslims have coexisted. Israel is a white settler colonial project supported by the Western Europe and United States. And it's incumbent upon the state of Maine, please allow me to finish it. I've been waiting here since 10 in the morning. United States and the state of Maine has an obligation, legal, ethical, and moral obligation to divest from these companies. And in the end, one more thing, Palestinians are also Semites. Thank you very much. Any questions?
There's no questions.
Thank you.
Yep. Next speaker is Aaron Dodge.
Hi, thanks very much for your time. Sorry, yes, very short. Hi, I'm here from Portland. I'm testifying in support of LD 1383. We in Maine must refuse to participate in genocide and human rights abuses at home and abroad. And we must find every way we can to cut off the funding and our complicity in these atrocities. It can feel overwhelming, too big. The Palestinian poet Rasha Abdul-Hadi urges us to take whatever tools we have at our disposal, even if it's a single handful of sand, and throw it into the gears of the death machine. We don't know what it will take to stop it, but we know what we can all do personally, what tools we have. You all hold a critical tool in your hands right now, how and where to choose to invest money as a state. I hope you'll vote to pass LD 1383. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe Pearl.
Joe Pearl. He went already.
He went already? Okay. Robin Brooks.
She's gone.
Okay. Camille Kavanagh. Camille Kavanagh. Kavanagh? Camille? Okay, Erica Arthur.
Erica Arthur.
She's here.
She's here.
Sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here all day. Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and honorable members of the committee. I'm Erica Arthur. I'm a resident of Freedom and a former state employee and beneficiary of Maine PERS. As we're just past Dr. King's birthday, I would be remiss in not drawing on his fearless clarity about what it looks like to honor and protect our single garment of destiny by rooting out injustice everywhere. Dr. King's friend and a beloved teacher of mine, the Vietnamese Buddhist monk Thich Nhat Hanh, used the word interbeing to describe this same ethical commitment. And you've heard from my friends today about multiple teachings from the Jewish tradition. So that makes three world traditions that we're drawing on here. Simply put, we're not separate from one another. What I do impacts my neighbors, and what they do impacts me. This is the ethos of Maine at its best. I see this kind of solidarity in action all the time in my rural community. Now, these perspectives from all of these traditions and from our own home place here can help us see that the weapons and aircraft we invest in with millions of Maine dollars are the same ones that tear through homes in Gaza, that help terrorize and destroy families as we speak here at home, and that perpetuate cycles of violence. Since you've all chosen to be public servants, I suspect that, like me, you lose sleep trying to find effective ways to align your actions with your values, to move the needle even just a little in the right direction. Each day, with a broken heart, I watch the violence we are helping to fund and try to do the small things within my power to help protect what Dr. King and others would call the beloved community, our shared humanity. Now with LD 1383, we, through you, have a chance to take powerful action with real consequences, far more powerful than what we can each do as individuals. You've heard many, many reasons to support this bill, and one that I would say is to set an example. As we've seen throughout history, courage is contagious. I just have one more sentence. I urge you to pass this bill into law and take Maine money out of genocide and human rights abuses. The time is now to invest in each other and the world we want to see. Let Maine be a beacon of ethical lawmaking as it has been in the past. Thank you.
Ridgely Fuller. Ridgely Fuller? What's that? Okay. Jim Anderberg.
What are you saying? Camille Kavanaugh is here.
Okay. Well, first of all, who's this person?
I'm Camille Kavanaugh.
Oh, okay. Yes, we called you earlier.
Yeah.
Why don't you come up and speak then? And then is this Mr. Anderberg? Okay, then you can speak after this person, okay?
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury, and members of the committee for your time. My name is Camille Kavanaugh, and I am a resident of Orono. I have submitted my testimony electronically, and I'm here in support of LD 1383, an act to require the state to divest itself of assets invested in corporations that contribute to genocide and human rights abuses. I've been a farm worker in different parts of Maine for much of my life, and I feel so fortunate to be able to help provide communities in Maine with good food, because I believe all people should have access to good food, clean water, safe housing, and the freedom of movement. And as stated in the Maine State Constitution, the right to pursue and obtain safety and happiness. In late September 2025, the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations and the United Nations Satellite Center collected data on the cropland damage in the Gaza Strip as a result of the Palestinian genocide. They have recorded that 86.9% of the cropland has been damaged in Gaza Strip. Due to the investments that Maine holds with companies like Boeing, Mainers are complicit in this devastating damage and all the harm that has been committed against the Palestinian people. The investments that Maine Public Employees Retirement System holds in companies like Signature Aviation and Palantir do not support the value that I've listed earlier. These investments directly harm our communities in Maine by fueling ICE deportation flights, as well as harming communities abroad by supporting genocide, and make us as Mainers complicit in these abuses. Please support LD 1383 so that our investments reflect Maine values and support our communities in our state and abroad. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And Mr. Anderberg? Can we have your testimony, sir?
Yes, I was named.
Yeah, no, we have it. I'm saying right here.
Thank you.
have to hand it to you. You guys have stamina. Hi, my name's Jim Anderberg. I'm a resident of Vienna, and I've been a retiree receiving pension from Maine PERS for the past 17 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about today and my support for LD 1383. I served as IT director for the city of Augusta for nearly 30 years, contributing to the Maine State Pension Fund throughout my career. For the past 17 years, as I mentioned, I've been receiving income from that fund. I need the assurance that these funds are not being used to support the genocide and ethnic cleansing of other human rights atrocities occurring in the world today. Money talks. With roughly 21 billion in assets, Maine PERS has significant influence in global markets. Influence comparable to those wealthy individuals and institutions now shaping world events. It's imperative that this influence works for good, not complicity in atrocities. I have seen that ethical investing works. Before my time in Augusta, I worked at Iowa State University and contributed to TIAA-CREF. That's a retirement fund. When I left that position, I was given the option to invest in socially responsible funds, which I did. That choice recognized something important. People care how their money is used. It reinforced for me that responsible investing is both possible and prudent. LD 1383 brings that same level of conscience to Maine. It is sensible because it provides a mechanism for accountability. By establishing a commission to monitor international reports and identify perpetrator states, it ensures that Maine is no longer a silent partner in these atrocities. It includes reasonable exceptions for humanitarian aid and waivers when Maine's interests require it. This isn't radical, it's sensible stewardship. The funds Maine retirees have entrusted to the pension board should not contribute to human suffering. We can protect our financial security while ensuring our investments reflect our values. Passing LD 1383 is a sensible and moral step to ensure Maine's investments work for the good of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next, there's a Megan and a Matthew Lambrick.
At the same time.
Was that, no, you don't have to do it at the same time, but one or the other.
I'm going first.
Okay, that's fine. Is Matthew here? Oh, okay. Oh, there you are. Okay.
We're a package deal.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm exhausted. How about you? And so I know we're all exhausted, and yet I think it's incredibly important to remind myself and you and everyone gathered here what a tremendous privilege it is to take part in the incredible project that is American democracy. My name is Meg Lambrick. I live and vote in Rockport, Maine. I'm a community health nurse, and as nurses, we're governed by a strict code of ethics that dictate how we interact with our patients, our colleagues, and our communities. And in that document, and indeed throughout all of my nursing career, one value is stressed above all others, and that's advocacy. Indeed, the American Nurses Association says that advocacy, both for our patients and our profession, is a pillar of nursing. But looking around America today, you wouldn't know it. My profession, known for its stellar track record of trust with the communities we serve, has chosen largely to remain utterly silent as genocide is live streamed into our phones with crystal clarity. As a Maine citizen, I implore you to divest from any entities that profit from war, genocide, or ICE. No attempts at manufactured consent will unradicalize a U.S. population that has seen with our own eyes the terror we have long exported abroad. There can be no advocacy without action and no leadership without risk. What we're asking you here today to do is to be our leaders. And we know that that's a difficult ask. We ask you today to stand against tyranny with courage and forge a different path forward for us all. Please support LD 1383. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew?
You'll forgive me, I'm not nearly as eloquent as my wife, but my name is Matthew Lambrick. I am a citizen in Rockport, Maine, and an emergency medicine physician. I've devoted my life to caring for people in their most fragile moments. I've treated victims of horrific violence and unspeakable human suffering. Yet, my experience is pale in comparison to the images coming out of Gaza and compels me to speak out with urgency and moral clarity. As a physician, I'm guided by a simple but profound oath. First, do no harm. Yet our state's financial ties to entities that materially support the ongoing genocide in Gaza place us in direct violation of that principle. Hospitals have been destroyed. Children and parents alike buried beneath the rubble. Our state's dollars have assisted in ongoing efforts to deprive entire communities of food, water, electricity, and medical care. These are not abstract political outcomes. They are mass casualty conditions inflicted on a civilian population at a systematic level. I want my state to align with universal principles of peace and safety for all. Our state money should be a force for good in the world, not used to fuel corporations that aid the detention of our neighbors and the perpetuation of genocide. Support LD 1383 to require the Maine PERS to divest any holdings or stocks in companies that contribute directly to genocide and the detention of our neighbors, and to comply with international law. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Lawrence Reichard still here?
He had to
leave.
20 copies of his written statement.
Okay. Tamara Benson. Tamara Benson. Okay, Tim Parody. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Tim Paradis, resident of Portland, retired. Early in my career, I served on the foreign policy staff of Senator Edward Kennedy, focused on human rights. I have a written statement, but here I'd like to respond to two recurrent themes that I've heard from opponents of this bill. Regarding MPERS fund performance, there's a voluminous literature on the relative investment returns of ethical investing. I hope that you will consult that literature. In my own portfolio, my funds are recurrently rebalanced based on ethical matters, and my tax returns reflect the positive results of working within the framework of an understanding of human rights. We also heard recurrent claims and concerns of anti-Semitism. I've been involved in advocacy for Palestinian rights for about 10 years with a broad array of people. I have never once heard an expression or seen an action reflecting ideas of anti-Semitism. We stand for human rights for all human beings, and we work towards that end. Does your vote matter? Maine is a small state. The companies on the designated list are a small fractional proportion of MPERS funds. During the height of the Holocaust, a group of German students called the White Rose distributed leaflets condemning what they call the bestial murder of Jews and Gypsies. They signed each of those leaflets with the words, "We are your guilty conscience. We will never leave you alone." They were soon rounded up, tortured, and most of them executed. If they had not spoken up, the world would only have gotten darker and darker. Today, we stand at the same point. We need to speak up, stand up, and make sure that for our children and grandchildren, there is a better world. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Faulkner. Okay. David Robbins. Okay. Robin Newell.
I thought you'd never get to me. Good evening, folks. It's dark out. It's been a long day. I wish I had a good joke right about now, but I don't. I've never publicly said this small little sentence that I'm going to say out loud. I was not prepared to say that today, but after listening to some of the people testifying, I am a Jewish woman in Maine. I have never said that out loud. And I do not fear any of the coalitions or groups that have come today to test in support of LD 1383. And I want to state that I've worked with these coalitions. Specifically, I have gone to a lot of meetings with the main voices for Palestinian rights. And I am a better person, a better Jewish person for working with that group. I have learned so much about the history and the struggle between Israel and Palestine that our public schools have not taught us. And I say that as a 30-year public school teacher. Guilty. Okay. I am Robin Newhall. I live in Wayne. Maine Purse manages the retirement funds of our state employees, the very people who defend, practice, uphold, and exemplify democracy in our communities across Maine on a daily basis. Their efforts give Maine citizens a safe, healthy, secure, convenient, predictable structure to our daily life for our well-being. I'm asking you to use sensibility with urgency to pass LD 1383, which does have some work, but I trust all of you in your wisdom and in your education to be able to do that. It's a work in progress. This will ensure that Maine Purse investment team will have to seek out companies to invest in that, and that also uphold and exemplify democracy out in the world. A vote in favor of LD 1383 will hold Maine accountable to be a leader in divesting away from war and investing instead in humanity, freedom, and democracy around the world. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to request that people don't speak too close to the microphone. It's very loud to my ears. Thank you for considering that.
That's happened a few times, yeah. Okay. On page 4, Sarah Karam. She's gone. Okay. I think Linda Snow already spoke, right? Was Linda Snow here? No. Yeah, I think she already spoke. Regine Whittlesey. And then David Whittlesey.
Defending democracy gives me energy. Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Regine Whittlesey and I live in Brunswick. I'm a retired school teacher and I'm appalled that Maine Public Employees Retirement System makes the state complicit in human rights abuses by holding stock in companies that are contributing directly to genocide and the detention of our neighbors. Genocide? Today, 2026? I'm a US citizen, originally from France, and my parents have lived through fascism and genocide. 80 years later, we're still witnessing genocides, suppressing cultures, killing, starving children. That thought, that reality, keeps me awake at night. I can't do much personally, but the beautiful state of Maine where I live, I have chosen to live here, should be a force of good in the world, not fuel corporation, such as Palantir and Signature Aviation, that aid in the detention of our neighbors and genocide. As the former president and now member of the board of Alliance Française du Maine, I've worked tirelessly, can't say that word, to building connections through French language and culture, helping Alliance Française to be an inclusive community hub for learning and engagement. Maine has a huge Francophone community, as I'm sure you know that. Descendants of French Canadians, New Mainers coming from Francophone Africa, European expats like myself. And it warms my heart to witness the exchanges, connections, and support between these different cultures. I'm proud to see solidarity and fraternity in action. And now, as ICE is waiting at the door of some of our members just because of the color of their skin, our state, my state, should align with our values and avoid to contribute to violation of human rights and international. Please support this bill, which shows our humanity. Merci beaucoup.
David?
Thank you, Chairman Baldacci, members of the committee. My name is David Whittlesey. I reside in Brunswick, Maine, and I'm here to support the passage of LD 1383. For over 30 years, I worked to help people migrate safely, legally, humanely with the Department of State Refugee Program, the International Organization for Migration, and with a Swiss nonprofit called Interpeace. I worked in Southeast Asia, Somalia, East Timor, West Africa, Guatemala, and elsewhere. I've seen the results of genocide up close in Rwanda and in Palestine and in Israel. Now I feel my work of the past 30 years is under assault through the current abuse of human rights, particularly in this country by ICE, and genocide in Palestine as well as elsewhere. By investing state funds in companies directly involved in profiting from such abuse of human rights and in genocide, Maine is complicit. I am complicit. This is not the way life should be. I urge you to make a strong statement that reflects Maine's values and move LS 1383 forward to passage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Simon Matori.
Hi there. Thank you all for being here. I wear a mask and hat because I am Palestinian American. I wear it because AIPAC, the Canary Mission, and the Zionist movement is real. I have been on their blacklist and lost thousands of dollars. That almost put my.
Okay, this is, we.
Yes, I know, I'm getting to it.
Okay, we got you got 2 minutes to focus on the
Okay.
bill.
All right. Well, I am focusing on the bill. I'm getting to it. Lost thousands of dollars almost for my family out in the streets with young children because of my name, Suleiman El Motari. Also, with the taxes I paid, I feel responsible for the death of my 15-year-old nephew in my father's Palestinian West Bank town. So $3 of my money went to buying the bullets that killed him by a Zionist Israeli settler, not the IOF. 6 decades ago, my parents came to the U.S. with 6 children and a dream to offer them a better life.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
What do you mean by Zionist?
Zionist, a Zionist group, the
Isn't that-
Zionist movement. It could be Jewish and it could be Christian.
Right, but Zionist means that they believe in a state for.
Zionist
state of
means I
Israel.
believe in genocide.
Oh, okay. That's
Okay.
that's your definition.
Yes, that's my definition.
Okay.
And Senator Joseph
Baldacci.
Baldacci,
Yeah.
thank you, sir.
Yep.
Uh,
I just want to purpose to the record that is your definition. I don't know anyone else here that would join in that definition.
Well, I know 70,000 Palestinians that have been killed by a genocide in Israel that would say that definition is correct.
Well, we're going to try to focus on this bill.
Okay, it's not the Jews that I'm here, it's the Zionist movement.
Okay, and I'm very concerned about the level of animosity towards the Jewish community that's been expressed.
It's not Jewish.
Well,
It's not Jewish. I didn't mention one word of Judaism here. And I believe the Jews are the ones that are being.
What's happening here is unjust.
Is what?
Senator, it's
Jeff,
I-
no one got this level of scrutiny except for a
Okay, well, I don't,
Palestinian.
this
I'm
is
just
a,
asking you to treat people with fairness.
this is,
Don't take.
Thank you. I did.
okay,
Just
yeah.
finish
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take over from here.
Yes,
We'll go.
ma'am.
So if you'd like to,
I like to
start from
finish.
here, yeah,
I like to finish.
continue on. We'll continue from here.
Okay, this is from my wife. 6 decades ago, my parents came to the U.S. with 6 children and a dream to offer them a better life. We have all fulfilled their dream, and by having ours responsible, caring, and loving children and grandchildren of our own. Never before has she felt more uncomfortable, anxious, and unsettled than under this administration. As a Palestinian mother, I have lived in fear of what could happen to my son while studying his last semester of his master's program at a university in Boston. I cried when my 25-year-old daughter got fired for being a Palestinian in Washington, D.C. You guys could all go watch the video. When she got fired from a job protesting the injustice of Israel against the Palestinians in Gaza and West Bank. I ask you to stop funding. There, where I come back to the bill. I ask you to stop funding corporations that are supporting all of the suffering of my people and many others. I ask you to stop like myself, that came to this country with a dream. We all work for a common goal to live in peace and to belong to our communities, to help one another. Please support this bill and divest from genocide and invest in the citizens of Maine. God knows we know it. I also walk around with an American passport these days, okay, which Mr. Balachi from Lebanon, I believe you said?
My mother's family.
Yes, okay, I think you should be walking because we have the same skin tone.
Okay.
And you might be the next target.
Okay.
Okay, I'm glad that that was focused on the bill.
Okay. Anyhow.
Madam Chair, do you want to take control of
I
the
am.
hearing or not?
Shall do it. All right. All right.
Yeah, I think,
So his name was Simon Matori, correct? Yes. Isa Maldoun,
she spoke already.
Jessica, oh, got him. All right, well, they're not crossed off, so let me just catch up here. Diane Lapp, where are we?
She spoke. I thought.
Nope,
oh, no.
Diane. Okay.
I'm sorry. Somebody else in lap, okay.
Okay.
Good evening, committee members. All, thank you for listening to my heartfelt words in support of LD 1383. I'm Diana Lapp from Portland. I'm a physician and interact daily with patients affected by the uncertainty of their future. With the threat of detention and deportation ever present, many of my patients fled to the United States for their safety, and now they are fearful again. I see the harm that this does to families. Families once thriving, now with no income, without sufficient food or funds to pay the bills, facing homelessness because they can't meet their mortgages. To bring it home, a father torn away from his family without notice, leaving a wife alone to care for 5 children under 10. A high school student suffering depression, unable to see her father because ICE has whisked them to detention facilities out of state. A middle school student acting out as he struggles to understand why his father was deported. A father who was gainfully and legally employed and was recently able to buy a new house for his young family is now incarcerated, although he's committed no crime. This is not what Maine is. As a family
Can I just
physician,
interrupt you to ask if you have any feedback on the bill itself? Because I don't see anything related to the bill so
it is. It is. It tears me apart. I fight for preventative and public health. My patients' stories are the individuals that thrive in Maine, often fleeing persecution. And when they finally become citizens, I'm profoundly grateful and happy. But when I think of my tax dollars invested in the companies supporting the ICE surveillance and deportation flights, separating these very same families, incarcerating individuals far from their home and support, I'm left in tears. How is this possible here in Maine? We need investment in access to health care for all Mainers, not in those companies known to support human rights violations at home and genocides abroad. This is shameful. We can and we must pull our investments out of these companies now. I urge you to stand up for human rights for all of us by pushing forward LD 1383.
Thank you. Sophia Umad. Iris Allen? Oh,
I'm here
so
on behalf of Sophia today.
say it again.
I'm here on behalf of Sophia today.
Okay, do you have testimony as well?
I don't.
Okay. Hey there, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hi, representatives. My name is Sophia, and I regret that I could not be present today. At this moment, I am taking steps to protect myself and my family from being forced to interact with ICE. I am a survivor of the longest genocide of the 21st century, the genocide in Darfur, Sudan. I have witnessed firsthand what happens when governments, institutions, and corporations continue to fund, enable, or remain silent in the face of mass violence, ethnic cleansing, and forced displacement. The trauma of genocide does not end when one crosses a border. It lives in our bodies, our families, and our communities. Maine has long been a leader in standing with the people of Darfur and with survivors of genocide. In fact, when I was just 6 years old, Governor John Baldacci supported legislation requiring Maine to divest from companies connected to Sudan, recognizing divestment as a principled stand against atrocities. That moment sits heavy in my heart and remains a powerful reminder that when my community protects and nourishes me, it is also my responsibility to continue to do the same in return. Because of this history and because of my lived experience, I strongly urge the state of Maine to once again lead with courage and integrity by fully divesting from any funding, contracts, or partnerships that support genocide, human rights abuses, and systems of mass harm, including mass deportation of immigrant communities. Our public funds should never be used to separate families, detain asylum seekers, or contribute to racialized violence and displacement. Maine has the opportunity once again to lead with moral clarity. As a state that values human dignity, justice, and community care, Maine must take a firm stance against all forms of state-sanctioned violence, whether abroad,
I just need you to
through
wrap up here
war
over the time.
and genocide, or at home through deportation and detention. I ask you to stand with survivors, refugees, immigrants, and all communities impacted by violence and displacement. Divestment is not only a financial decision, it is a declaration of values. It is a commitment to life, safety, liberty, and to justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Iris Allen. Josie Kressler. Say that again. Oh, thank you. David Klauber. Jason D'Amico. Anonymous 4. Jason. Oh, sorry. Okay, great. Hi there, welcome.
Thank you to the members of the committee for having us here today, allowing us to speak on this bill. My name is Jason D'Amico, and I'm here to speak in support of LD 1383. I am a resident of Portland. Sorry, a little nervous. I forget if I said that. I grew up in Freeport, and I wanted to stand here and speak today as somebody who is very proud to say that he is from Maine. I personally, growing up through the Freeport public school system, I identified a lot with not only the values that I feel that this state stands for, but also the community members that helped raise me and my values in the public school system. Personally, I feel that this state stands for community and welcoming everyone, be it visitors, residents, people coming here to work. And I feel that I've taken those values on myself and have integrated them into my identity. However, when I learned about the investments that the state pension fund have in weapons manufacturers and perpetrators, or at least companies responsible in part complicit in atrocities committed for human rights abuses. I was appalled, and frankly, I've spent time out of state. For college, I always spoke very proudly of this state, and I loved sharing that with folks. And I believe I speak for myself and lots of other Mainers who grew up in this state, honoring its values and taking them as their own, to say that I don't know how I can continue to identify with this state if it maintains its investments in the companies that it does. For me, I believe that looking at everyone around here, I do understand that people have mentioned various parts about this bill that maybe are under scrutiny, but I want to recognize, especially as I might be near the end here of the people coming up, how many of us came out in support of this particular cause. And I think it's representative of, again, people standing up for what I believe to be our state values that I have taken a lot to myself. And I hope that a lot of people speaking for various reasons in support of this bill share that on their own. And in conclusion, I would like to reaffirm my support for the passage of LD 1383. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Did you say that David was back? All right, thank you. Hi there, welcome.
Hi there. Thank you to the committee, Senator, representatives. I appreciate the stamina that it takes to uphold this democratic process. And so I want to extend that gratitude first and foremost. I'm here in support of LD 1383, and I'm yet another Jew here before you to share that this resonates with many of us. Me particularly based on my family history. I'm an Ashkenazi Jew, which means that there are gaps in my family history because of the pogroms and what culminating in the Holocaust. And one branch of my family, there is no country of origin that is visited or spoken of to this day. It was renounced, viewed as complicit in allowing the unthinkable to occur, the systematic removal of Jews from their homes and community. This complicity was not always overt. It was often passive, quiet, bureaucratic, and in the background. At times, nothing more than the reluctance to disrupt business as usual and recognize what was happening for what it was. I'm chilled to the bone as the echoes of the past play out this very day here in my community in Portland and abroad, when masked and heavily armed ICE agents descend upon Portland. We're sitting here in the safety and warmth of this room, while my fellow immigrant community members, neighbors, friends, and chosen family are terrified, hiding in their homes and in detainment. As we sit here, the project to erase the Palestinian people continues forward, maiming, slaughter, starvation, you name it. LD 1383 is our opportunity to say no, to decide that Maine cannot and will not conduct business as usual in this context, that we will not be complicit in this havoc through investment in companies like Signature Aviation, Palantir, and Boeing, whose products and services directly facilitate these projects of detainment, erasure, and murder. That we will not look away and quietly seek to benefit financially from these grave violations against humanity. I cannot recommend strongly enough that you support this bill. And again, I thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Anonymous 4.
Thank you, honorable members of the committee, for allowing us to speak today. First, and I hope this isn't redundant, I wasn't able to hear all of the speakers, but I would like to make sure that the committee understands that this bill will divest from any corporations credibly aiding gross violations of human rights. Many opposition speakers have referred to out-of-date language that is addressed by the strike and replace amendments in your packets. I am a Maine resident, and I'm here to support LD 1383 because I cannot stomach my tax dollars contributing to the atrocities happening around the world and in my community. Sometimes the decision to do the right thing comes at a painful cost, but this one doesn't. It is not only the ethical choice to stop investing in corporations that profit off of human rights abuses, it is also the legally responsible choice because it means we won't be liable for international crimes that our tax dollars would have funded. Furthermore, divesting would be a manageable change and one that Maine fiduciaries have made before with very positive outcomes. There is no downside here. We have an incredible opportunity to make a strong statement and a real impact for our communities at home and around the world. I urge you to take it. So many of us Mainers are already living in fear. We are already living on stolen land. Please don't put us in the position of being complicit in more brutality and having to build our futures with blood money. Please support this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ed Ferrara.
I'm a little gippy, but I warm up. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and honorable members of the Committee of State and Local Government for giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of LD 1383. An act to require divestment from perpetrators of international human rights violation. My name is Ed Ferreira from New Sharon, and I am a retired Maine educator, administrator, and a proud Maine PERS pension member. I am here today to urge Maine state legislators of your committee to adopt LD 1383 as a substantive step to end the abuse and killing of our fellow humans by national governments who are engaged in human rights violations of apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. The bill is well designed with provisions for monitoring and reporting, exceptions, waivers, and the possibility of legal challenges. It can be implemented and enforced efficiently by the highly competent MPERS leaders and managers. I believe it will not diminish the capacity of MPERS to provide its financial obligations. As you know, Maine has many great assets. Maine has incredible natural beauty and excellent communities composed of solid and dedicated people. Another of Maine's assets, one that sometimes gets overlooked, is its reputation. The state of Maine has long been regarded by folks in the rest of the USA and world as a state and people with a strong ethical and moral compass and strong leadership capacity. We thank you, Maine legislators, for your representation and leadership. Maine has a long history of people with strong moral and ethical fiber. People look up to the state of Maine, not just because Maine sits at the top right-hand corner of the U.S. map, or is the first state to see the sunrise each morning in the United States. LD 1383 is a continuation of Maine's long-held commitment to ethical and humane treatment of people wherever they reside on our planet. As the iconic Earth Aglobe at the Garment Building in Yarmouth demonstrates, the Earth is a single sphere that makes no distinction between peoples and regions. LD 1383 lets all the world know that the people of Maine recognize this reality and embraces it. It demonstrates that the state of Maine and its people puts our money where our values are. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Anastasia Azanaro Moore. Is that him? Is that him?
Nope.
Oh.
Here as well.
Rachel Herbner.
Hi.
Hello, I'm
Hello.
Rachel Herbener. I live in Northport, and I'm here specifically because of the human rights abuses, and I do not want our money and us to support corporations and businesses that are complicit in that. And I will just skip only to the one point that I don't think has been made. And that is about how risky it could be for us to put our money into U.S. corporations that make military arms. Because due to the current administration's threats to our allies, many, including Canada, have started to produce their own weapons of war instead of purchasing ours. And this is according to an article in Defense Scoop, June 25th, 2025. So that was before all of the stuff that's been happening now with like Greenland, et cetera, et cetera. But back in 2025, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney stated, I call on all parties in Parliament to support these critical investments in our security. Our plan will ensure that Canada is strong at home and reliable abroad. We should no longer send 3/4 of our defense capital spending to America. So this is a seismic shift. U.S. companies are going to sustain huge losses. So I think we shouldn't hitch our wagon or whatever. So that's it.
Thank you. There is, I'm sorry, I can't read the first name. Mona McAkron. The last name is McAkron. Okay. Can you read this right there? What's that name?
Perhaps Gray,
Last name is Gray.
Gray, Gravy, Gray, Gray,
Y.
Y,
From Wisconsin.
from Wisconsin,
Yeah. Okay, and then the next one after that is Schwartz
Schwartz from Newcastle.
from Newcastle. There you go.
Hello, my name is Joan Schwartz. I'm from Newcastle, Maine, and this is related to the bill. I'd like to thank the chair and the committee for their interest in the bill being discussed today. Like others who have taken time out of their busy schedules to come today, I'm requesting your support for 1386 to divest from companies that profit from human rights abuses, unlawful detentions, oppression, and genocide. The Maine State Employees Retirement Fund currently supplies weapons and surveillance that makes the state complicit in human rights abuses here, abroad, including Gaza and the West Bank. I recently received a message from a friend of mine in the West Bank. He speaks of the hope that he finds in the work being done here in Maine to end the violence and oppression Palestinians experience under U.S. support of the Israeli occupation. He writes, I'm writing to you with a heavy heart to tell you of the harrowing experience my family endured. At 2:00 in the morning, Israeli soldiers stormed our home and arrested my 12-year-old son. He was shaking with fear, and seeing my child like that broke my heart. When Jamala, my wife, began to cry, a masked soldier placed his weapon against her head and threatened to shoot her if she spoke another word. Because I speak Hebrew fluently, I was able to talk calmly to the commander, who eventually apologized and ordered his soldiers out of our house. I begged him not to arrest my son, who is just a child, but he said he was only following orders. Then I at least asked him to allow me to accompany him because he will die of fear from being arrested or interrogated. He did allow me to go with him so he wouldn't be alone. As we were leaving, a female soldier violently grabbed my sweater and forced us into a military vehicle, refusing to let me put on my shoes or jacket in the freezing night air. We were taken to a Palestinian family home that had been turned into a military base, and there I saw my own cousins and neighbors who had been severely beaten. Amand and I were blindfolded and made to sit on the freezing ground. I held my son on my lap to protect him from the cold. The most bitter irony came when an intelligence officer I know questioned me. He didn't ask a single thing about my son. Instead, he asked how I survived without the tourism money. And he suggested I take my family and leave Palestine. When we were finally released at 5 a.m., we had to walk home in the dark, and we were almost shot by another patrol until an elderly Palestinian man ushered us into his home for safety. When we finally reached our house, our whole clan was there, and my wife cried with joy to see us safe. I tell you this because it shows that the violence is systematic. It is designed to deprive us of our humanity. But I am sure that we will never lose spirit. In the middle of the darkness, Jamala and I are very lucky because we find hope in you. Your voice in Maine speaks for our rights, and it's what gives us the most strength. I had written other testimony, and I trashed it in favor of reading about the trauma of my friend and his family. We're complicit in this. I was raised that it's never right. It's never wrong to do the right thing. It's never wrong to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have testimony from someone who's on the list. I can just leave it.
Yep.
Okay. Her
Yep,
name
could you
is
give it-
Lauren McGrail.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, what was the first name?
Lauren
Lauren, okay. Okay, thank you. Rachel Gonzaga. Rachel Gonzaga? Okay, Ray Sage. I'm sorry. Are you Ray?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Good evening, members of the State and Local Government Committee. My name is Ray Sage, and I'm a resident of Waldoboro, a child of immigrants from Trinidad and Jamaica, and a veteran who served 6 years in the United States Air Force, doing 1 tour in Afghanistan during my time supporting combat operations for the entirety of my service. I say this not to express pride, but to note the deep moral injury I carry with me every day, and to make clear that I have seen the sobering reality of war, as many who have spoken today have, and understand what is at stake if we continue to invest in state violence and authoritarian control locally and abroad. I ask that you please support LD 1383 as a bid towards a better future for all people. What is happening in Palestine is a genocide, and it is wrong, and we should not fund and invest in its infrastructure. U.S. aggression and pursuit of war in Venezuela, Nigeria, and Greenland is wrong, and we should not invest in it. ICE agents patrolling our streets, killing people with impunity, and kidnapping our neighbors is wrong. The people of Maine deserve to have their tax dollars work for them, not against them. And as we have seen so blatantly in the actions of ICE, and as I have seen personally in my experiences in the military, the tactics that are practiced amongst those deemed enemy abroad will always find their way home to our soil to be used against whatever target this administration deems enemy at their convenience. It should not be a revolutionary act to divest from the technology and weaponry that enables genocide, ethnic cleansing, and war crimes. But it is, because we live in a colonial project founded on these tactics, and we have never at any point in our history divested from and condemned them in totality as a nation. Please support this bill and let Maine lead in birthing a new world where we do not conflate endless war, the stripping of individual rights, and the targeting of those deemed different with safety and progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Johnston. Lauren Johnston. Okay, Marcia Lifshitz Haynes.
You already spoke.
Okay, Jonathan Haynes.
How I know she got.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, that's how I know she already spoke.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to the members of the committee. I'm speaking in favor of LD 1383 and urge passage of the bill. My name is Jonathan Haynes. I grew up and was raised in Biddeford. And Biddeford, as you know, is a city that was built and once flourished because it was the labor of immigrants. That's where Biddeford came from. And that's where my family came from. I grew up in Biddeford when the textile mills were closing and moving to the south. As my friends' parents were laid off, as local businesses closed, and Main Street became a row of empty storefronts, which I remember, I watched the civil rights movement of the time expose the systems and the suffering that made the South a more profitable place for textile industries. I began to understand how human rights abuse in the South related directly to my life here in Maine. At that time, Dr. Martin Luther King famously observed that, quote, "The bombs in Vietnam fall at home. They destroy the hopes and the possibilities for a decent America." His warning remains true today. I'll skip over the part about Palantir because many people have mentioned that already. And I don't think that anybody would want to speak in favor of Palantir. Human rights abuses anywhere will always reverberate throughout the world and come back to haunt those who perpetrate them. This is why we have international, national, and local laws that aim to prevent and to punish crimes against humanity. Investment doesn't happen in a vacuum, nor do oppression and genocide.
Oppression and genocide require systems, resources, and complicity. It may seem overwhelming to challenge these big systems and their vast resources, but I want to stress today that we do have control and we can take action to refuse complicity in human rights violations wherever and whenever they occur. And that's why I support LD 1383. We as Mainers want and deserve a system of investments that calculates not only the bottom line of those investments, but also the human costs and consequences of those investments. We have the right and responsibility to refuse to be complicit with acts of genocide, which will come back and haunt us if we do not do that. I urge you to support the passage of LD 1383. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Abigail Stratton.
Hi, thank you to all the members of the committee. Hi, Representative Rollins. My name is Abigail Stratton, and I'm addressing you because I am I live right down the street here in District 15. And I'm a little nervous, so I'll just read right through this. I'm here in support of LD 1383. Right now, as we've all heard, the state of Maine is using taxpayer funds to support companies which build bombs and surveil people through data mining. I'm a Maine taxpayer, and I do not agree with our state funds being used to stalk and kill people. And I support the passage of LD 1383 to ensure that our funds are being used ethically and responsibly. Passing this bill demonstrates that divestments from violent, harmful companies are a commitment to building a peaceful state which stands firmly in its pledge for liberty and justice for all. And I'm so appreciative to everyone who's spoken previously, people with more knowledge on how this bill is effective and everything can move forward with it in place and move forward towards a brighter future and living our values. And I know that there is a lot of fear, and I heard a lot of fear in folks testifying in opposition. And I think that this bill supports everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Asa Mann Bollender.
That's the little boy that's spoke.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Brown.
Oh, she might have just.
All right.
Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members of the Committee on State and Local Government. My name is Jonathan Brown from Harpswell, Maine, and I'm testifying on my own personal time this evening in support of LD 1383. This bill presents an opportunity for members of this committee, the entire legislative body, and the governor to uplift a stronger moral code of conduct by prohibiting public investments or procurement contracts with entities that have committed crimes of apartheid, ethnic cleansing, genocide, or war crimes. I was born and raised and educated in the state of Maine. This is my home, and there are countless reasons that have led me to stay here. Among them are my family's very deep roots, but also the state's respect for individual liberties, our tight-knit communities that look out for one another. We Mainers value peace. We value tranquility, respect, and liberty. And in my upbringing, as I suspect I'm not alone here, I was taught to live and uphold the golden rule. Treat others as you would want to be treated. And this bill presents Maine the chance to further codify this moral code into our social contract, Maine state law. There is no community and no state and no country which I can comfortably live in, knowing that public dollars, our tax dollars, are being invested in companies, entities, individuals, and financial institutions that benefit financially from, again, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. I am absolutely dumbfounded that here in 2026, this is even a question that warrants consideration, nonetheless opposition. I find it deeply troubling to think anyone in this country, the supposed leader of the free world, or in my home state, would work to stand in the way of advancing legislation that cuts financial ties with groups who profit from the most reprehensible and evil examples of human behavior. As lawmakers and representatives of my state government, you hold immense influence on the footprints that the state of Maine leaves in this world. I believe that you all have a moral duty and a constitutional obligation in the Dirigo state to continue blazing the trail toward human liberation wherever you can. I find this obligation extends to staunchly oppose any form of complicity or financing of the violation of human rights, human life, whether domestic or abroad. I'm not a professional investor, but I have no doubt in my mind that we have a long list of alternative investment opportunities in the world's markets where Maine PERS can secure profitable returns. As a state, let's ensure that Maine's investment returns
You can
are.
just wrap it up. You're over time.
Yep. So I would say that there's a fork in the road before you and the rest of the 132nd legislature. This is a moral test. And from this year forward, will you guarantee that Maine's tax dollars, your tax dollars, will no longer fund apartheid, ethnic cleansing, genocide, or war crimes? And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, next speaker is Tanvi Kushek.
Are these tax dollars?
Tanvi Kushek. No, Alexandra Welch. Yep. See there.
I will be reading my testimony as well as a high schooler's testimony who could not stay.
Well, you still have 2 minutes total.
I will be reading both of them. You will listen to both of them because you are public servants. I think that you've forgotten that you work for us and you have a legal and moral obligation to
Okay.
listen to every testimony of every person who came here today at 11 a.m.
We have rules we have to go by and they have to apply fairly. So 2 minutes is what you
You
get.
can make up the
You're
rules,
not-
but you
you're
have a
not-
legal and moral duty to listen to every
Do we have
testimony.
security
So
here?
in lieu
Do
of
we have
that,
security
my
here?
Just gonna
friend
take a
Ally
break. If you
will
can-
read
Yeah, if we'll
this
take a,
testimony.
Take a break
but
or
you have,
recess.
everybody has to abide by the
Okay,
same
so
rules.
Ally back here will read this testimony.
All I
it's the same
said,
amount of
all I
time.
said is you have 2 minutes.
We're taking a break
Okay?
anyway. We're taking a
No,
15-minute break.
no,
No,
let's-
no, no. I'm
You want to take a break?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but we'll come back. Jesus.
Stretch your legs. It's good for you.
Mhm.
It is.
Okay, is there,
Yeah, if you can put it back in 15 minutes there.
Shut the mics off there.
we're,
We found somebody to read the other testimony.
Okay, well, that works.
My name is Alexandra Welch. I live in Whitefield, but I own a country store in Damerscott. I stand before you for dignity, truth, and justice on behalf of all the youth in this state. I support LD 1383 because divesting from genocide is a moral imperative, and I do not want to have to explain to my kids why I was complicit in war crimes. The country store that my wife and I run is walking distance from the local high school, and so many teenagers come in every day after school. These kids are so intelligent, empathetic, and value-driven. They are bearing witness to the greatest injustice of our time, and they are wondering why the adults in their life are not doing anything about it. They are coming to me full of grief because they are watching videos on their phones of children dying in rubble. They are witnessing innocent immigrants abducted from suburban areas, and yet they feel the adults in their life simply do not care. They told me they feel powerless because they cannot even vote yet. Yesterday, these inspiring kids organized a walk out of school as a way to practice civil disobedience in protest of this great injustice. They stand on the bridge with protest signs. They organize fundraisers to support organizations like the Samir Project. If our state's youth is taking every action that they can do to stop injustice, why aren't we? When your kids ask what you did to fight evil, what will you say? Will you admit that you were complicit so that you could profit? Or will you tell them that you did everything in your power to stop it? Passing LD 1383 will not put an immediate end to this injustice, but it is the first and necessary step. It is our moral imperative because inaction in the face of injustice is itself unjust. Our youth know that. Do you?
Okay, next speaker is Nesreen Griffin. She here? Okay, Sue Anderson. Okay, Steve Carroll. Okay, Marianne Donahue.
She's no longer here, but I'll submit her testimony.
Okay, sure, thank you. Was that Sue's?
Marianne.
Marianne Donahue, okay. Thank you. Sophia? Tom Bayer? Yep.
I've got it online. Greetings, fellow humans. My name is Tom Bayer, a resident of Randolph. I'm here for one reason this evening. First, I'd like to take 20 seconds of silence in honor of the lives taken from this earth due to violent colonialism. Thank you. I stand before you demanding that we help bring an end to the ongoing killing of our brothers and sisters around the planet. The Yogic Life Guideline, Ahimsa, captures this concept. It means non-harming, as does one of the 10 commandments, you shall not murder. We know over 400 people in Palestine have been murdered since the ceasefire began, many of them children. So no, there is no peace, as some corrupt people may claim. One way to end this is to redirect our energy away from corporations that profit from murdering humans and protecting the culprits. I want to live in a community where my energy is recirculated here, where capital is reinvested in our community so that it can thrive, rather than outsourced to humans consumed by greed, fear, and unprocessed emotions that drive them to sociopathic actions. Although not specifically mentioned by the bill, thank you to the opponents for naming additional companies complicit in war crimes, such as Google, Oracle, Microsoft, and Dell. The list goes on. The opponents mention lack of funding for essential services. Great. We are also here fighting for those same services. To the opponents claiming this bill is divisive, you are wrong. We are being brought together by a force of love for each other, one that calls out murderers and perpetrators of genocide. So if you aren't feeling the love,
You're over time.
maybe you should take a look into your own heart. We are here for you when you're ready. End the killing. Is that such an outrageous demand? As we enter the age of accountability, lead with your heart, comrades. Support this bill. Thank you.
Okay, I think Katie Lieberman spoke already. Is that correct? Natalie Kruger? She here? Here. So we're on page 6. Ramona Theme? She left, okay. MJ Convey?
All right. Hi, my name is MJ Convey and I live in Hebron, Maine. I'm testifying because I do not think that the state of Maine should be funding, investing in, or profiting from, as the bill states, companies, entities, persons, or financial institutions that operate in, directly benefit from, or are associated with perpetrator states, countries, or governing bodies that have been determined by independent and credible international bodies to have committed the crime of apartheid, ethnic cleansing, genocide, or a war crime. Divesting from actors participating in apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and war crimes makes it more difficult for these actors to commit these crimes against humanity. Since these terrible crimes are often the results of market economies, combating these crimes must be a conscious and active effort, as we should never expect markets to solve the problems that they create. This is why I think that Bill LD 1383 should be passed.
Thank you.
Okay. Ethan Miller? Is Ethan Miller here? Okay, Emma Craig?
Hello, committee members. Thank you so much for being here this late with all of us. I'm speaking today as a Jew and a Mainer, imploring you to support LD 13083. I have shared a longer version of my testimony online. I believe that Mainers, especially those who dedicate decades to our state, should not be forced into complicity with war crimes and human rights abuses abroad and locally. These corporations encourage and quicken fascism, which we are seeing rise at an alarming rate all over the country and just yesterday in our own state. Some may believe that these companies and the institutions they supply make us safer, but respectfully, they are wrong. Due to these corporations, we are all under surveillance without our consent, and our neighbors are being shot and abducted with impunity, with increased sophistication. These conditions actually feed anti-Semitism, such as that experienced by my great-grandparents who were forced to immigrate to the U.S. over 100 years ago, and I believe will continue to target Jews in the United States again, as they already do target other marginalized communities. I'm here to honor my ancestors who have experienced displacement, suffering, and oppression at the hands of institutions like those that work with these corporations who are more loyal to greed and power for themselves and their communities or descendants. I am truly heartbroken and feel the pain of the anti-Semitism that those opposed to this bill spoke about today, but separating the small percentage of our state investments from these companies causes no risk to pensions nor encourages anti-Semitism. We cannot continue to feed the corporations that have always chipped away at our basic liberties, our right to safety, and our moral integrity. Thank you so much for listening to all of the testimonies here. I am honored and grateful for the opportunity to participate in this democratic process with you while I can.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Ben Steibel.
Good evening, Ben Steibel, living in Portland, Maine. I'm here to speak in support of LD 1383 because, as a Jewish person, my conscience demands it. My ancestors lived in what is now Spain, and when the Catholic kings demanded that they convert on pain of death or exile, they complied. Their compliance did not save them. Men with steel and fire still came for them, and the survivors were forced to flee, enduring many horrors along the way until they found a place that would take them in. This history echoes at our time as ICE harasses, arrests, deports, and even murders members of our community. Those who came here legally are not safe. U.S. citizens are not safe. Indigenous Americans, people whose right to live on this land and should be beyond all question, are not safe. For these innocent people, as with my ancestors, compliance is not safety. And it doesn't end with our borders. Greed and reckless hate spread from America like infection from a wound, subjecting distant peoples to unspeakable horrors in the name of profit and empire. This bill offers the chance to resist without violence and without risk, except to the pocketbooks of those who profit off of misery and death. Modern Jewish faith does not put much focus on the afterlife. Still, I have to believe that at the end of our days, we face some kind of reckoning. So, when you face yours, will you be the ones who used your position to push back against evil, or will you be the ones who complied in the hope that the monster would eat you last? And since I have a little bit of time, I'm going to go off the cuff and say, I know the other side says that to be anti-Zionist or to impose the Netanyahu regime is anti-Semitic, to which I would say to imply that the crimes of to oppose the crimes of the Israeli state is anti-Semitic is perhaps to imply that Jewishness is somehow tied to this entity that is strangling the indigenous cultures like weeds strangling a garden is probably the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever heard. Thank you.
Just a reminder again, we're not reacting to comments because there might be people in the room that don't agree.
Okay, Grace Abbott.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, honorable committee members, Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury. I'm Grace Abbott from Freeport, a Jewish Mainer in support of LD 1383. Senator Baldacci, I'd like to respond to a question you asked earlier. You asked, what is Zionism? If you would like to know, you can look it up, or I can tell you it's a movement that began in late 19th century Western Europe that was to establish a Jewish state through the colonization of Palestine. Before I share my story, I want to briefly address claims that this bill is anti-Semitic, as others have. I too want to seriously address the very real anti-Semitism that's deeply rooted in our systems, but it's not coming from legislation like this. I deeply empathize with the fears Jews in opposition of this bill have shared, and I hope that they will accept our invitations to sit down and have internal community conversations. My grandparents immigrated to the U.S. in the 1950s. They were both Jewish by ancestry, but neither considered themselves religiously Jewish. They both grew up close to the violence of World War II in Egypt and England, respectively. In the U.S., they lived in a neighborhood where Jews were not welcome. They would not have been able to live there had they been openly Jewish. My grandfather worked his way up to become CEO of a manufacturing company. When I turned 18, I inherited investments from my grandparents. Because of this, I feel intimately aware of what it means to make money from large corporations, and I know that it is very possible to divest from them. I've struggled in my young adult years to reckon with the fact that my education and much of my livelihood has been funded by the exploitation of others, yet I'm doing the work to change that. State financial advisors are experts who are very capable of reinvesting state funds in less harmful ways. I feel my grandparents' spirits proudly watching me take steps every day to divest my money from structures of harm, and I hope my home state does the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Gilson. Lisa Gilson. Okay, August Chandler.
Hello, my name is Allie Spaltra. I'm going to be reading on behalf of August Chandler, who I wanted to just briefly add as a high school student. I've not met this person, but I feel like they could be my sibling. And I feel that way in part because I do believe strongly that we have an obligation to each other. And so I would like to read the statement by them. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is August Chandler, and I'm speaking in support of LD 1383 to divest the state of Maine from corporations that invest in or profit from genocide and human rights abuses. As a high school student in Portland, Maine, I have witnessed the terror that immigration customs enforcement have inflicted on my community. For many people my age, it is becoming increasingly difficult to safely attend school, run errands, or even protest under the hostile environment brought forth by the expansion of ICE. Exactly 2 months ago, Joel Andre, a 16-year-old boy and a Deering High School student, was detained by ICE along with his family. Knowing that Maine currently invests in Signature Aviation, a corporation that funds ICE detention flights like the one that brought Joel and his 14-year-old sister to a center in Texas, does not sit right with me as a community member and a human being. It is extremely important to me that my state refuses to hold stock in any corporation that disrupts the safety of my neighbors. The passage of this act is central to the humanity of those experiencing violence abroad and in our own state, and would only cost us 1% out of the state pension. And that's what I keep thinking about myself, 1%. I ask you to support LD 1383 with people who have been torn from our community in mind. Thank you so much for your time. And also, I would like to add that we are living through history. This is such a huge opportunity for us right now. I don't think we really understand the weight of what Maine can accomplish. We are such a small state with a small population, and we have an opportunity to lead the nation and to show that we can start here and stop causing harm, that then can inspire other people to continue this work across this country to end this violence. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, Lauren McRail.
Her testimony was submitted. She's
Okay.
not able to be.
Barbara Weiss or Weiss. Okay, Catherine Stein.
My testimony is online.
Okay.
Good evening. I'll keep this short and sweet. It's been a long day for everyone, I'm sure. My name is Catherine Stein. I'm an Augusta resident. I also happen to be an employee of the state. I work for the Department of Marine Resources. I'm here to put in my wholehearted support of the passage of LD 1383. I believe that it's important for my retirement fund to not be made essentially on the backs of violence, oppression, and essentially other war crimes that are committed on a day-to-day basis. I think it's very easy for us to look back at previous times of great unrest and oppression, like the Holocaust and slavery, and to wonder how we ended up in that position. And I think it's through small decisions made continuously by people in positions of power to remain complicit and to avoid taking risk that would upset the status quo. And I think that it is a great opportunity we have today to take one small step in the opposite direction. And I'm very happy to surrender a small amount of my whatever pension I might receive at the end of my service to the state of Maine, if it means that I can know that my leisure has not been paid for at the expense of violence and oppression of other people. I'd also like to say that ethical investment is not only possible, it is profitable. It may not be as profitable as current investments, but honestly, that's because our current system is pretty stewed in violence and oppression. And I think if we want to be able to look back at this time in our lives and feel comfortable that we've made a decision, that we've at least done our small part. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris Clar. Is that a correct pronunciation?
It is Claire.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, thank
A lot of people go Claire.
Okay.
Good job. All right, I did do online testimony. Excuse me. Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have submitted written testimony, but after hearing the opposition's primary point that this bill is anti-Semitic in nature, I felt the need to speak directly to that, as it is a damaging and grossly misleading statement. My name is Chris. I'm a resident of Gray. I took a course at DePaul University on Israel-Palestine from Dr. Norman Finkelstein, 2004. For those that know, he is a Jewish son of Holocaust survivors and an expert on Israel-Palestine. In learning the history of Zionism, it is clear that what began as an ethno-supremacy group with the goals of ethnically cleansing Palestine long before World War II ended up becoming a colonial settler project backed by the UK. It is clear that the group known as Zionists in Israel have cloaked themselves in a biblical term in order to conflate their ideology with Judaism. The criticism of a government of an ideology that is absolutely not Judaism, that has used the threat of anti-Semitism for almost a century to stomp out that criticism and justify war crimes long before 2023. If Israel fits the definition of committing genocide and human rights abuses, that is the fault of Israel, not the Jewish people. Pro-Palestine activists are pro-humanity and are honestly the least anti-Semitic people on the planet. In considering this bill, I urge you to not fall prey to the claims of anti-Semitism, a strategy that has been used to enable the mistreatment of Palestinians for almost a century. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremy Leach.
I'm Jeremy. I don't have anything really prepared. I'm just here to express my solidarity with passing this bill. Divesting from any company that profits from war or inhumane technology just seems to make sense. I mean, that market can support itself. The people who want to conduct war can afford to pay for it. And the teachers and people that run our state don't need to be involved in that. So thank
Okay.
you for my time.
Thank you, sir. Julia.
I was signed up beforehand.
Wood.
Christopher Wood.
Oh, I thought I said Christopher Wood.
No, you said Chris Clark and you skipped past me.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, I apologize. Christopher Wood. I'm sorry.
Good evening, everybody. I'd just like to say I appreciate all of you being here and fulfilling your civic duty of what your elected position is. I'd like to take you on a brief little journey of my history. I'm a veteran and I'm transgender, so I fit into multiple marginalized categories. I saw Iraq. I watched the insurgents. I fought Al-Qaeda. I know exactly what military occupation does, and I know what it leads to. As the next step is a form of genocide. And what I see going on in our streets is no different than ISIS and Al-Qaeda occupation, what I saw overseas. Is disgusting, is abhorrent. And if you guys do not understand the relation of how this ties into ICE, then I highly encourage you to go back, reread that bill, and learn what your position is in this government representation of our people in this state. We, the people, have shown up in number today. We are here standing before you in huge, massive amounts. We are here at 8 o'clock at night, and we demand that we want separation from genocide. We wish to divest our funding, not only away from that, but into Mainers, and putting in programs in place to help people in our state, homeless, hungry, widowed, whatever. We have these real struggles on our homeland. The last thing we need to be doing is making struggles worse for our people by sending our money away to other foreign lands. It does not need to happen. It is not necessary. It is uncalled for. And if any of you are still sitting there complacent, I need you to understand that if you're not part of the solution, you are part of the problem. And there's only two sides to this story. If you don't realize that, maybe this is not the job for you. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Christopher Wood, Jeremy Leach, Julia Haberstick. Julia Haberstick. Jesse Matheson. Jesse Matheson. Okay, Jay Echeverra. Jay Echeverra. Okay. Can you read that one? At the bottom? What's that say?
Oh, goodness. From Deer Isle.
Somebody from Deer Isle here? Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't read that.
Yeah, I couldn't read it either. Will Niels. Will Niles. Okay, Cage Johnson. Kate Goodman. Okay, Sarah Snyder. Okay. All right, which one do we have?
Thank you.
Are you Kate
I'm-
Goodman?
I am Sarah Snyder.
Sarah Snyder,
Yes.
okay, Kate Good, oh, there's Kate Johnson and Kate Goodman.
Kate Goodman
and
had
then
to
Sarah
leave.
Snyder, okay,
Okay.
you're Sarah Snyder?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you so much, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Snyder and I'm a resident of South Portland. What a day to be in this hearing altogether. Right now, in this moment in history in this country and here in Maine, we are witnessing unspeakable levels of violence to our friends and neighbors at the hands of ICE. I'm speaking about ICE because this bill specifically divests from companies that are involved in the surveillance and building the planes to deport people and taking part in these egregious acts all over the world. We are witnessing what happens when corporate profits and violent militarism are deeply.
Yeah, 'cause
Sorry,
it
so
counts.
sorry.
Yeah, that's all
Is
right.
that better?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We are witnessing what happens when corporate profits and violent militarism are deeply entangled with regular people in our community, caught in the middle. As a Jewish person, I grew up with an unshakable knowing that being abducted and thrown into camps, that genocide must never happen again to anyone. No matter who is at the top of the list, we all have an obligation to each other as humans to ensure that everyone in our community is safe and protected. To be clear, it is because of my Judaism that I support this bill. I heard you make a statement about animosity towards Jews here in this room. While there are people in this room who are risking their lives to be here and personally impacted by ongoing genocide, not just as perceived threat, but active threat. Respectfully, to my knowledge, you are not Jewish, and it should really be left up to the Jews in this room, whether there's animosity here, rather than using it to single out a member of our community who bravely showed up here today. I, just to be clear, have ultimate faith in all of you committee members to make this decision with your humanity and to really listen deeply to all of the perspectives that were shared today in this room to support LD 1383. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Todd Cretion. Todd Cretion. Mia Tavares.
I submitted my.
Are you,
Maya.
Maya, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, all of
Go ahead.
you. Yep. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Maya Tavares. I'm a resident of Stockton Springs, and I'm here to speak in support of LD 1383. I'm a trauma-informed body worker and practitioner of community care. I'm also a 16th generation Acadian settler on Wabanaki land where we are here discussing this bill. As a state, through our investments, we are currently complicit in enabling the ongoing violence of genocide and of human rights violations internationally, in Palestine, where entire families and family lines are being eradicated by bombs that we fund. And here in Maine, where as we speak, in Portland, in Lewiston, and rurally, our neighbors are being terrorized, detained, and disappeared by ICE agents with no due process and blatant, sadistic disregard for our shared humanity. As a state founded on genocidal violence of the Wabanaki people, we have much to reckon with. But there is dignity to be had in doing what we can to divest from corporations that profit off of the active violence done to our neighbors and our communities globally and locally. LD 1383 gives us that opportunity. I hope that you will take some time as you sit in the durational process of listening to testimony after testimony to feel your own body, to feel your heartbeat, to feel your breath, maybe your fatigue or your hunger, or maybe your own hope or your own grief. And in that shared remembering of our human experience that we are all holding, I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Max King. Max King, okay, yep.
All right. I made mine pretty short, just, on the account of everyone here. So, all right.
All right. Thank you, Senator Baldacci and Representative Salisbury. I actually don't.
Right here.
That's you. And the honorable members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. I work in industries where policy and financial systems directly affect people's daily lives. What I've learned is that money is never neutral. It reflects what we're doing, what we're willing to stand behind. It affects what we're willing to stand behind. This is also personal for me. My grandmother, Christine Andy Troy, is 97 years old. She was born in Volkswiede, Germany, and later spent many years in the Peace Committee here in Brunswick. She actually, her husband, Peter Detroit, father of Peter Detroit, the lawyer. I don't know if any of you guys know who that is.
Right.
God rest his soul. That's my uncle. Basically, she grew up in Nazi Germany. Anyway, so she wrote about the lessons of Nazi Germany, and growing up with her taught me that peace isn't something you inherit. It's something you choose to work for. I support LD 1383 because I believe Maine should hold its public investments to the same ethical standards we expect in our laws and our communities. This isn't about politics for me. It's about accountability, transparency, and long-term leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
This is Max King, right? You didn't put your name on this, but you're Max King, correct? Okay. So, Jesse Everett. Yeah. Yeah. No, he was a great guy. He was a. Your uncle was a very good man. He's a great guy, great lawyer.
I mean, go up.
No, seriously, very good. Jessica Everett?
Hi there. Hi. I want to thank all of the committee members for their patience this evening. I do know what it is to work long shifts. And I want to thank all of the speakers here today who spoke so vulnerably. Been holding back tears all day. My perspective is different. I'm coming to you as a nurse that lives here and works in Maine. And I will try to shorten my statement. So as a nurse, it is my responsibility to protect life, relieve suffering, and treat every person with dignity and respect. LD 1383 asks Maine to ensure that our public funds are not invested in or used to contract with entities that are connected to states responsible for grave human rights violations such as genocide, apartheid, or war crimes, as determined by credible international bodies. This bill reflects the same ethical framework that guides nursing and public health. Do no harm. I've seen firsthand the risks associated with incarceration, and I'll add that they are even greater elevated with deportation and detention. As an emergency department nurse, I once cared for a young man brought in from prison days too late. He had faced medical neglect while incarcerated and arrived septic, fighting for his life. In chaotic, crowded environments, especially where people are dehumanized and devalued, care is delayed and lives are lost. Across the United States, this reality is playing out on a national scale. In 2025, at least 32 people died while in ICE custody, the highest number of deaths in detention in more than 2 decades. Additional deaths have already been reported in early 2026. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect systemic risks when oversight is weak and accountability is absent. Supporting LD 1383 sends a clear message that our state's investments should reflect our shared values: compassion, justice, and respect for human life. For these reasons, I urge the committee to support LD 1383 and vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hannah Thanhauser. Okay, thank you. You can go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, members. Thank you for being here, for your time and attention. My name is Hannah Tannhauser. I live in South Portland. I'm Jewish. I exist because my ancestors immigrated to the United States prior to the genocide that we call the Holocaust.
I'm here in strong support of LD 1383. A brief story. When I was 4, I remember walking into the Ames department store in Belfast with my mom. I saw something I wanted. I asked her for it. Instead of answering yes or no, she replied, "Hannah, honey, do you need it?" The lessons we learn as children guide us. I reflect on that question today and ask you, are these investments we truly need? Do we truly need to invest in genocide? I'm horrified that our elders are able to experience retirement in part because of investments that corporations that profit from the hunting down, surveillance, detention, separation, deportation, killing of individuals and whole peoples. And here we are in Maine, where this issue no longer feels far from home. The day before yesterday, I visited my dear friends to bring them groceries since they can no longer safely go to the store. They married 2 summers ago. They have 2 small, adorable dogs, one of which carried their rings down the aisle. They both work more than full time. They're incredibly generous, caring, kind. And they know, despite their legal status here, that they could be detained by ICE at any moment. Their eyes were red and puffy. When I saw them, I asked them how they're sleeping. Not well. Up in the middle of the night, scared every night. Scared to go to work, scared to go to the dentist. This morning, I accompanied one of them to 2 different dental appointments to offer him some semblance of safety. Not that I can provide that. And they have survived so much and have such beautiful lives and have made my life so much more beautiful and rich for being who they are. I will wrap up. I know I'm out of time. I just want to say this, you have a beautiful opportunity to choose how we will invest and what our answer is to tyranny, genocide, and human rights abuses, both globally, but also here in our own state of Maine. And I also just want to say that I hope you can recognize what a gift it is that this bill has been brought before you. So you have the opportunity to take it to workshop, make it your own, and make history and make not only our state, but the globe a safer place for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Fine.
Thank you, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and honorable members of the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Matthew Fine. I'm a resident of Brunswick and a volunteer for a number of organizations in Maine that are committed to human and civil rights. I'm here to support LD 1383 to prohibit the state of Maine from investing state resources into and generating profits from corporations that abuse human rights. It would seem like a no-brainer that we would not want the state to invest a significant amount of its assets in organizations whose entire mission is to violently eradicate the human and civil rights of its citizens, its immigrants, and its institutions. The reasons we have to stop this now is because it's going to get much worse as these organizations become even more embedded in our institutions. These organizations are explicitly designed to cause maximum harm in the world around us. We only have to look outside the window to what is happening in Maine today as ICE, CBP, and DHS instill fear as they violate every aspect of due process and legal rights in rounding up anyone who is not white and taking them to who knows where, essentially disappearing them. Much of this occurs through utilizing the mechanisms of organizations this bill addresses. In essence, by investing in these organizations, the state of Maine is complicit in illegal actions and horrific harm. This is not hyperbole. This is historically, egregiously problematic. It never ends well. Just like everyone that is testifying today, now is the time to show up to meet the moment in whatever capacity your role allows. And your role today is to respond to the voices of the majority of Maine's constituents to whom you serve and the urgency of the present moment as we stand on the precipice of even greater loss and existential harm. This committee has the power to move this bill forward in a way our collective voices cannot. As someone who is in strong relation to persons in my community and has worked as a social worker and therapist in various communities in Maine, I daily see the impact of these harms on the lives of those around me. At baseline, we should have the reasonable expectation to feel safe in the world around us. And when the institutions meant to keep us safe cause the most harm, it causes irreparable trauma, especially to those with the least power, many of whom have come from places where they have already experienced serious traumatic impact. We all know that inevitably this impacts us all in ways both immediate and into the future. This moment is dire. I strongly recommend that you support this bill. And thank you for your time. And I got to add that, like, the bullying that I witnessed in this room today was totally uncool. It's a real violation of, like, what I consider to be, like, the privilege of having power. And it's just something to reflect upon, because, like, power is sacred and really should be utilized to, like, not cause harm.
Okay, Kimberly McLaughlin.
Am I the last one on the list?
You are the last one on the list, but if there's
We have a
anybody,
lot of people on Zoom and.
yeah, still have a lot of people on Zoom. So you're last person in person.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what I was gonna do is go around and ask if there was anybody that hadn't spoken yet, so.
Would you like to go ahead of me?
No,
It's fine.
no, yeah, we'll get to everybody.
I was hoping to be last, so you would grant me a little grace because I have an unusual story. But
It doesn't matter. If you want to go now or later, so.
do you want to go ahead of me?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Committee. My name is Kimberly McLaughlin. I last testified at the State House in 2006 as a financial professional. I come before you today, not in that capacity, though this bill has enough protections and exceptions to make the risk nil. But I come before you in support of LD 1383 as a witness to crimes against humanity, a systematic attack directed to forcibly transfer a civilian population. I am playing audio in the background. The reason for this will become clear. I ask you to imagine.
No props allowed during committee.
It's not a prop. It's
First of all, you're allowed to talk. I mean, this isn't we have to hear you. We can't really hear you to begin with, and we need you to shut off your laptop. Okay?
I ask you to imagine your community.
Thank you.
Is near another that believes it is entitled to take your land, your multi-generational home or farm to which you have rightful ownership. This group tries to force you and your community members out. They trespass daily, steal your livestock, beat you with metal pipes, and eventually, when you won't leave, they destroy your power and water systems, burn your home and village to the ground, and take your land. As a volunteer serving as a protective presence until less than 1 week ago, I observed daily systematic harassment and destruction by settlers within 2 Palestinian communities of the occupied West Bank. Protective Presence volunteers take shifts in these villages to document these crimes. In one community, I saw 8 family homes scorched to the ground, as well as other structures destroyed and dismantled in a widespread attack in October 2025. I heard the account of village men and Protective Presence volunteers and learned of the injuries they sustained. Following that attack, the women and children were moved while the men remained to hold their land. I kept watch beside the village men and other volunteers, most Israeli Jews, serving in shifts to document illegal settlement trespass, encroachment, destruction, and acts of violence and killing. On January 17th, less than 1 week ago, and 2 nights after my departure from the village, I learned the remaining village structures where I ate and slept were set ablaze with residents and volunteers inside. 2 vehicles, one belonging to our team, were also completely destroyed by the fire. From afar, I could only watch in horror as the real-time videos and messages came through my phone. Watching the buildings burn, I heard gunshots, screaming of the village men and volunteers. All were seriously injured, including 2 volunteers, 2 of whom were hospitalized, 1 French and 1 American. The Jewish organization to which I was attached, one of several, is led by a rabbi who has done this work for 3 decades. Over this time, the UN has sanctioned the Israeli government for its systematic encroachment and annexation of Palestinian lands. While nations have been slow to grow a backbone, on December 2nd, 2025, the General Assembly adopted text again demanding Israel withdraw from the occupied territories and comply with its obligations under international law, including
I just
ending
need
its
to ask you
unlawful
to wrap up
presence
your
and ceasing
time. Your
settlement
time is up. If you could
activity.
finish up.
The recorded vote was the highest ever in favor, 151, 2, and 11 against. The U.S. again voted against, distancing itself further and further from the international community, justice, and rule of law. No matter how you feel about the UN, it is a global system of justice, and the only way it works is if we, the people, make it work. From the state that produced Joshua and Chamberlain, Margaret Chase Smith, George Mitchell, from the home of the Seeds of Peace Youth Camp, our state has, at crucial moments, bent the arc of history. I beg you, don't turn a blind eye, show a backbone, show that we, the people of Maine, are a just people who stand for human rights and the rule of law. Vote yes on LD 1383. The Israeli Times article with the link of this horrific settler attack is included in my online testimony, so you can listen to it and watch in horror for yourself.
Okay, so that's the end of the list, but I'm going to go around and ask if there are people here who have not spoken, who wish to speak for 2 minutes. You can come forward and speak. And just say your name and the town you're from.
Good evening, chairs. My name is Kelly Merrill and I serve, and members of the committee, thank you for being here. My name is Kelly Merrill and I serve as the co-chair of the Maine Green Independent Party, and I'm here in that capacity. I live in Stratton, Maine. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1383. There are some matters that require a nuanced analysis to support a position. This is not one. We are into a third year of genocide being live streamed to our phones, and now, after normalizing genocide and rendering international law ineffectual, imperial violence has turned inward. ICE, a rogue agency that operates without accountability, is now the largest and best funded agency in the country. Were it a military, it would rank among the best funded in the world. It's about the money. While housing and food insecurity rocket and health markers and reading and math scores plummet at home, instead of investing in sustaining life, the U.S. has invested in endless war and endless death, driving genocides, ecocides, and regime changes that cause mass migration. We choose to invest in life. We did not agree to a militarized state, nor did we agree to an ethno-state. Yet masked, armed paramilitary forces terrorize our communities, targeting and abducting Black and Brown citizens, tribal members, and non-citizens alike. We have a responsibility to stand up to tyranny. No one else is going to do that for us. We ask that you divest our state from the crimes of the billionaire class that is perpetuating and profiting from genocide and human rights atrocities. Profiting from death, destruction, and deportation is a moral injury to us all, and we will not be robbed of our humanity. This is a pivotal political moment, and this is a very important bill. We respectfully urge this committee to vote ought to pass on LD 1383. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that has not spoken that wishes to speak? Yeah.
Are we still on for? Have we done neither for nor against, and are any of those here?
We went through the against. We haven't done neither for nor against, but I can do that after we get done of the whole thing. So now we have a number of people on Zoom. Is that correct? Okay. How many people are on Zoom? Okay. You want to bring them? We have a list here, starting with Adriana Ortiz Burnham. Was that do you have that in order or? Okay, how many do you have on? Okay, why don't you just bring them in one at a time and we'll have them identify themselves. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Thank you.
So just bring them in one at a time and we can.
Hi, am I good to go now?
Yeah, if you could just state your name and the town you're from, that would be great. And then you
Yeah.
have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Jessie Matheson and I'm resident of Stockton Springs. I'm here to testify in favor of Bill LD 1383. I'm feeling a little nervous about commenting because I'm recognizing hostility from one of the committee members. I've recognized a pattern of silencing impacted community members with particular discrimination towards Palestinians. Senator Baldacci has repeatedly interrupted testimony with an observed bias towards people speaking in favor of the bill. I want to first respond to his comments about people speaking about ICE. The bill calls for state divestment from perpetrators of international human rights violations. Anyone with critical thinking skills can see that ICE is committing human rights violations. I have been horrified by the illegal and inhumane actions of ICE. Just yesterday, Mainers were abducted from our community. These government entities claim to be operating within the law while revoking people's asylum status and then labeling those same people illegal immigrants. They claim to be representing law and order while executing U.S. citizens and being told they have complete immunity by the president. I'm a generational Mainer. I'm married to an immigrant. When I moved home to care for my disabled brother, my partner committed to helping me. We went through 5 years of immigration processes and spent thousands of dollars so my partner could care for a disabled Mainer. In his testimony submitted online, my husband said, "I hesitate to use the terms legal or illegal immigrant because the only consistency between those two terms is the word immigrant. And history has taught us that time and time again, these terms are interchangeable. But as a lawful permanent resident of the US, I find it beyond insulting that I'm told to pay into a system that will not use my tax money to offer more public services, but would rather invest in supporting human rights violations by entities like ICE. And if tomorrow morning I were to wake up and a piece of paper that makes it legal for me to stay here was revoked, it would be my taxes that would be paying for the monster pretending to be a public servant to abuse my rights and deport me to wherever this administration wanted to. Immigrants care for their families and support our communities. They give back to this country. Many work in the same field as me, one of the lowest paid positions, providing direct care to our disabled and elderly community members. People in opposition discuss health shortages as if divesting from human rights violators somehow equals not investing in public services, while ignoring the fact that ICE is kidnapping people who work in health fields with staffing shortages, further exacerbating these issues. Now we see vital members of our community being torn from their homes and sent to concentration camps. It horrifies me that companies profiting from these horrors are getting money from our state funds. No company should be allowed to profit from breaking laws and tearing apart families like ours. Families
I
that
just need you to
want care
wrap up
for
your
one another
comments. You're
and
over
live
time.
in peace.
Thank
Families
you.
that have already gone through rigorous processes and intense hardships to be with one another.
Thank you.
Okay, who is the next speaker? Okay,
Did you say that?
I think she's working on it. You're working on it, right? Yeah, because.
Hello, my name is Jaya Cheveria. There's some feedback.
And can you just say what town you're from and then you have 2 minutes?
My name is Jaya Cheveria, and I am from Waldo County. I am speaking about how ICE commits human rights violations. I support LD 1383 because I want Maine investments divested from ICE. And I was asked by my community members to share my statement from LD 1971 because ICE is one of the violators of international human rights we want these funds divested from. So this is my statement. My name is Jaya Cheveria. I was born in Waldo County, Maine, and currently live in Waldo County. I support Bill LD 1383. I grew up in a family with substance dependency. My household was unsafe. I spent the majority of my youth transitioning between kind families in my community who took me in temporarily. As a teen, I lived in Portland. My neighbors and best friends took me in. They are a Denka family from South Sudan. They received zero government funding to raise me. They were the first family to recognize that I was afraid eating would make a family not want me because I cost too much money. They encouraged me to stop asking permission to live in their home and eat food. They called me their child and became my chosen family. Growing up in South Sudanese community in Portland, I saw Denka, Acholi, Nuer, and more immigrant communities transform the old city into the beautiful metropolis we see today. Immigrants run the tourist economy, the hotels, the restaurants, everything that put Portland on the cover of real estate travel magazines in the early 2000s can be attributed to immigrant laborers. I have a safer and more fulfilled childhood because Denka people are here in Maine. I owe it to people who raised me, and I owe it to immigrants that I am alive and well today. There is a culture of community care and collective care for children in South Sudan that we benefit learning from and having here in Maine. I benefited from Dinka cultural values. Dinka cultural values kept me alive. For these reasons and many more, I support LD 1383 and demand the state of Maine remove investments from companies enacting violence on our loved ones and family members, both here and abroad. It is the responsibility of the committee to reflect the opinions of the constituents, and it is obvious that the majority of constituents are in favor of this bill. I encourage the committee to put aside bias and truly reflect their constituents' support of LD 1383. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you to the members of this committee for staying so late and for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1383. My name is Azalea Cormier. I am from the town of Buckfield here in Maine. As a member of Generation Z who spends time on social media, I've seen the videos of grandmothers holding together parts of their or their children's bodies, fathers holding their lifeless children, and children soaking wet or freezing in tents, begging me through a screen in broken English to keep all our eyes on Gaza. I have, despite the world seemingly wanting to move past these horrors that continue to this day. I want to start with a simple reality. Most people in Maine have very little direct control over how their retirement dollars are invested. Under the current system, many Mainers are unknowingly invested in corporations that profit from war crimes, mass surveillance, forced displacement, and other grave human rights violations. And nobody should have to worry that their hard-earned retirement savings are help funding inhumane acts. This bill is about basic dignity and consent. People who work their entire lives to retire with security, not to bankroll violence or oppression that they morally oppose. This bill is about accountability. Maine already has a long tradition of ethical investment standards, and we've divested before when it was right and necessary, and when public money was being used in ways that contradicted our values. This bill continues that legacy, and it's important to say clearly this issue goes far beyond the widespread violations of international human law happening in Gaza as we speak. While the billions of tax dollars have already been used to facilitate this immense human suffering, LD 1383 is broader than any single conflict. It creates a framework to ensure that Maine is not financially entangled with perpetrators of international human rights violations anywhere in the world. Public funds should not be neutral in the face of atrocities. Neutrality when money is involved is a choice which too often benefits abusers. Divestment is not symbolic. It sends a clear message that Maine will not profit from suffering, and it aligns with our financial practices and values that we claim to uphold: human rights, justice, and accountability. This bill protects workers, respects conscience, and ensures that our state's investments do not contradict our moral responsibilities. And it is for those reasons that I support the passing of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Caroline Hadilaksono. I am a resident of Portland, Maine, and I'm here to support LD 1383. I have witnessed my neighbors in Portland being harassed and detained by ICE agents. I have witnessed on the news people being murdered, brutalized, kidnapped, and flown out of the country without due process. I have watched families being bombed and starved in Palestine. I'm a first-generation immigrant and a U.S. citizen. My parents sent me to the U.S. when I was 12 years old because they were watching on the news people who looked like our family being murdered. I was lucky enough to be able to escape the persecution in my country of origin. Now, almost 2 decades later, I'm appalled by these blatantly illegal prosecution of my community members, of immigrants, of the Palestinian people. This is not what I stand for. I do not want my tax dollars to contribute to these crimes. We are living under a federal government that is run by an authoritarian figure who is clearly has no regard for the Constitution or the law. With that as the backdrop of our current time, Maine cannot afford to base its investment decisions on purely financial gains. Where we invest our money, whether we mean to or not, is a political statement. And the statement I would like us to make is that we do not support the illegal prosecution of other humans in the US soil or abroad. This bill is not asking Maine fiduciary to do anything that they haven't already done before. We passed a fossil fuel divestment bill 4 years ago. Now we need to divest from corporations that profits from these human rights violations. I urge you to do what's right and support this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening again, Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and the distinguished committee members. Thank you for being here so late to hear from your constituents. My name is Ella Tabaski, and I'm a resident of Brunswick. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1383. At its core, this bill asks a simple question. Should Maine's public funds be invested in entities connected to severe human rights abuses? I am Jewish and the daughter of a Holocaust educator, and from a young age, for as long as I can remember, I was taught the lesson of never again. The moral obligation to oppose dehumanization and mass violence wherever it occurs. And that principle informs my support for this bill. Some have mischaracterized LD 1383 as anti-Semitic, but really this is disingenuous. The bill does not single out Jewish people or identity. And I don't know what amendments you were looking at today, but the original bill had intended to direct the state treasurer to create a commission to develop a neutral, universal standard for how to identify perpetrators. Conflating the bill with anti-Semitism misrepresents its intent. And anti-Semitism is real, it's dangerous, it's rising. And I feel for people who are in opposition for this bill who are hurting. You've heard from some of my other organizers who are hurting too, who support this bill. Trying to block policy discussions by making a thinly veiled threat of or accusation of anti-Semitism, that does not protect Jewish communities, and it undermines the true efforts to confront them. Please don't fall prey to those traps. As an anti-Zionist Jew, I just wanted to tell you what Zionism means to me. It's a political ideology that resulted in the expulsion of 750,000 indigenous Palestinians from their land and homes. It's the support of a nation state with exclusive rights for Jews above all others. And it results in a future where not all people live in freedom, safety, or with equality. And everyone deserves those rights. Maine has a long history of aligning.
Just ask you to wrap up your comments.
Yep.
Please,
Public
thank you.
investments with our values. LD 1383 will continue that tradition. Please evaluate the bill on its merits and ensure Maine's public dollars are invested in a responsible manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
How many more do we have there? 4 more, okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Matthews from Bangor. As a queer Micmac tribal member, a CNA for 10 years, and a healthcare worker for 15 years, I care for everybody's well-being and safety, regardless of age, race, religion, gender, or political stance. I believe everybody should be treated with dignity and respect because we all are human beings trying to live our lives. That is why that is not only our ethical, but our moral obligation to pass LD 1383 to honor the basic human rights of peace and safety to all of our community by no longer investing in these corporations that aid in the detention of our neighbors and genocides across the world. Like the sister bill LD 1971, preventing law enforcement from assisting ICE, we are obligated to care about the safety and well-being of our neighbors, regardless of their immigration status, because no one is illegal on stolen land. The divested funds should be directed towards companies that are and will help our community, not going into these pockets of billion-dollar companies. It would not only give us stronger community, but it would also reduce the legal risks that come along with investing in these companies and ICE that are either aiding in war crimes or actually committing them. As like so many others, I have been experiencing so many emotions that come with the state of our country right now, so much fear and frustration. But by passing this bill, we can help negate some of those feelings. It won't eliminate them, but it will give a lot of Mainers a small sense of relief, while also inspiring other states to do the same, because we the people is a very strong concept in this country. And if we all stand together, we have an actual chance of saving this country from the impending doom we have all been feeling. We can stand for what's right, not only for this country, but for others that are experiencing the horrors of genocide. We can benefit so much from passing this bill while not putting our state in financial risk from these divestments. I urge you to please pass Bill LD 1383 for all of our sakes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, everyone. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and distinguished members of the State and Local Government Committee, and everyone else in the room there still hanging in.
Thank you for coming.
My name is Gage Johnson. I came in person earlier, but that took way too long, so sorry. I am a resident of Winslow, Maine. I'm actually testifying today in favor of LD 1383 on behalf of myself as an individual, but also on behalf of Healing First, which is a Maine-based transformative justice collective led by survivors of very serious harm, including sexual assault and intimate domestic partner violence and gun violence. And we serve as the Maine state chapter of the Global Coalition Survivors for Justice Reform. We're in full support of LD 1383. And as a group of survivors of very egregious harm, we stand firmly against the perpetuation of all types of harm. We don't support our tax dollars being utilized to contribute to any kind of inhumane detention or apartheid, ethnic cleansing, genocide, war crimes, nor do we support anyone or any entity profiting from violence and oppression in general. A lot of what I would have said tonight has already been said. I think what I really want to underscore is that the consent of your constituents matters. We don't consent to our tax dollars being used this way and benefiting corporations that are profiting from human rights violations. And we know there's another clear path forward. We've seen it, we've done it as a state. There's clear alternatives. We have set a precedent before for ethical divestment, especially from the apartheid system in South Africa and from Sudan back in 2010. So we have a precedent of how to move forward. There's no shortage of other options. There's plenty of ethical options that don't violate human rights that we can invest in that would actually uplift our lives and fulfill community needs. And so I just want to underscore that. And ultimately, what I'm really left feeling at the end of today, and maybe a lot of us are feeling this at this point, that I want to say is just how sad this is. Just honestly, how sad and how shameful, honestly, that we even have to spend a day of our time making the case for divesting from corporations that are contributing to human rights violations. And when you hear that, when you actually like hear me say that, I can't imagine that we can't feel the answer, that we can't feel the right thing. I think there's instances where we know. And this is one of them. I'm not one to usually lean on shame. I'm like a restorative justice practitioner. But sometimes we do need to sit with our shame to be able to actually lean in and do the right thing. This is not
I'll just
hard
have you wrap up your comments over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is an easy choice. There's no justification to keep investing our tax dollars this way. So thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Senator Baldacci, Representative Salisbury, and members of the committee. My name is Michael Katz. I'm a resident of Wyndham, where I've lived for just about 2 years. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, and I want to thank everyone who made the time to participate. I am testifying in strong support of the bill, as I am encouraged to see the vast majority of speakers today there to support this bill. When I've thought about what I was going to say here, it really came down to the standard that Maine sets itself in something as simple as the phrase that welcomes people to our state, where we say that this is the way life should be. In my view, the way life should be does not include using our tax dollar to support atrocities and grave human rights abuses, whether at home or abroad. It does not include profiting from those acts. It does not include lending legitimacy or support to entities that enable them. And it does not include undermining the rule of law or normalizing abuses of power that target and intimidate our families, friends, and neighbors. The way life should be does include respecting the dignity of every human being and standing up for our community. It includes protecting due process and the rule of law, and it means putting our money where our values are. It's clear from the testimony of the Maine Pension Fund director that there are potentially hurdles to this bill based on language and existing law, including in the state constitution. With that and any other legislative changes that need to be made to support this bill or changes to other legislation, it's important that this committee suggests that those steps be taken and that we should not be forced into inaction by these sorts of administrative obstacles. This is an opportunity to align the state's public investments with the state's stated values, and I urge you to help move this forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Hi there, welcome.
Hi. Let's see. My name's Sass. I'm part of the Jewish diaspora, and I'm here in favor of LD 1383. My great-grandparents came over here to flee persecution, and as a result, I have no sense of ancestral connection to the land that I stand on, no connection to the family left behind, and no ability to speak the language of my people, which was lost in just 2 generations. And it's not a small thing. Land holds culture, and language shapes the way that we are in relationship with the world around us. An example that I love to point toward is how the closest translation in the Penobscot language to the English phrase rights to the river equates to the English phrase responsibilities to the river. That little tweak, that lack of a word for rights, entirely changes the way that Penobscot people exist with the river. Instead of dominion, there is relationship, and both the river and the people benefit from that cultural shaping. I don't have the benefit of being shaped by my own culture's language because genocide took that from me and from my children. And frankly, that's the least of what it took from me and my people. It took the storytellers and the healers, the teachers, and the people that everyone else relied on. And worst of all, the children and the healthier futures that they may have had, those who survived, if they didn't have to have so much trauma. Not investing in corporations that help perpetuate genocide feels like the floor to me. This bill also divests from corporations that help to support an organization that is ripping families apart, terrorizing communities, and killing people, which also feels like the floor at this point. We need to be on the right side of history, which will not only be the ethical thing to do, but will also minimize negative legal and financial impacts, which is why you should vote ought to pass for LD 1383. And just a final note that a Palestinian person expressing the struggle that he and his family has endured due to Zionism is not animosity toward Jews, and asserting that it is dangerous because it waters down the definition of anti-Semitism. Israel is a nation state, not an ethnicity, not a religion, and not a people. And the systemic oppression displayed today toward the Palestinian people in this room was brazen, and it did not make Jews any safer. I hope that you'll reflect on why you felt such a need to repeatedly silence them and apply your rules in such an inconsistent manner, depending on the identity of the people at the podium.
Thank you. Amen to that. Big thank you. Is that the last?
Is that the last part?
Is there? Everybody in the room had a chance. Everybody's on Zoom and everything like that. I just want to take a quick moment to thank our clerk, Liv, for running up and down the hallway. Welcome. Welcome to state and local government. And our analyst for and state police chamber staff and for helping us throughout this day. Everybody did a great job. Thank you all for being here. And so the next process is we'll schedule next week a work session. We have to have this bill voted out by the 29th because it's a carryover bill. So we'll have to have the work session sometime next week. So that notice will go out by Friday. Representative Macias, thank you for your work on this bill. And that closes. Oh, yes, please.
I just want to ask for additional information, if we could.
Yes, I have a question.
If we could find out what. No, sorry. It would be helpful to have additional information about what other states do in terms of the management of their pension fund regarding human rights issues. I would think that there may be some policies in other states we can look at. And then there was the McGinsky list that Mr. Robichek mentioned. It would be helpful to know what that is and how it may impact whatever we're doing. And just trying to think if there was anything else.
Well, thank you for reminding me, Senator Baldacci. I have a list too. I'm sorry. It was under my
I'm trying to think if
papers.
there was anything else because there's a lot that's been said. But at least, so we have some idea what other states have done. The McGinsky list, which I think is a State Department list of human rights violators. And if there are any other relevant policies like that that we should look at, that might be helpful guides.
And I'm sure I can get well, I know I can get it, but the main PERS bill, the LD 99, if I can just see a copy of that to remember what that was. And you did mention the McKinsey list. And then I can Google this up, but the Portland measure that was mentioned a few times, it was given out and then taken back. And Mr. Brown can probably help maybe. Is there a list that shows currently what companies main PERS invests in? That would be helpful. Is it in here? Oh, it's in the black folder. Okay, thank you. And a couple times today, and it was mentioned what BDS is. I don't know what that is. Okay, I didn't hear any of that. So you can just text me. And then in main PERS, would this bill only impact would this bill only impact Maine PERS, or does this also impact any investments that the state does? And if they do at any level? I just want to talk more. I don't really want an answer, but maybe just talking right now, but like when we get to the work session, if we
Do
can
we
talk
have
about
investments
that.
other than main PERS?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's the question.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just not sure. So we
Yeah.
can talk more about that. Representative Copeland?
I think Representative Greenwood
Oh.
has his hand up too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like, first of all, I think that if we put in the bill as an amendment, that we should get a report back so we know what's going on here. Otherwise, it kind of goes off into the nowhere land. And I would really like a firm legal decision on the constitutionality. That seems to have been an issue, and I would really like to understand that better, and I don't want to go in opposition to our Constitution. So that's important to me. Thank you.
There's a legal memo in your black folder that discusses it.
Representative Greenwood, you had your hands up.
Thank you, chairs. I would just like to ask that we get the state treasurer here. I think that would be an important person, as well as Maine PERS, for the work session.
Yep. Representative Gramlich, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had mentioned it when Mr. Brown had provided his testimony, but I would, whomever is listening, or how, Kristen, if you can help out with this, I'd like to get a response from the Attorney General's office congruent with what they had ruled on other bills relative to this issue. Thank you.
So there were opinions that I think the Attorney General gave on the divestment bill for fossil fuels that might be helpful for us to look at least.
Pardon me, Mr. Chair, I think that we have that in our packet. What I'm more interested
Okay.
in is there was a request made to the AG's office on this bill particularly, but we had not yet gotten an answer. So I'd like an answer on this
Yeah,
particular. bill.
okay. Yeah, no, I,
Made on this bill, we just made the.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Kristen. Are there any other requests for information or other comments by members of the committee? Okay, and the Attorney General, I think we definitely need, it's good, it will be good to have the treasurer here, but the Attorney General definitely needs to weigh in before we cast a final vote on this. I mean, I think I have a concern too, as Representative Copeland said about, to make sure we're in compliance with the Constitution and the rest of it. Thank you, Kristen, for hearing all of that.